translator born to be. Everyone was completely focused on the Xuanhuan master. They saw him stand and walk to the front of the platform. First of all, congratulations to all of you for passing the inner sect trial. You will be raised as the Xuanhuan Dao sect's elites and become the future pillars of the sect. Regretfully, many disciples died in the trial and have left this world. But you also know that this isn't because the Dao sect is being vicious, but because this world is just that cruel. Being kind to you now is being cruel to you in the future. When reality strikes you, it will mercilessly reap your lives. You've been living two peaceful lives, and after growing under the wings of your families, you still aren't aware of just how cruel this world is. This is a world where countless people are falling so that you can live your peaceful lives. They have used their own lives to win you your lives, said the Xuanhuan master. The Xuanhuan master's voice was low and magnetic, making it very comfortable for these disciples to listen to. His voice was full of sincerity and reached their core. None of them could doubt his words, and as a result, they were deeply shocked by them. Long Chen's heart shook. As expected, only by reaching higher heights could you see things that you couldn't see before. Long Chen had always felt that there was something wrong with this world. It wasn't as peaceful as he had thought, and the Xuanhuan master's words confirmed his suspicions. The Central Plains, disciples weren't that shocked, but the disciples from the four regions all jumped in fright. The Xuanhuan master continued, "The creatures you encountered in the trial are devil monsters that come from the devil worlds. In places where the world's barriers are weak and in contact with devil worlds, there needs to be people guarding the channel. The Xuanhuan Dao sect guards one of those channels. Each year, we have to invest a huge amount of manpower and resources. Of course, there are constantly experts that end up being sacrificed in the battles against the devil world. As for your trial, what you faced was nothing more than the most commonly seen, most inferior creatures invading from the devil world." The disciples were practically unable to believe their ears. Such terrifying creatures were nothing more than the weakest devil monsters. Then just how terrifying did the high-level devil monsters have to be? That's why you have to be full of reverence and gratitude to this world. Everything you have right now was not won by you, but by countless experts who sacrificed their lives. Each one of you has reached the sea expansion realm, and you've started to come into contact with some of this world's secrets. Just like how children who grow up into adults need to know their responsibilities and duties, as the inner sect disciples, you have a duty. Although the sect will go all out to raise you, there's no free lunch in this world. The resources you enjoy were only obtained through the countless lives of heroes. So at the same time as you enjoy the privilege of using those resources, you have a responsibility. When the Dao sect needs you, you need to stand up and face your fierce opponents. Long Chen now finally understood why the Eastern Wastelands branch sect didn't engage in any business and merely relied on the Central Plains head sect. In the beginning, he hadn't understood why the sect would simply continuously take a loss by throwing resources at disciples for free. Even if the sect was built over a mountain of gold, it would eventually be used up like that. But now, Long Chen understood that it was an investment for now. If there are people who feel like the pressure is too great, or that it is too dangerous, you can give up your status as inner sect disciples and become outer sect disciples. The sect will definitely not mistreat you, and will still give you your due as outer sect disciples. If you choose to stay as inner sect disciples, then you have to understand your duty. You've all grown up now and need to take up your responsibilities. So before the ceremony, make your decision. If anyone has any objections, you can raise them right now. After the ceremony, there won't be any time for objections, and violators will be harshly punished according to the sect's rules, said the Xuanhuan master. The disciples didn't know what to say. The Xuanhuan master's meaning was clear. Being an inner sect disciple had its own conditions. Once you entered, it was like signing a contract. You couldn't selfishly leave the Xuanhuan Dao sect, or you would be viewed as a traitor of the sect. But now that everyone had just survived that deadly inner sect trial, they were unwilling to just give up the status they had won. Long Chen was indifferent. Having eaten the food of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, did these people want to just pat their butts and leave without working for it? There was no such thing in this world. The Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules were very fair. Better treatment required greater danger, and greater danger naturally resulted in higher rewards. Furthermore, the Xuanhuan master had stated it very clearly and openly. Oh, Long Chen suddenly saw a strange thing. The law enforcement hall master had cast a special look at a certain person. Just at this moment, Xuanhuan took a step forward. Xuanhuan master, disciple has one thing he doesn't understand. The inner sect trial is a survival of the fittest, a trial so that the Dao sect can choose the best people to spend its resources on. But there's someone who broke the rules and pulled a group of trash in as well. Having them associated with elites like us is an insult and a blasphemy to the Dao sect. Xuanhuan's words immediately caused the disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion to become furious. Calling them trash was the greatest insult. Correct, it really is going too far. It has affected the impartiality of the trial. Some people, in order to seem like a hero, ignored the Dao sect's rules and need to be punished. Unexpectedly, Hu Gishan also walked forward. They should be stripped of their right to be inner sect disciples, or it would be an insult to the other inner sect disciples. Fan Song also walked forward. Of the 5 great heavenly geniuses, other than Hua Xiu and Wang Zhen, the others had all walked forward to criticize Long Chen. Correct, Long Chen intentionally disturbed the impartiality of the Dao sect and should be heavily punished. Such a person shouldn't even be an inner sect disciple and should be expelled from the Dao sect, cried Han Yunchen, Wei Changhai, and Yan Machen. Following them, the 3 factions, experts all began to shout, demanding that Long Chen be punished. The millions of disciples looked oddly at these passionately shouting disciples, not knowing what was happening. The Law Enforcement Hall Master smiled faintly. He looked toward the Elder Hall Master, but he was disappointed to see that his expression was still indifferent. As for the person with the highest authority in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Xuan Master, he didn't say a word. He just watched with interest, a slight smile on his lips. It was like he was just a spectator watching a show. Xuan Master, we are willing to give up our spots as inner sect disciples, but please don't make things hard on senior apprentice brother Long Chen, shouted one of the disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion. Yes, I also don't want my inner sect disciple position. All I ask is that the sect does not punish senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Following one person's lead, the others also began to shout. Over 13,000 disciples chose to give up their inner sect disciple positions. This action caused all the elders to be moved. In order to not implicate Long Chen, these people had all taken the initiative to give up their spots. Don't you dare, raged Long Chen. Do you realize your current actions are a betrayal? Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, they were startled. If you give up your spots, what about your efforts? What about those brothers who died in the battle in order to protect you? Your lives are no longer your own, and you have to accomplish the dreams they weren't able to accomplish. You are a continuation of their lives and wills. Is this kind of little setback enough for you to give up on everything? Do you think your brothers' lives were sacrificed for this? Is this worthy of their sacrifice? But what is there to argue about? It's just a bunch of hopping clowns. If you can be unafraid of death, why be afraid of a few idiots? Don't make me look down on you, said Long Chen. All right, we'll do as you say. Even if you want us to fight to the death against them, we won't hesitate, shouted the disciples. Some of them were already holding their weapons. How brazen! Are you trying to rebel? Shouted the Law Enforcement Hall Master. Long Chen waved his hand, and only then did they quiet down. As for the Law Enforcement Hall Master's shout, they had treated it like a fart, ignoring it completely. Long Chen looked from the cold and sanctimonious Law Enforcement Hall Master to the Xuan Master, who was watching with interest. He was unable to comprehend what this middle-aged man was doing. Was he really the leader of this sect? He had no arrogance or awe-inspiring aura to him. He didn't even seem to care the slightest about the Law Enforcement Hall Master's shouting. Long Chen didn't understand what the Xuan Master was thinking. He had no choice but to stand out, but he was comforted to see the Elder Hall Master almost imperceptibly nod toward him. If Long Chen still didn't understand, then he wouldn't be Long Chen. The Elder Hall Master's meaning was clear. Go against them as brazenly as you want. The Elder Hall will be your solid support. As the leader of the Law Enforcement Hall, you label people criminals and rebels so easily. Is this the style of the Law Enforcement Hall? Is everyone you talk to a criminal? Said Long Chen. All the elders' expressions became odd. That was because his words were entirely correct. When the Law Enforcement Hall's elders spoke to others, they spoke as if they were interrogating them, irritating them. Long Chen, you're too brazen. You dare to contradict the master of the Law Enforcement Hall. Now that you've offended your superior, you need a slap, shouted Xuanhuan. Pell? Xuanhuan had only just spoken when a large hand immediately helped him out and viciously struck his face. Chapter 10:28 Weapons raised, neither willing to back down. Translator Born to Be. A crisp slapping sound caused everyone to go deathly silent. The disciples were dumbfounded and the elders were shocked. They couldn't believe their eyes. No one had expected that Long Chen would attack someone in this kind of situation. The two of them hadn't been far, and as a result, Xuanhuan was directly struck. Long Chen's divine face-slapping art had yet to miss. As for Xuanhuan, he had never imagined that Long Chen would dare to attack him in front of the Xuan master. With no defenses up, he almost fainted. This move's not bad. The Xuan master had been watching with slight interest this entire time, but he finally had a reaction upon seeing Long Chen's face slap. He was clearly impressed with the move. "Long Chen, you dare to strike me." It took a full 2 breaths before Xuanhuan recovered from his shock. "No, you misunderstand. I wasn't striking anyone but acting according to what you said. You said that when someone offends their superior, they should be slapped. Well, look, I'm standing closer to the front than you, which is the superior position, while you interrupting me is an offense. You're the one who brought up that you should be slapped, so I helped you out. What do you have an opinion about it?" asked Long Chen. "You?" Xuanhuan's teeth creaked from being clenched so hard. His whole body was trembling in fury, but he didn't know how to retort. "How brazen, Long Chen! You dare to disturb the welcoming ceremony. The punishment is the thorned whip," shouted the law enforcement hall master. "Can you let it rest already? This place is not the law enforcement hall, and you are unable to hide the truth from the masses. You are unable to punish me. Someone called my brothers trash, and I'm taking their place to speak. However, some people want to thwart me in 100 ways, so why can't I slap those obstructions? Do you think your word is law, and that whatever you say must happen? If you say we're criminals, we're criminals. If you say we have to be killed, we'll be killed. Do you think you're a god? If you are, then please prove it to me. If you aren't, then what right do you have to prevent us from defending ourselves?" demanded Long Chen. It was all too clear to him that this law enforcement hall master was a prejudicial egomaniac who was tyrannical and obstinate. He was clearly using him to embarrass the elder hall in front of the Xuan master. Most likely, it was to win back the face lost by Lu Minghan previously. Long Chen had always thought that experts should have an expert's mannerisms and an expert's self-restraint. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to reach that height. Now he realized he was wrong, and very wrong at that. Now that he had arrived in the Central Plains, he finally learned the truth. Idiots always exist regardless of location, and idiocy was not dependent on age. This law enforcement hall master was clearly an expert even above a king, but he was so lacking in restraint and kept on using such low-level methods. Although he had kept his actions well hidden, Long Chen had seen such tricks countless times. Just looking at him sticking out his butt, it was clear he was crapping. Clearly, Xuanhuan, Fan Song, and Hu Gishan all had some kind of relationship with the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to directly target Long Chen in front of the Xuan master. This would definitely leave behind a bad impression on the Xuan master, so for them to still act like this, it was all too obvious. And it wasn't just Long Chen who found it obvious. There were plenty of sharp-eyed elders who seemed to have expected such a situation. The only thing they didn't understand was how the law enforcement hall had been so skillful as to draw in the new disciples. Quite a few people were waiting to see just how vicious the law enforcement hall's slap would be in the elder hall's face. Because of Long Chen's matter, Li Chengfeng had suppressed Lu Minghan, and that had caused quite a bit of trouble. The elder hall and law enforcement hall had to have the situation mediated by the higher-ups, or a huge fight might have erupted. But that was just a stopgap. The law enforcement hall was not about to just swallow their anger over the matter. Originally, the disciples should have been looked after by the elder hall, but the law enforcement hall also had the authority to recruit disciples into joining the law enforcement hall. If it was just ordinary inner disciples, it would have been one thing. But now, Xuanhuan, Fan Song, and Hu Gishan were all core disciples with their own factions. If they joined the law enforcement hall, it would truly be a resounding slap in the elder hall's face. To put it frankly, they would be enjoying the resources provided by the elder hall so that they could work for the law enforcement hall. As for the Xuan master, he seemed to be unconcerned. As long as they didn't violate the sect's rules, he would just watch. The harshest punishment he had let out so far was forcing the law enforcement hall master to go into seclusion for 3 days. Everyone had to feel reverence toward this Xuan master's cultivation base, but he also seemed lazy to the bone, giving them a headache. This was an excellent example. The Xuanchen Dao sect was famed even within the Central Plains, and even in ordinary sects, no one would dare to so openly provoke others in front of the sect leader. But the Xuan master was just watching as if this was an interesting show. "Fine, then let's hear your quibbling," said the law enforcement hall master coldly. Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan, Fan Song, and Hu Gishan. "You said that the inner sect trial was a survival of the fittest. Then let me ask, who is the fittest?" "HMPH, do you even need to ask something like that? Are you an idiot? Of course the fittest people are those with the greatest talent and comprehension," sneered Xuanhuan. Long Chen smiled and said, "Then according to what you said, why is there a need for a trial? Why not just directly pass or fail disciples based on their data? Numbers are just a reference. Without experiencing the true battle, how are they supposed to see a person's true potential?" replied Xuanhuan. "Aren't you just slapping yourself in the face? You just said that the fittest people are those with talent and comprehension skills. But now you say that without undergoing true battle, it's impossible to see who is fitter." They received the protection of the Dragonblood Legion, but the Dragonblood warriors were only able to give them some small opportunity to adjust themselves. Toward the end, they still needed to rely on themselves to survive. Their talent might not be high, but their unswerving determination supported them. For them to survive that cruel battlefield, do you know what price they have paid? Their talent was inferior, their cultivation base was lower, and their combat power was weaker. They had to put in 10 times the effort to win their current glory. Compared to you, they are the true warriors, but you call them trash. "You're the biggest trash," sneered Long Chen. Long Chen's words caused countless people to look at those disciples behind the Dragonblood Legion. Even the strongest amongst them were only rank 3 Celestials, and there was even a small portion of rank 2 Celestials. For them to have survived such a cruel trial was truly worthy of praise. Thinking of how Xuanhuan had repeatedly called them trash, quite a few people cast disdainful glances at him. Even some elders had to nod. Talent only gave people a better starting point for cultivation, but hard work was the most important factor. Xuanhuan didn't know what to say. Looking at those distant disciples pointing at him and whispering, he had no way to retort. "But no matter what, you've pulled in a group of unfit disciples into the inner sect, affecting the fairness of the trial," said the law enforcement hall master. Quite a few elders shook their heads inside. Had this hall master's head been jammed in a door when he was a child? How could he actually say such a thing? As expected, Long Chen said, "Fair? Are you joking with me? Was there ever anything fair in this world? Furthermore, what do you mean unfit? Just because they're less talented than others, they're unfit. If talent meant everything, what would be the point of cultivating? What would be the point of comprehension? Do you think if your talent was good, you could just sleep all day and still become a god? Each disciple is a seed, and before the seed germinates, you won't be able to tell what breed they are. You see some disciples who have bloomed already, so you feel they are talented and will have greater accomplishments. But are the disciples who haven't bloomed yet unfit? What idiot logic! Just because you don't bloom or bear fruit, why can't you be a sapling that grows into a heaven-reaching tree? Get back to your job and do it properly. When it comes to teaching and raising people, the elder hall are the professionals. Don't embarrass yourself here." "What nonsense! Do you think I'm blind? You think they can grow into heaven-reaching trees? For them to only be rank 3 Celestials at the Sea Expansion Realm, the Foundation Forging Realm will be their limit. Not even 1 in 10,000 of them will condense a Jade core. What sophistry to call such people heaven-reaching trees?" raged the law enforcement hall master. The Jade core he mentioned was the actual realm of the king level. In the eastern wasteland, those who had reached the Jade core realm were called kings, because in desolate places like the 4 outer regions, those who could reach the Jade core realm were truly kings of the heavens. But in the central plains, it was just called the Jade core realm. Normally, only rank 4 Celestials could condense a Jade core. For others, the chances of them condensing a Jade core was extremely low. For the law enforcement hall master to say that not 1 in 10,000 of these rank 3 Celestials would be able to break through to the Jade core realm, he was merely stating a fact. "You're the one spouting nonsense. Are your eyes blind, or did water get in your head? Otherwise, I don't understand why you would spout such nonsense in front of the Xuan master. There are countless marvels and miracles in this world. How can you claim that none of them will grow to such heights? Are you a god? Can your will subvert the will of the heavens? How can you be absolutely sure?" sneered Long Chen. "Then what kind of proof do you have that they won't be a waste of the sect's resources?" retorted the law enforcement hall master. "I'm the best proof," said Long Chen. What can you prove?" sneered the law enforcement hall master. "When I was 15, I was just at the 3rd heaven stage of chi condensation. Is this proof enough?" The only response to Long Chen's words was stunned silence. Chapter 10:29 Xuanhuan Blessing. Translator Born to Be. Everyone was filled with disbelief. That made Long Chen realize something. The Elder Hall had definitely hidden everything about him. He had thought that some information about him would already be circulating amongst a portion of these people, but now it seemed the Elder Hall Master was also someone with profound scheming. He intentionally didn't release information about Long Chen to give him more opportunities to slap people's faces. Long Chen looked at him, and he saw the Elder Hall Master looking back at him, a slight smile on his face. As expected, he was an old fox. Perhaps all his reactions were within his expectations. Old Ginger truly was hotter than young Ginger. Compared to how crafty the Elder Hall Master was, the Law Enforcement Hall Master's little tricks should be nothing. According to reason, the Elder Hall should be toying with the Law Enforcement Hall. But how was it that the Law Enforcement Hall was still so overbearing? Long Chen couldn't help being shocked. He felt like he was still too inexperienced. The Elder Hall was already using him. Although he had known that beheading Lu Minghan would make him enemies with the Law Enforcement Hall, he had never regretted it. Back then, Lu Minghan had gone too far. However, he didn't like this kind of obscure feeling of being used. He didn't mind being a weapon for the Elder Hall, but he hoped they would be tougher rather than being so veiled. This made him feel uncertain. Long Chen is telling the truth. The Elder Hall has investigated his past, and we're sure that what he is saying is the truth. The Elder Hall Master seemed to see through Long Chen's thoughts and opened his mouth for the first time. Long Chen was a bit surprised, but he quickly realized that the Elder Hall Master was expressing his position for him so that he could be at ease. Originally, his greatest worry was that he would be tossed aside once he was finished being used. That would infuriate him. From the Phoenix Cry Empire, the 108th Monastery, the 36th Super Monastery, and then the Eastern Wastelands branch sect, he had already seen through these kinds of unspoken rules. He was aware that before he stabilized his own footing, the most important thing was to find a reliable backer. The Elder Hall was his best option now. He needed the Elder Hall, and the Elder Hall needed him. Working together would only bring benefits to both of them. The Law Enforcement Hall Master's expression became ugly once the Elder Hall Master spoke. He knew he had fallen for a trap. Just now, he had said that these rank 3 Celestials wouldn't be able to reach the King Realm in their lifetimes, but his words had been too overconfident. Long Chen had only been at Qi condensation when he was 15 years old. According to the theory he had just stated, such a person shouldn't even be called a cultivator. They were just a cripple. But now, Long Chen had reached the Central Plains and was contending against the heavenly geniuses. His words were now a slap in the face, and a very resounding one at that. There are always some people who run into a lucky chance. But can you say that every person will have your kind of luck as well? Retorted the Law Enforcement Hall Master. When we first followed Boss, we weren't even Celestials, said Yu Ran. He is right. None of the Dragonblood Legion's people were innate Celestials. We've investigated it and we can confirm it, said the Elder Hall Master. Now the Law Enforcement Hall Master was even more infuriated, as he was slapped in the face once more. There was no way to retort, and all his paths had been blocked by Long Chen. Long Chen was using himself to tell everyone that sometimes hard work was even more important than talent. There were no absolutes in this world, and people shouldn't be looked down upon just because they were less talented. Luo Fan, do you have anything else to add? Finally, the Xuan Master opened his mouth. Reporting to Xuan Master, disciple simply feels. The Xuan Master waved his hand to cut him off. Don't answer beside the point. If you have nothing else to add, begin the badge awarding ceremony. Yes, the Law Enforcement Hall Master had no choice but to helplessly retreat. The Xuan Master's meaning was clear. He had no ground to stand on, so don't say any more. In other words, he had to accept that these people would be inner sect disciples. Although he was unwilling, he was unable to find any reason to go against this. All disciples who pass the inner sect trial step forward. Take your inner sect robes and badges. Starting today, you are the glorious inner sect disciples. Li Chengfeng walked forward and announced. Cheering erupted, the loudest cheering coming from the people following Long Chen. They had succeeded. The Elder Hall's elders distributed the disciple robes as well as individual status badges. With these badges, they could withdraw a certain amount of resources each month and enter the cultivation grounds. Once everything was distributed, Li Chengfeng continued, Now we will distribute the core disciple badges." Xuanhuan sneered while looking toward Long Chen. Only Hua Xiu looked toward him with some sympathy. She felt some pity for him as he had the power to be a core disciple. The disciples behind Long Chen became dim. They were the ones who had held him back. Hua Xiu, Hu Gishan, Fan Song, Wang Zhen, Xuanhuan, and Long Chen, come forth and receive your new robes and badges. Li Changfeng paused for a moment before saying Long Chen's name. Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. What, didn't he fail? Han Yunchen was the first to cry out. What's going on? He clearly failed, so why does he get a core disciple spot? Liu Kang, what do you think you're doing? Roared the law enforcement hall master. The Liu Kang he spoke of was the elder hall master. I'm not doing anything. Long Chen has met the criteria to be a core disciple, said Liu Kang lightly. The law enforcement hall master, Luo Fan, was infuriated. He bowed toward the Xuan master and said, Xuan master, Liu Kang's conduct is an abuse of his position. Liu Kang, give me a reason, said the Xuan master. Liu Kang also bowed and said, reporting to Xuan master, the trial is just a kind of formality. We can't lose a genius because we are stuck adhering to the convention. The main goal of the trial is not to test the core disciples' power or potential, but their leadership capabilities. The reason the Dao sect spends so much to raise its core disciples is because it wishes to raise a genius commander to lead the junior generation. Long Chen led the weakest faction with the lowest talent, but all the way to the end, his faction's mortality rate was the lowest. He has a sharp vision, powerful charisma, and great wisdom. Furthermore, even while he was in the core disciple trial, when his faction met with danger, he didn't hesitate to give up the enticement of a core disciple spot to help his faction. This all embodies the elements of a commander. What nonsense! Commanders should view accomplishing their missions as their goals. If they failed their mission because of soft-heartedness, what kind of commander would they be? That would just be a trash commander, sneered Luo Fan. Liu Kang looked at Luo Fan and shook his head. If you use any means necessary to accomplish the mission, then it can't count as success in the end. A commander who fails the mission because he protected his people is trash, but a commander who sacrifices his companions, lives to accomplish the mission is worse than trash. Long Chen hadn't expected that the refined and wily elder hall master would be able to say such bold words. He couldn't help but feel some praise. His last words were said with emotion, or else there was no way it would strike people so deeply in the heart. He was definitely speaking his true feelings. You're just forcibly twisting logic, raged Luo Fan. Logic is constant and cannot be twisted. It is the right of the elder hall to award Long Chen with a core disciple spot. If the law enforcement hall is dissatisfied, you can file a complaint, but you have no right to interfere. Hall master, you go beyond your authority. Liu Kang shook his head. His words didn't contain any anger, but they were so persuasive that it totally convinced people. One was refined and graceful, while the other was flustered. When placed side by side, the difference was stark. Long Chen shook his head. This law enforcement hall master was an idiot. Just how had he cultivated to reach his current level? Were the heavens that blind? If Long Chen were the Xuan master, he'd have long since slapped this idiot to death. He couldn't understand what this impenetrable Xuan master was thinking. Long Chen has met the requirements for a core disciple. There's no need to fight over this matter, said the Xuan master in a tone which said his words were final. The law enforcement hall master's expression immediately became exceedingly ugly, but he didn't dare to say anything. He knew that while the Xuan master didn't normally interfere, no one could change the decisions he made. If he dared to retort, he would definitely have to endure his thunderous fury. Hua Xiu, Hu Gishan, Fan Song, Wang Zhen, Xuanhuan, and Long Chen walked up to the platform and received a beautiful case. Inside were their core disciple badges and robes. Long Chen, just wait. I won't let you off, whispered Xuanhuan as he glanced sideways at Long Chen. Long Chen looked at him and coldly said, Idiot, did you think I would let you off? But the two of them were only able to exchange a few words before they had to return to their factions. The welcoming ceremony starts now. Activate the Xuanhuan blessing. The Xuanhuan tower suddenly lit up, countless runes revolving around it. Immortal spiritual qi began to descend upon the disciples. Everyone immediately felt their bodies light and all their pores open, greedily absorbing that hallowed aura. My spirit root is upgrading and my spirit blood is being purified. Heavens, what kind of energy is this? The disciples went wild with excitement. Baptized under that aura, they felt their bodies undergoing some kind of metamorphosis. The men grew more handsome, and the women grew even more beautiful. This is the blessing of the Xuanhuan Tower, and it will be extremely beneficial to your future cultivation. You'll understand in the future. That's all, the welcoming ceremony is over, announced Li Chengfeng. Tusk. Suddenly, a blood-red saber appeared and lightly cut across a hand. Fresh blood flowed onto a badge. Seeing Long Chen's actions, everyone's expressions changed. Chapter 10:30 Using blood to ring the bell. Translator born to be. The disciples had just begun to scatter when they saw Long Chen take out Bloodrinker and open a cut on his hand. His blood dripped onto his badge. The elders' expressions all changed. They immediately realized Long Chen was about to do something extremely crazy. Dong! The sound of a bell reverberated throughout the air, freezing all the exiting elders in their tracks. Only the Xuan master's figure was already gone, and nobody knew when he had left. Quezinian I Long Chen, use my status as a core disciple to issue you a life and death battle. Using my blood to ring the bell, I ask everyone to bear witness. Long Chen's saber was propped on the ground, his blood completely covering his badge. He had activated the battle-pact mechanism inside the badge. Before the trial, the disciples had all been introduced to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's rules. Within those countless rules, there was one that said if disciples had irreconcilable enmities, they could initiate challenges to each other. However, there would be no suppressing of the weak. Challenges had to be between people on the same level. Inner sect disciples could only challenge inner sect disciples. They couldn't challenge outer sect disciples. The first thing Long Chen did after obtaining his core disciple badge was to issue a challenge, and it was no ordinary challenge. By using his blood to ring the bell, he had issued a life and death challenge. Only core disciples were qualified to issue life and death challenges. This kind of challenge represented that their enmity had reached the point of either you die or I die. Core disciples were all important pillars of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and so the bell had to be tolled for a life and death challenge between them. It signified that the entire sect's attention had to be focused at such a time. Long Chen, don't be foolish. Li Chengfeng's expression changed. Ha 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 ha, good, you have guts, Long Chen. I accept. However, before Li Chengfeng could finish speaking, Quezinian had already bit his thumb and allowed his blood to drip onto his badge. Dong! The sound of a bell once more rang out, but this time, two pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping the two of them. In that instant, their bodies became illusory and isolated by the light pillars. This was all in accordance with the triggering of a life and death challenge. Once it was confirmed and approved, the two of them would be transported to the life and death stage. All the disciples present were stunned. This turn of events had happened too suddenly. Before they could understand what was happening, the two of them were enveloped by those light pillars. But the Dragonblood warriors understood Long Chen, and they knew he wasn't capable of accepting things as they were. He had to get revenge for those disciples. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. The other disciples who had followed him also understood, but they had never expected Long Chen to care so much. That matter was already over, and Long Chen had already done more than his share for them. Even if things were left like this, they would be eternally grateful to him. The matter was already over, and those people were already dead, but Long Chen was unable to put down the killing intent in his heart. He had to get revenge for those people, or he wouldn't be able to rest. Even Hua Shiyu, Wang Zhen, and the others were startled. Long Chen was definitely a madman. Madmen were too frightening. He refused to wait even a single night for revenge. Hu Gishan and Fan Song sneered. In their eyes, Long Chen was simply looking to be killed. He had no idea just how powerful they were. There was an uncrossable divide between them. Han Yunshan, Wei Changhai, and Yan Machen were all delighted as they had enmity with him. Han Yunshan had even been tormented by Long Chen and wished to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Hall Master Liu Kang, two core disciples have initiated a life and death challenge. What are you still hesitating for? Sneered Luo Fan sinisterly. He hadn't expected there to be such a turnaround. This fortune had come too suddenly. With Long Chen taking the initiative to kill himself, he was already impatient. The two of them had already finished the formalities. All they needed was Liu Kang's approval, and the life and death martial stage would be opened. Now seeing Liu Kang standing there silently, Luo Fan couldn't help but urge him. He longed to see the sight of Long Chen being killed. Liu Kang suddenly smiled. In the beginning, he had also been shocked by Long Chen's actions. He wasn't able to understand what Long Chen was thinking, and just as he had been wondering if he should permit them to fight or not, A voice rang out in his head, allowing him to relax. He took out a foot-long chessboard. Thousands of runes were revolving over that chessboard, making it a dazzling sight. This was a tool to control the Xuanhuan Dao sect's thousands of trial and cultivation regions. Seeing that, a trace of envy appeared in Luo Fan's eyes. The reason the Elder Hall possessed so much authority was because they controlled so many resources. As for the Law Enforcement Hall, they only had the authority to enforce the laws of the sect. Although they were an important department, their prestige was not as high as the Elder Hall's. It is not permitted to initiate life and death challenges for the first 3 months after joining the sect, but since you have so much anger, I will permit you to fight. However, you may not kill your opponent. If you agree, the battle can advance. If you don't, then the challenge will be revoked. If you still fight in private, you will receive a heavy punishment, declared Liu Kang. In reality, these were not Liu Kang's words, but the words of someone above him. He was just following their instructions. Disciple accepts, shouted Kuei Xinyan. Disciple also accepts, said Long Chen. The two of you better take note. Don't try to harbor any evil thoughts and accidentally kill your opponent. If you do, you will be expelled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect, warned Liu Kang. Don't worry, I won't kill him. Killing him would be letting him off too easily, said Kuei Xinyan, a sinister expression on his face. Long Chen didn't say anything. Wasn't it just being expelled? Then it was fine. Seeing that two of them had no objections, Liu Kang activated the chessboard. The scene before everyone changed as they appeared in front of a huge martial stage, with Long Chen and Kuei Xinyan standing in the middle of it. Within an underground palace at the core of the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Xuan master was sitting on a prayer mat, an ancient chessboard in front of him. The chessboard was covered in pieces, and the white and black pieces were in a deadlock. The Xuan master looked at the chessboard, a white piece in his hand. Even after a long time, he was unable to place it. In the end, he placed the piece in his hand in an unremarkable corner. An aged voice rang out. A meaningless move. The voice had come from in front of the Xuan master. It was like someone was sitting in front of him on the other side of the chessboard, but it was impossible to see anyone. I don't believe so. Whether it has meaning or not, what should be done should be done. Without taking a few steps, how will I clearly see the whole situation? Said the Xuan master lazily. Are you saying you don't believe me? Said that ancient voice, a bit of dissatisfaction in its voice. This little one doesn't dare. For that little fellow, you pulled me out of seclusion. You know, I had just begun to grasp a bit, said the Xuan master helplessly. If it wasn't something so important, why would I pull you out? The reincarnation mirror has already issued a warning that the person who caused it to crack back then has arrived. I already warned Liu Kang and them not to make things easy or hard for Long Chen. But that little fellow has a terrifying origin. The reincarnation mirror only saw the tip of the iceberg before it also broke apart. He's most likely a divergent. Now that he has come to the Xuanhuan Dao sect, it could be an immensely good thing, or it could cause the entire sect to be destroyed. So I need you to be serious, warned that ancient voice. If you're going to watch me so closely, why not just do it yourself? The Xuan master bitterly smiled. What nonsense, I'm also at a critical juncture and need to go into seclusion. How do I have time to watch over him? Snorted the voice. Then since you've left this matter to me, just let me handle it. Don't stare at me like a hawk. I have my own style of handling things and there's no need for you to worry, said the Xuan master. Fine, I'll leave it to you. That ancient voice stopped speaking, leaving behind only the Xuan master staring at the chessboard. It was unknown how many years this game had been going on. Things were in a complete deadlock, and no matter what move he made, it wouldn't change things. Once a deadlock is broken, I'll have to spend some time thinking of the next arrangement. Victory or defeat is unpredictable, sighed the Xuan master after a long time. Top the martial stage, Long Chen and Kuei Xinyan glared at each other, their killing intent for the other not at all concealed. The heir was taut. Can senior apprentice brother Long Chen win? Asked one disciple worriedly. Starting today, you'll have to remember not to call him senior apprentice brother Long Chen. Call him boss, because boss already treats you as brothers. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen doesn't sound mighty or domineering enough. Secondly, you'll have to remember that boss is an undefeatable battle god. At the very least in the same realm, he won't lose to anyone, said Xuanhuan. Xuanhuan understood Long Chen the best. He knew that at the beginning, Long Chen had merely felt some pity for these disciples. He hadn't been thinking too much about it, and he had just been planning on helping them out a bit. But as they cooperated and formed bonds of trust, choosing to give their lives to their companions during the crisis, his feelings had changed. He had thought of the beginning of the Dragonblood Legion. People's emotions were strange things. It was unknown when his feelings had changed exactly, but Xuanhuan knew that Long Chen was already planning on leading these hot-blooded men. "Many thanks, Boss Xuanhuan. I understand," said the disciple gratefully. "What the fuck, there's only one boss. You can't call me that or I'll be beaten. If you want to praise me, you can call me handsome god," said Xuanhuan. "Stop talking, boss is about to attack." Gu Yang cut the two of them off. They hastily looked toward the martial stage. Chapter 10, 31 Calamities Provoked by a Slutty Mouth. Translator Born to Be. The 30-mile martial stage was formed of cyan bricks, looking like one solid body. 4 pillars soared into the heavens from the 4 corners of the stage, and a bright light enveloped the martial stage, keeping everyone else outside. At the center, Long Chen and Xuanhuan glared at each other. Xuanhuan had launched a sneak attack against Long Chen's flame dragon so that he could devour it with his earth flame, but he had met with cataclysmic failure, his own flame beast being taken away from him. Now, seeing the culprit standing before him, he was full of hatred. "Long Chen, rejoice that this place is the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Otherwise, I'd cut you into 1,000 pieces. However, just because I can't kill you doesn't mean I can't cripple you and make you pay the price." Long Chen looked back at Xuanhuan and shook his head. "You're just an idiot. Did you really think that this matter is so simple? You think the enmity between us is limited to an earth flame beast? You're wrong, very wrong. To stop me from getting a core disciple spot, you sneak attacked my flame dragon. Originally, that should have just been a private enmity between us. For those who walk on the path of cultivation, fierce competition and fighting is only natural. That's not wrong. But idiot, you should look at the situation. In that kind of critical moment, your actions caused the deaths of over 10,000 innocent disciples. Did you think this matter would end just like that? In this world, there's no one that can forever look down on others. Perhaps in your eyes, or perhaps in the eyes of the sex rules, your actions weren't a mistake. You also have an excuse to avoid punishment. But there are always people that don't tread the usual paths. For example, me. I don't need to use the rules to punish you, nor do I need to gather something as senseless as proof. I prefer being straightforward and direct. To me, rules are all nonsense. Now that you've come onto the martial stage of the two of us, only one can leave alive. Long Chen's voice was ice-cold and full of unquestionable resolve. He had decided, no matter what the price was, he had to kill this idiot, even if he had to be expelled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Other than the Dragonblood warriors, everyone else was startled. So Long Chen's previous agreement had been nothing more than a formality. His goal to kill Xuanhuan hadn't changed. "Ha ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Good, what a grand desire. But trash who isn't even a celestial wouldn't be able to achieve such a dream in their lifetime," laughed Xuanhuan. As a peak heavenly genius, he had never encountered someone arrogant enough to say they would kill him. Hu Gishan, Wang Zhen and Fan Song sneered disdainfully. Even Hua Xiu shook her head. "Big sister Xiu, can Long Chen win?" asked Zhao Ziyan worriedly. Although Long Chen's refusal to allow her to join the Dragonblood Legion twice made her feel bad, it didn't affect the image of Long Chen in her heart. In her eyes, Long Chen was an energetic and positive figure whose humorous way of speaking had warmed her heart. Now seeing Hu Gishan and the others' expressions, her heart sank. "His chances are very low. Well, to put it more bluntly, he has no chance at all," said Hua Xiu. "Are you sure? Long Chen is extremely powerful," said Zhao Ziyan. "Foolish girl, although you're also a rank 5 celestial, you haven't gone through the baptism of a spirit pool. Without reaching the point of merging with heaven and earth, there are many things you don't understand. Although Long Chen is one of those stinky men, at least he's a real man, unlike those arrogant and presumptuous men who think all the world's women should be theirs. However, he isn't a celestial, and even if he encountered some kind of miracle, the difference is clear." "He cannot make up for it," said Hua Xiu. Despite not having a favorable opinion of his odds, for someone who disliked men so much like Hua Xiu, to say such words clearly showed that Long Chen's display after their initial conflict had won him some admiration from her. However, admiration was just admiration. She didn't think highly of his hot-headedness or his lack of intelligence. Today, even if he doesn't die, he'll at least be crippled. That's the consequences of being such a slut, sneered Wei Changhai suddenly. He had always been bitterly pursuing Zhao Ziyan, while Zhao Ziyan always hid from him, refusing to face him. Although he never encountered success, Wei Changhai didn't give up. But ever since that day when he had seen Zhao Ziyan speaking with Long Chen, things had changed. She had never spoken to him like that, nor had she ever smiled like that around him. In his fury, he had attacked Long Chen only to get repeatedly slapped in return. His hatred for Long Chen had reached an extreme level, which was why he was delighted that Long Chen would send himself to his death by challenging Xuanhuan. Hearing Zhao Ziyan voice her worry for Long Chen, his fury ignited again. He had lost a great deal of face because of Long Chen, and even his urge to pursue Zhao Ziyan had weakened because of him. Furthermore, Zhao Ziyan now seemed to hate him as well. As for calling him a slut, it was a play on words. He was cursing Long Chen, but he was also cursing Zhao Ziyan with the word slut was usually used to curse women. But Wei Changhai didn't expect that this one word would bring a calamity onto him. He had forgotten that Hua Xiu was standing right there. Countless flower petals suddenly condensed into a spear and stabbed through Wei Changhai's heart, leaving a large hole in his chest. "Clean your filthy mouth. Next time you say something like that, I'll slaughter you," said Hua Xiu coldly. No one had expected Hua Xiu to attack suddenly. Furthermore, her attack was so vicious and had come with no warning at all. She didn't give Wei Changhai any chance to dodge. That shocked everyone. Was the difference between rank 5 Celestials truly so great? If Hua Xiu had wanted to kill Wei Changhai, he would already be dead. Wei Changhai was startled and infuriated, but he had only just opened his mouth when he coughed up blood. He was horrified to find that he was unable to heal his injury. With his heart destroyed and his blood pouring out, he was rapidly weakening. Hua Xiu's attack had contained a strange energy that rendered his heavenly Tao energy ineffective. If this continued, he really would run out of blood and die. Suddenly, a large hand patted Wei Changhai's body, spreading a strange fluctuation that eliminated Hua Xiu's energy. Only then was Wei Changhai able to use his heavenly Tao energy to heal. But even after healing the injury, he had lost a huge amount of blood, and his face was as pale as paper. He stared at Hua Xiu in terror, finally realizing how terrifying this woman was. "Hua Xiu, you went too far." Hu Gishan frowned, pulling back his hand. If it hadn't been for him, Wei Changhai would have been in trouble. As soon as Wei Changhai had said the word slut, Hu Gishan had had a bad feeling. He had been about to chide him, but it had been too late. Wei Changhai's words might have been offensive, but no matter what, he was Hu Gishan's subordinate. Even if you wanted to beat a dog, you had to see who the owner was first. Hua Xiu's attack was also a slap to Hu Gishan's face. "Do you see? This is the difference. Long Chen has no chance of victory," said Hua Xiu to Zhao Ziyan as if she hadn't heard Hu Gishan. Hu Gishan's expression sank. "What, do you want to challenge me? I Hua Xiu never fear any stinky man. If you want to fight, let's fight." Hua Xiu's eyes turned cold. Hua Xiu had always appeared like an arrogant fairy, but she had the right to be full of herself. Not only was she as beautiful as a heavenly fairy, but she also had such terrifying combat strength. Amongst the core disciples, she had defeated her silver lizard the fastest. Although the others had been holding back, Hua Xiu had also yet to reveal her true power. At least on the surface, it seemed like she was the strongest since she had obtained her core disciple spot first. "HMPH, we'll have an opportunity for that later," snorted Hu Gishan before turning silent. He was extremely apprehensive of Hua Xiu, but he wasn't afraid. It was just that now wasn't the time to make enemies. The elders frowned. How was it that the youngsters these days didn't have the slightest bit of respect anymore? Did they not see that they were right there? This scuffle drew quite a bit of attention, but their conflict didn't grow any further, so everyone's attention once more focused on the two people on the martial stage. Neither Long Chen nor Xuanhuan had seen what was happening outside. The martial stage was special, and every one of their actions was projected so that the people outside could see it clearly. However, the ones inside were isolated from the outside world so that they could fight without any distractions. The two of them didn't know that before they started fighting, a rank 5 Celestial had almost caused his own death because of one word. "Long Chen, trying to anger me is useless. I'm not stupid enough to kill you, and I won't give up my future prospects because of trash like you. However, I'll crush you like the dog you are on this martial stage." Xuanhuan suddenly clapped his hands together. Roaring rang out as a huge flame leopard appeared on the martial stage. Chapter 10, 32 Heavenly Net Earth Core Blaze. Translator Born to Be. As soon as that flame leopard appeared, it let out a heaven-shaking roar. It was now no longer 5 miles long, but 8. The other thing different from before was the light circulating inside and outside the leopard's body. Powerful pressure caused the space around it to twist. He actually hid his flame beast's power. The Dragonblood warriors were startled. During the inner sect trial, the flame beast Xuanhuan had summoned hadn't possessed this power. It wasn't just them. All the disciples who had participated in that trial were shocked. Originally, they had thought that the core disciples had been forced to use their full power in the core disciple trial. They hadn't thought that they had been holding back. It was clear that Xuanhuan hadn't used his full power, or if he had shown this power back then, he probably would have been the one to obtain the first core disciple spot. Long Chen, it's too late to beg for mercy now. Today, I'll make you live a life worse than death. The flame leopard was glaring at Long Chen, and it was already beginning to store up energy. As long as Xuanhuan gave the order, it would immediately launch an attack. Only once you were standing in front of such an enormous flame beast would you know how terrifying it was. Just its aura would make others unable to breathe. The martial stage's barrier prevented the outside world's auras from entering, but the auras inside could come out. However, due to the barrier, it didn't have any threat to the people outside. But even then, the level of its aura still made these disciples feel like there was a stone crushing their hearts. It made their hair stand on end. Do you think I'm as stupid as you? You think a single earth flame beast can make me kneel and beg? Are you sure you have a brain? Sneered Long Chen. You still can't see the reality now. This earth flame beast is my true trump card. The heart-rending salamander flame you devoured is only ranked 93 on the earth flame rankings, but my heavenly net earth core blaze is ranked 85. Its power is several times that of the heart-rending salamander flame, and if I wasn't unwilling, I'd have long since let it devour my other earth flame. You really overrate yourself. Do you know how laughable you are? My things aren't so easy to devour. I will take back 10 times what you took from me. The flame leopard behind Xuanhuan roared and suddenly launched a claw at Long Chen. That claw was like a small mountain, but what shocked everyone was that Long Chen didn't dodge. Instead, he sent out a punch. Boom, the entire martial stage shook. The flame leopard was forced back by Long Chen's punch. As for Long Chen, he was also knocked back a few hundred meters. Fool, do you think refusing to release your earth flame will save it from being devoured? Don't worry, as long as I defeat you, extracting your earth flame will be of no effort at all for me. Xuanhuan stood with his hands clasped behind him. He had no intention of directly attacking, implying that just his flame leopard was enough to handle Long Chen. Long Chen didn't reply. He continued to fight with his fists against the flame leopard, but he was forced to repeatedly fall back. Will boss be all right? Asked the disciple beside Xuanhuan. Are you joking? They're still just in the process of probing each other. Furthermore, boss's power surpasses your imagination. Just watch, replied Xuanhuan. That flame leopard's power was absolutely shocking. Each one of its blows could shatter mountains. Watching this, the disciples all had to admire the power of a core disciple. Any of these attacks could easily kill them. But despite what Xuanhuan said, they were worried to see Long Chen repeatedly being forced back. People all had sympathy for the weak, and in their eyes, they had long since labeled Long Chen the weak one. The women were especially sympathetic. Although Long Chen wasn't especially handsome, red flowers always needed green leaves to set themselves off. Compared to Xuanhuan, who arrogantly looked down upon everyone else, Long Chen appeared exceptionally handsome and moving. The majority of the disciples here hadn't participated in the inner sect trial and didn't know what had happened. But just from the words between the two of them, they knew Long Chen was getting revenge for people who had died because of Xuanhuan. That made them feel even more sympathetic. You can do it, Long Chen, cried a woman in the crowd suddenly. What the fuck? How am I supposed to live like this? Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. When did his boss's charisma grow to this level? When he was a poser, he had people worship him, and when he wasn't a poser, people sympathized with him. Why was it that he didn't have the same luck? With one person taking the lead, quite a few people began to cheer for Long Chen, with the majority of them being women. Tang Wan'er couldn't help but laugh. Did that scoundrel really possess this much charisma? Why was it that she had never managed to see such a thing? Stop shouting, you're annoying. The ones inside can't hear the sounds from outside, roared Han Yunchen. Seeing so many people sympathizing with Long Chen, he was infuriated. Han Yunchen truly did lack brains. He didn't even understand the simple rule that he shouldn't roar at women, especially not a group of women. How could you be so coarse? If we want to cheer, we'll cheer. What does it have to do with you? Exactly, if you don't want to listen, then don't listen. By shouting even louder, aren't you just being more annoying? HMPH, I can tell you're a bad person with just a look. You're definitely jealous of him. Quite a few people hadn't even been cheering at first, but because of Han Yunshin's roar, they joined in just to irritate him. You damn slew. Han Yunshin suddenly felt an icy killing intent lock onto him, and all his hair stood on end. Everyone looked at him oddly. Continue. Huashiyu looked indifferently at Han Yunshin. A drop of sweat dripped off Han Yunshin's forehead and onto the ground. He felt like his back had been drenched in sweat in an instant. He had almost forgotten there was a terrifying fiend near him. Wei Changhai had almost lost his life because of his mouth. If he committed a second violation, he didn't know if there would even be a Han Yunshin in this world any longer. Han Yunshin shut his mouth, refusing to say a word. Even his lower mouth was clenched tight, as he was afraid the slightest fart might end his life. Seeing this, the flower petals around Huashiyu slowly faded, and she continued looking at the martial stage. At this time, Long Chen had been forced into a corner by the flame leopard. It roared and launched a claw at him. This time, there was nowhere to dodge. Boom! The huge claw landed on the martial stage. Quite a few people jumped, thinking Long Chen had been crushed. What speed! Cried someone suddenly. At some unknown point, Long Chen had appeared in the air and launched a vicious kick at the flame leopard's head. The flame leopard smashed into the barrier, and then rebounded back. It let out a furious roar and released a flame sphere that shot toward Long Chen. It was huge, and Long Chen didn't even have a chance to dodge before he was struck. Startled cries rang out from the disciples. This had happened too suddenly. Had Long Chen only just launched a counterattack before being killed? A dragon's cry rang out. A 10-mile flame dragon appeared and smashed apart the flame sphere with its tail. Long Chen was surrounded by flickering lightning as he floated in the air. The huge flame dragon circled around him, and a powerful aura began to rise. That was a kind of formless energy that caused the Dragon Blood warriors to burst into cheers. Boss is finally getting serious. This aura was something the Dragon Blood warriors were familiar with. It meant that Long Chen's warm-up was finished and the true battle was about to start. When this aura permeated through the barrier, the Hall Master's expressions changed. This will, he walks the undefeatable Tao. This aura was too clear for them. It was incomparably arrogant and domineering. Only an expert who had never once tasted defeat could possess such a thing. The disciples didn't understand what this aura signified, but it made them tremble. You're finally willing to bring out your rations to feed my earth flame beast, sneered Xuanhuan. Yes, but I'm worried your earth flame beast doesn't have the stomach for it. Long Chen extended another hand. His arm shook and another dragon cry rang out. Another 10-mile dragon appeared, this one formed of lightning. Chapter 1033, The True Power of Being Merged with Heaven and Earth. Translator Born to Be. The two dragons coiled around each other, their dragon cries shaking the sky. Blazing light came from them that dazzled the people outside. How domineering! Long Chen was like a god as he stood in the midst of those two dragons. The disciples outside had seen countless experts, but they had never seen someone who appeared so domineering. Long Chen's domineeringness was not an external appearance, but something that came from his bones. It usually didn't reveal itself, but when he began to fight for real, it would unconsciously awaken. It wasn't even something that Long Chen did on purpose. It was a sign of the 9-star Hegemon body art and impossible to hide. When Long Chen circulated the 9-star Hegemon body art, that wild, domineering aura would spread. That was an aura that refused to be one with heaven and earth. The Central Plains, disciples had never seen such a thing, but the Dragon Blood warriors were familiar with the sight, and their blood began to boil. The sight of Long Chen standing in the air with the two brilliant dragons around him also possessed a special effect on the women who were still in the springtime of their youth. How handsome! One of the Heaven Female Alliance's maidens involuntarily clenched her hands in front of her, looking worshipfully at that figure on the martial stage. What's so handsome about a stinky man? You're not allowed to worship him, ordered Huashiyu coldly. But even as she said this, she had to admit that Long Chen's current appearance was worth a second look. You think that summoning two little pieces of crap will allow you to fight against me? Your flame dragon will be my beast's food. Xuanhuan had absolute confidence in his earth flame beast. Show him just who is the food, ordered Long Chen. Huo Long and Lei Long both roared and charged at Xuanhuan's flame beast. Devour them, Xuanhuan also gave his flame beast an order. The flame leopard roared and pounced. Originally, the flame and lightning dragons had been flying separately, but on the way, they suddenly coiled around each other, forming a flame and lightning twister. Boom! Flames and lightning erupted, instantly filling the entire barrier. The disciples outside were unable to see the situation inside any longer, as all they saw was chaos. But even standing outside, they could feel the ground constantly shaking. "What's going on inside?" cried some of the disciples. The elder hall master muttered to himself and slowly extended his hands. Forming three hand seals, the martial stage in the barrier began to rapidly expand. The disciples cried out in shock and hastily fell back. In just a few breaths, the martial stage had grown by 10 times. As it expanded, the scene inside grew clearer. They saw a lightning and flame dragon fighting intensely against a flame leopard. Each time their huge bodies collided, it would cause the ground to shake. It was an incredibly crazy and fierce fight that shocked all of them. Xuanhuan hadn't expected that Chen's flame and lightning dragons would be able to contend evenly with his earth flame beast. For the moment, there was no way to determine victory or defeat. That was completely different from the result he had imagined. He thought that Chen's flame dragon wouldn't have had time to completely refine his first earth flame yet. And even if it had, its power would only barely be able to match the heart-rending salamander flame. It definitely would not surpass it. That was because Chen's flame dragon's power had been weaker. Even after devouring it, its power would not surpass the heart-rending salamander flame. As for the current earth flame beast, it was ranked 85th, and it was much, much stronger than the heart-rending salamander flame. It would be able to easily devour it. He had always been hesitating about whether or not he should allow his heavenly net earth core blaze to devour his heart-rending salamander flame. That would strengthen the heavenly net earth core blaze, but he had never been willing to do so, as both these earth flames had cost him endless sweat and blood to raise. Of course, he had never imagined that one would be devoured by Chen. So now, Xuanhuan wanted the heavenly net earth core blaze to devour Chen's flame dragon. That would be like devouring 2 earth flames for the price of 1. But then he was startled to find that the flame dragon was stronger than he had imagined. Although its actual power was at most a match for the heart-rending salamander flame, it actually possessed battle tactics and knew how to cooperate with the lightning dragon to attack. That was the thing that Xuanhuan found most unbelievable. Although earth flames had spirits, their intelligence was extremely limited. Everything they did occurred instinctively, and being able to listen to a few simple orders was the limit. But Chen's lightning and flame dragons were extremely smart and knew how to cooperate. It was only through this cooperation that they managed to fight evenly against his flame leopard, whose power far surpassed theirs. What Xuanhuan didn't know was that Chen's earth flame had been harvested while it had been extremely young and immature. There had been great room for growth and molding, and as a result of Chen's attention and care, it was extremely devoted to him. But Xuanhuan's earth flames were different. They had been forcibly subdued with secret arts when they had already been fully mature. They didn't dare to refuse his orders, and as a result, there were many things that couldn't be communicated. Earth flames would normally slowly mature in well-hidden regions during their youth. They wouldn't be easily noticed, and when they dared to go out, they were mostly fully matured. So it was very difficult to find immature earth flames. Furthermore, Xuanhuan was startled by the lightning dragon. Since it was formed of lightning, it wasn't afraid of the flame leopard tearing at it. Even if it bit off a piece of its body, all it got were some lightning runes. The flame leopard was unable to devour lightning runes, and those runes would return to the lightning dragon's body eventually. While the lightning dragon was the main fighter, the flame dragon would constantly nip and bite at the flame leopard, occasionally managing to get a bite. Although there was no way for it to immediately digest that energy and strengthen itself, a flame beast that lost its core runes would gradually weaken. 1 or 2 bites wasn't a big problem, but if it continued, his flame leopard would only grow weaker, and sooner or later, it would be completely devoured. So the reason you allowed yourself to be entangled with my earth flame beast was to figure out its attack patterns and weaknesses. Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. He knew he had been schemed against. Seeing this situation, it was all too clear. The 2 dragons were cooperating perfectly, while his flame leopard was unable to strike them. Instead, it was constantly being bitten by the flame dragon, and when it went to attack the flame dragon, the lightning dragon would stop it. When the people outside heard this, they finally understood why Long Chen had been forced back repeatedly by the flame leopard. As for when he had kicked away the flame leopard, he must have already figured out all there was to figure out about the flame leopard and hadn't wanted to waste any more time. Don't you think saying that now is a bit meaningless? Bring out your full power. This isn't a game, nor is it the time to be a poser. This is revenge, said Long Chen. Ha 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 ha. Quezinian raised his head and laughed. He was completely infuriated now. Long Chen kept saying he would get revenge on him, and now he was tired of hearing it, just as he was about to speak. Pow! A large hand came from a strange angle and struck Quezinian while he wasn't expecting it at all. The huge power behind it sent him flying. This face-slapping art is probably unrivaled beneath the heavens, sighed the elder hall master. All the hall masters, other than the law enforcement hall master, nodded inside. This move of Long Chen's had already touched upon the realm of a natural Tao. From the moment he launched it to the point it struck, it was flawless as if it had been created by the heavens. Even for them, this was the first time seeing such a face-slapping art. The disciples that were just watching for fun were startled, but they mostly found it comedic. A grand rank 5 celestial was actually slapped in the face. Bastard, I'll kill you, roared Quezinian. Probably anyone on his level would be unable to bear being slapped in the face like this. This was the only time he had ever been slapped in the face. 5 colored runes erupted, forming chains in the air. The chains were constantly moving like thousands of tentacles. It looked like there was a huge, 5-colored spider web behind Quezinian, but as soon as it appeared, all the disciples' expressions changed. How is this possible? They were horrified to find that in that instant, they were unable to sense any heavenly Tao energy. It was like the world's heavenly Tao energy had all been sucked away by Quezinian. As for Quezinian, it was practically possible to see heavenly Tao energy poured toward him like hundreds of streams. His aura was crazily climbing. Do you see it? This is the difference. That's why I said Long Chen has no chance. A celestial who has reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth can instantly absorb all the heavenly Tao energy around them for their own use. Unless others have also reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, they'll find themselves without any energy. Just how are they supposed to fight? Sighed Hua Xiu. It wasn't just Zhao Ziyan she was talking to. All the disciples heard it. Over 99% of them hadn't known about this, as they didn't have the qualifications to know about such a thing. Seeing Quezinian's aura rapidly climbing, they felt a profound sense of helplessness. Although they were also celestials, they were completely suppressed. As for Han Yunxian, Wei Changhai, and Yan Machan, they finally understood just how great the difference was between them and these monsters. Long Chen, now do you understand the difference between us? A piece of trash like you isn't even fit to carry my shoes. Hurry up and die. Once Quezinian's aura reached an unprecedented level, raging chi waves continuously poured out of him. All I know is that the difference between us is that one is a person and the other is an idiot. Today, I'll let you see just how great the difference between a person and an idiot is. Divine Ring. Chapter 1034, Activating His Spirit Blood. Translator Born to Be. Divine Ring. That cry was like the cry of a god, shaking the world and penetrating people to their cores. The 4 chi seas below the Feng Fu star, Alioth star, Life Fate star, and Enlightenment Palace star fully activated, and boundless energy surged within him. A red, orange, yellow, and green ring appeared behind him. It caused the void to rumble, and even the barrier of the martial stage began to shake. The 4-colored, 3,000-meter divine ring revolved. It seemed to contain the greatest principles of heaven and earth within it, as if it possessed the entire world's laws. It was sacred and divine. This was Long Chen's first time fully activating the divine ring since arriving in the Central Plains. What kind of technique is this? Even the barrier is being affected. The Elder Hall Master was shocked. Long Chen's divine ring was loosening the barrier. This barrier was not an ordinary one. Even foundation forging experts wouldn't necessarily be able to shake it, as it was extremely tough. Those below the Jade core realm were normally unable to damage it. But Long Chen's divine ring seemed to possess some strange energy that was disturbing the barrier. The Elder Hall Master sank into thought for a moment, and then decided to secretly increase the power of the barrier to make sure it was secure. The divine ring was absolutely shocking and drew everyone's attention, but no one noticed a man standing in the air, calmly looking at the divine ring behind Long Chen. That person was the Xuanhuan master. Even as he stood there, no one was capable of noticing him, not even the hall masters. Seeing this divine ring, the Xuanhuan master's expression finally turned a bit grave, and he was lost in thought. The divine ring's manifestation had completely suppressed the manifestation of Xinyan's cry of the heavenly Taos and his merging with heaven and earth. That shocked Xinyan. Having activated the manifestation of merging with heaven and earth, he had sucked all the heavenly Tao energy dry. Theoretically, he could suppress any celestial in this space. However, he was unable to sense Long Chen's existence and use his heavenly Tao energy to lock onto him. It was like Long Chen was a fish, and Xinyan's heavenly Tao energy was water. No matter how much water he used, he wouldn't be able to drown Long Chen. Xinyan didn't realize that Long Chen's divine ring didn't draw heavenly Tao energy. As a result, his heavenly Tao manifestation had no effect on Long Chen. As for Long Chen himself, he had no dependence on heavenly Tao energy, and so Xinyan's powerful cry of the heavenly Taos, which was fatal against other celestial, was useless against him. So what if you have a trump card? In front of absolute power, you're still just garbage, shouted Xinyan. The spiderweb-like heavenly Tao runes suddenly shot toward Long Chen, and Xinyan also slashed his flame blade at Long Chen's head. Boom! Long Chen slashed Blooddrinker out, clashing with Xinyan's flame blade. A powerful explosion rocked the heavens. Long Chen was surprised. Even with his divine ring, he was unable to shatter Xinyan's flame blade. Fool, do you think I condense my flame blade with some ordinary magical art? This is a flame cultivator's core flame, the wellspring of my power. You thought you'd break it with one blow? Laughable, Xinyan sneered. His flame blade suddenly transformed into a spear and stabbed toward Long Chen. This sudden change came without any warning. Long Chen hastily tilted Blooddrinker to block the flame spear, but just at this moment, a crafty light appeared in Xinyan's eyes. A flame sword appeared in Xinyan's other hand. He stabbed it at Long Chen's ribcage. This flame sword was extremely strange. It was not formed of flame runes and was just like a normal weapon that was incomparably sharp. Even before it arrived, Long Chen felt goosebumps. If he was struck, his body would be instantly pierced. Blooddrinker suddenly released a suction force that drew in Xinyan's spear. Long Chen borrowed that power to dodge his sword. Did you think that would work? Xinyan's spear vanished, and now Long Chen had no way to borrow his power to dodge. The flame sword in Xinyan's other hand suddenly explosively grew and stabbed toward Long Chen. Despite Long Chen doing his best to dodge, the flame sword still slashed across his waist. It left behind a long cut, and Long Chen's blood poured out. What startled people was that despite that flame sword looking like it was formed of condensed flames, there was no heat. It didn't cauterize his wound. What is going on? Asked Zhao Ziyan. When heat is compressed through special magical arts, it transforms into sharpness, and one's core energy can transform freely as they please, said Hua Xiu. Quite a few people jumped upon seeing Long Chen injured. The women supporting Long Chen all turned ashen. That had been too close, and he had almost been pierced through the heart. But as soon as Long Chen was injured and began bleeding, his body curved, and he sent a kick straight at Xinyan's nose. Crack! Xinyan let out a pained groan and was sent flying. Everyone jumped in shock once more. Just as they had thought the trend of the battle had been decided, Long Chen struck back. Long Chen sensed some kind of energy that was constantly trying to break his body apart within his injury. However, as soon as he activated the primal chaos bead, its life energy instantly healed him. Long Chen was already charging at Xinyan again. Xinyan had only just used his heavenly Tao energy to heal, but tears still covered his face. Of course, that wasn't from being moved, but because Long Chen's kick had irritated his tear ducts. His injury had healed, but he had yet to wipe away those tears. With his turbid sight, all he managed to see was a red blur coming toward him. He was shocked. The surrounding heavenly Tao energy had been seized by him. Others were unable to use it to heal, but Long Chen healed even faster than he did. Long Chen fiercely slashed down with his saber. An incomparably heavy aura locked down Xinyan. Split the heavens. With Long Chen's fierce attack coming right at him, Xinyan couldn't bother with how Long Chen had healed. All he could do was block. Boom! Astral winds erupted. Xinyan was sent flying by Long Chen's attack, shocking everyone. This is the heaven-splitting battle sect's unique battle skill. How did he learn it? Cried some of the elders in shock. Split the heavens, form, and domineering aura were extremely easy to recognize. All the elders saw through the origin of this attack. Li Chengfeng and Lu Minghan had learned about Long Chen split the heavens back then, but upon returning, they had only reported it to the higher-ups. The others hadn't learned of it. The elders were unable to comprehend how Long Chen had learned the heaven-splitting battle sect's core B technique. The heaven-splitting battle sect was filled with only unreasonable fellows who definitely would not allow other sects, disciples to learn split the heavens. Meteor fire rain. Being sent flying twice, Xinyan was infuriated. Forming hand seals in the air, countless flame spheres condensed high in the sky and shot down at Long Chen. Each one of them was like a powerful meteorite, and they completely hid the sun. When the meteorites landed on the ground, they exploded and raging flames covered the land. The place Long Chen was standing turned into a sea of flames. Boom! Suddenly, Long Chen charged out of the flames, lightning flickering around him. He arrived right in front of Xinyan like a phantom, and he slashed with his saber. Long Chen had only just arrived beside Xinyan when his expression suddenly changed. He shot backward as countless flame spears shot out of the ground. If it weren't for his sudden retreat, he would definitely have been struck. As it was, he only narrowly avoided this trap Xinyan had set. Long Chen fell back 7 times, just enough to dodge this trap. But when he took his 8th step, his figure suddenly vanished. When he appeared once more, he was once again by Xinyan's side and attacked him. Everyone was shocked. They suddenly realized why Long Chen's 7 steps had appeared odd. He had been accumulating energy through them. It was an incredibly outrageous tactic. However, Long Chen's saber missed. Xinyan had dodged his attack and appeared in the air. The disciples were all startled. The two of them were incredibly fast with lightning reaction speeds. Their offensive and defensive moves all came without the slightest warning. This speed was something they could never hope to keep up with. Just trying to keep track of their bodies was very difficult. Long Chen's blood-colored saber was incredibly fierce, while Xinyan's core flame continuously transformed into different weapons. Furthermore, he could unleash them from any part of his body, giving them great killing power. Their intense fight dazzled the disciples. As for the lightning dragon and flame dragon's fight against the flame leopard, victory or defeat had yet to be decided. They were still locked in an intense battle. He's not a celestial, but he can contend against a rank 5 celestial. This Long Chen is truly powerful. Seeing that Long Chen wasn't at the slightest disadvantage against Xinyan caused people's hearts to pound. As for the women who had been worried for him, they were cheering loudly. To them, being able to fight evenly against Xinyan was already Long Chen's victory. Han Yunshen's expression became exceedingly ugly. He hated Long Chen, and seeing so many people worried for him, he clenched his teeth. But he didn't dare to say a word in case he said a sensitive word and was attacked by Hua Xiu. After fighting intensely for an incense stick's worth of time without being able to suppress Long Chen, Xinyan finally snorted, "HMPH, you have a few tricks, but it's not enough. I suppose I'll let you see a rank 5 celestial's true power. Spirit blood rocks the heavens." Chapter 10, 35 4 stars rock the Central Plains. Translator born to be. Buzz. Following Xinyan's sneer, the power of his blood chi explosively grew. He had activated his spirit blood. The instant he activated his spirit blood, the web of runic chains behind him exploded. Broken bits scattered throughout all of heaven and earth. However, they didn't truly disappear. With his spirit blood activated, they had fully merged with every inch of heaven and earth, and were now imperceptible with the naked eye. Xinyan's aura once more rose, causing the void to shake. It was like space was unable to bear his power. I bet you never imagined this, Long Chen. All that was before was nothing more than insignificant playtime. Only when a rank 5 celestial fully activates their spirit blood can it count as truly fighting. Now I'll teach you what despair is, the despair an ant who can forever only look up at geniuses feels. This is absolute power, power that you couldn't hope to achieve even with 100 years of cultivation. The space around Xinyan began to shine with blinding light. It was like a huge sun, and huge flame wings appeared on his back. He shot at Long Chen like a shooting star. Surprisingly, he had abandoned his flame blade and instead sent a punch at him. Fast, incomparably fast. Having activated his spirit blood, Xinyan's speed and power had leaped immensely. There was no way for Long Chen to dodge. Boom! When Long Chen slashed Bloodrinker onto Xinyan's fist, he saw concentrated blood-colored runes appear on his fist. They protected him, and in front of everyone's shocked gazes, Long Chen was sent flying hundreds of meters away. Haha, you're surprised, right? This is the heavenly Tao armor formed from activating spirit blood with heavenly Tao runes after merging with heaven and earth. Half my heavenly Tao runes are merged with the world, absorbing energy from me, while the other half forms a set of armor around me. Not only can it block your attacks, but it even contains a rebound effect. Haha, tell me, what qualifications does garbage from the wilds have to fight against me, a genius being helped even by the heavens? Laughed Xuanhuan. The disciples watching were shocked. Even the rank 4 Celestials hadn't known there were so many secrets regarding rank 5 Celestial. In fact, Han Yunchen, Wei Changhai, and the other rank 5 Celestials were also shocked. Even amongst rank 5 Celestials, the difference could be so immense. This was the difference in foundations. Only the central planes, rank 5 Celestials, had the qualifications to receive such nurturing. Compared to the central planes disciples, they were too poor. This was the first time the Dragon Blood warriors began to feel worried for Long Chen. The current Xuanhuan was absolutely terrifying. His innate talent had already been high, then adding on the central plane's foundation, he had been turned into a monster by piling on the resources. As for Long Chen, he had been born destitute, and all his resources had to be gained through fighting with his life on the line. Furthermore, a great deal of the resources he obtained were given to the Dragon Blood warriors. He not only needed to cultivate, but he also had to spend his time gathering resources. But Xuanhuan was different. Whatever he wanted, he got. It was a completely unfair situation. Inferior trash, do you know why I'm not in a hurry to kill you? I want to see the expression of your helpless despair as you realize inferior ants should choose inferior ways of living. Suddenly, countless red chains flew out of Xuanhuan's hand toward Long Chen. They whistled through the air, forming hurricanes as they flew. Long Chen hastily dodged. When the red chains struck the ground, their power directly broke the incredibly firm bricks. Damn, these bricks are even harder than treasure items when they're supported by the formation. But they were still broken. Startled cries rang out. Long Chen continuously dodged, but the red chains were like a rain of arrows continuously falling toward him. In truth, these red chains were Xuanhuan's weaponized core flame, after being merged with the power of his spirit blood. Boom! Countless chains pierced through the martial stage, and Xuanhuan suddenly swung his arm. A torrent of bricks flew toward Long Chen. Long Chen slashed his saber out, breaking a few of them, but he had only just done that when a huge red hand formed in the air and wrapped around him. Long Chen was caught in its grasp. Startled cries rang out. The disciples all saw it clearly. The red chains first forced Long Chen to the defensive, then a heaven-encompassing attack blocked his vision. At that exact moment, the attack Xuanhuan had been storing up was unleashed to capture Long Chen. The huge hand blocked their vision now, but they were sure Long Chen was caught inside. Quite a few maidens cried out, turning pale. Ha ha ha, Long Chen, what do you have to say now? Damnable trash, what qualifications do you have to fight against me? Xuanhuan clenched the hand, smiling sinisterly. Everyone was deathly silent. Long Chen's life was in Xuanhuan's hands. Boss has been captured. We have to think of some way to save him, whispered Gu Yang. Are you stupid or joking? Do you think boss will be defeated so easily? Just watch quietly, said Gu Ran confidently. Tang Wan'er was also a bit pale, but seeing how confident Gu Ran was, she was slightly comforted. Will Long Chen die? Zhao Ziyan asked worriedly. At present, that still isn't a problem. Don't you see the two dragons still fighting the flame leopard? That means it hasn't reached that critical point yet. However, my guess is that he can't last much longer anyhow. To be able to force Xuanhuan to activate his spirit blood is enough to be proud of, said Hua Xiu. Long Chen's display truly surprised her. He wasn't even a celestial, but by using some strange techniques and powerful combat skills, he was able to force a rank 5 celestial to activate their spirit blood. It truly was admirable. However, the conclusion was basically foregone. Right now, Long Chen could only make some final struggles. His efforts would only stall for time. Long Chen, I'll give you one chance. Kowtow to me 3 times, call me daddy, and call yourself trash. Then I can spare your life, said Xuanhuan. Naturally, that was nonsense. He had no intention of killing Long Chen, as he didn't dare to. Once he killed Long Chen, he would have broken the sect's rules and would be expelled. That price was too high. Although he had expressed an urge to kill him at the start, all his attacks had been merciful to make sure he didn't take his life. If he killed Long Chen, it would be troublesome. From the start, He had already decided to torment and humiliate Long Chen as much as possible. As long as no one came to stop him, he would torment Long Chen to the point where he was half dead to vent his anger at being slapped in the face. "Call you what?" Long Chen's voice rang out from within the flame hand. That voice was calm, without the slightest panic. "Daddy." Xuanhuan truly lived up to his name. He thought Long Chen hadn't heard clearly and obediently said what Long Chen wanted him to say. "I, Long Chen, do not have a son like you. Don't call me that." Long Chen's voice dumbfounded everyone. What kind of time was it for him to play a game of tongues? Was he worried he hadn't infuriated Xuanhuan enough to have him kill him? "Bastard, die." Xuanhuan was enraged and he tightened his hand. He was fiercely crushing Long Chen. "What bravado! You don't even have the courage to kill someone. You're trash with no guts at all. What happened to your determination when you killed all those innocent disciples? Now you say you want to kill me, but you don't dare to actually. All you are is a coward who can only bully the weak. You don't dare to kill me because you're afraid of being expelled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect and losing your future, your dreams. But when you sneak attacked my flame dragon, did you once think about other people's futures and dreams? Did you once think of their fathers and mothers who are praying for them, waiting for them to return in glory? Do you know why they still continued despite knowing they might lose their lives at any moment? They put everything on the line just to change their own fates. You're the one who killed them and you didn't even blink an eye. Furthermore, you use your filthy words to humiliate other people's dreams. When it's your turn, you hesitate like a bitch. Your dreams are dreams, but other people's dreams are. Just because you chose a good fetus to reincarnate into, you can trample over other people's dignity, ignore their dreams, and reap their lives. As Long Chen spoke, his voice grew louder and more emotional. It was full of fury and killing intent, and toward the end, it was a heaven-shaking roar. "What kind of garbage magical art is this? It wants to bind me, Long Chen. Break." Boom! Suddenly, in front of everyone's stupefied gazes, the huge flame hand exploded, revealing Long Chen. The space around Long Chen was twisted as a terrifying pressure soared out of him. From a distance, it was like a sea was soaring into the sky. His robes and hair danced in the wind, and a blood-colored saber rested upon his shoulder. 4 stars revolved in his eyes, along with boundless killing intent. It was like a devil from hell had appeared on earth. Recall how Xuanhuan is a homophone for stupid. Chapter 10, 36 Blood Spirit 10,000 Beast Shield. Translator Born to Be. Just his aura was able to break apart that flame hand. What kind of power is that? Countless disciples were filled with shock. That flame hand was condensed from Xuanhuan's core flame, and the sharp attacks of his core flame previously had been incredibly powerful. Even Hua Shiyu, Hu Gishan, and the other rank 5 celestials were shocked. They were extremely clear on the strength of that flame hand, and that made them even more shocked than the other disciples. That flame hand was condensed through a magical art combining his core energy and his spirit blood. If Long Chen managed to break it by unleashing a full-strength attack, perhaps that would be understandable. But he hadn't done anything. Just his aura had caused the large hand to explode. The 4-colored divine ring behind him began to revolve quicker. The faster it revolved, the stronger Long Chen's aura grew. In the end, the divine ring was circulating so fast that it appeared still. Long Chen's aura had reached an exceedingly terrifying level. The most terrifying thing about it was the will within it. That was not targeted against anyone. It was a will to destroy the entire world. The Elder Hall Master smiled slightly upon seeing this incomparably fierce and powerful appearance. He stealthily glanced at the sky. There was nothing up there, but his smile grew wider. The Xuanhuan Master was currently hidden in the sky. Seeing the 4 stars circulating within Long Chen's eyes, his pupils shrank slightly. Yes, this is the aura possessed by cultivation techniques from before the immortal era, but in our current age, there's no way to be sure. An ancient voice rang out in the Xuanhuan Master's ears. An age from before the immortal era. That really is inconceivable. After that tribulation, the martial heaven continent was basically crippled, and its cultivation civilization was almost severed. Only a few smaller powers were lucky and managed to inherit a portion of the immortal era's arts, and the majority were incomplete. What terrifying luck Long Chen must have to be able to come into contact with something on that level. "It seems this little fellow is hiding quite a few secrets," said the Xuanhuan Master. "For something on that level, even if it's just an incomplete piece or even just a decimal of a decimal, it would require great karmic luck to obtain. Otherwise, Even if you obtained it, you would be implicated by that treasure and killed. This Long Chen was able to come into contact with a cultivation technique from before the immortal era, and he still hasn't died. Most likely, ever since he obtained it, his life was never very happy. All his karmic luck was sucked away by the treasure, and the greater the treasure, the more bad luck he'll have to suffer to pay the debt. Liu Kang investigated his past and found that his life took a sudden turn when he was 15 years old. He should have obtained the treasure at that time, but a chi condensation brat can't possibly possess so much karmic luck. So whatever he obtained, it was just an extremely, extremely small portion of the inheritance, or he'd have died, sighed the voice. Then that's regretful. I like this little fellow's disposition, but his fate has already been entwined with the treasure he obtained. I can't help him, unless he can one day make up for his overdrafted karmic luck. Then I could consider handing the Xuanhuan Dao sect to him, said the Xuan master. That's unrelated to me. I held the Xuan master position for over 8,000 years and you finally arrived. The burden's yours now. As for who you pass the burden to, that's your matter. But I feel like you should consider it more if you want to hand it to Long Chen. He's not that dependable, warned the ancient voice. The Xuan master laughed. Master, you're already withdrawn from your post, so you don't need to worry about this. Since you've entrusted the Dao sect to me, you can just peacefully go into seclusion. I pulled you out of seclusion just to warn you about that little fellow. The reincarnation mirror also said that he is a double-edged blade. A mistake will cause great harm to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. So, I'm warning you, don't even think about running into seclusion because you're lazy. By the time we come out of seclusion, the Dao sect's doors will probably be permanently closed. Am I really that unreliable in your eyes? The Xuan master smiled bitterly. Youngsters aren't as reliable as their elders, was the reply. Fine, I'll keep a close eye on things. Go into seclusion, said the Xuan master helplessly. No one else heard the conversation between the Xuan master and the patriarch. Everyone's attention was focused on the martial stage. Long Chen appeared like a devil from hell. He slowly walked toward a shocked Xinyan. Die, Long Chen suddenly shot forward. Xinyan's hair stood on end as he sensed a feeling of death. He was a true expert who had experienced life and death battles. Hence, his sense of danger was extremely sensitive. He knew that the current Long Chen had the power to kill him. That shocked him. He had never imagined that someone who wasn't even a celestial would possess the power to kill him. Blood Spirit Blaze Shield. Xinyan suddenly took out a blood-colored shield. Countless runes revolved around it, and it released endless life force. Xinyan is actually forced on the defensive. That Blood Spirit Blaze Shield is his strongest defensive art, said Hua Xiu. Seeing Xinyan be forced onto the defensive, Hua Xiu, Hu Gishan, and the others were all shocked. Was Long Chen truly so powerful? Boom! Long Chen's saber slashed onto Xinyan's shield. What? What shocked everyone was that this random blow from Long Chen actually tore through Xinyan's shield. Xinyan was forced 7 steps back, and with each step, the martial stage cracked. It was clear how powerful the force he was under was. 7 steps blew him 300 meters back. There were 7 large spiderweb cracks on the martial stage now. Split the heavens too. Xinyan had only just stabilized when Long Chen appeared in the air, his saber slashing down. A mile-long saber image filled with an unstoppable air caused everyone's hearts to shake. As expected, it's the undefeatable Dao. Just his aura is able to steal away a person's will to resist, said an elder. Previously, they had been suspicious, but this attack confirmed those suspicions. Those who walk that path crumble far too easily. Practically, no one is able to raise such disciples, and even if they do, they need Dao protectors. But Long Chen doesn't meet any of those requirements, said another elder. Geniuses who chose the undefeatable Dao were all peerless heavenly geniuses. By maintaining a perfect record of never being defeated in the same realm, they cultured an undefeatable Dao heart. But it was too difficult to maintain a perfect record. Just one loss was enough to cause their Dao heart to crumble. They would be afflicted by a heart devil and would essentially be crippled. There were few geniuses who chose that path, and their sects found it extremely difficult to raise them. As a result, it was almost impossible to find a disciple who chose to cultivate the undefeatable Dao, and such people needed Dao protectors by their side to prevent enemies from sneak attacking them while they were still too weak. If they encountered others in the same realm who they weren't assured of defeating, the Dao protectors would prevent a battle from occurring. But Long Chen couldn't possibly meet such conditions. A disciple with no background couldn't possibly walk the undefeatable Tao, but this undefeatable will unleashed by Long Chen's attack was undoubtable. Even the disciples felt a great deal of pressure. Blood Spirit 10,000 Beast Shield. Seeing Long Chen's saber slashing at him as quick as lightning, Xinyan roared and clapped his hands together. A supreme shield formed before him. This shield had countless designs of beasts carved into it. It was like it was alive, and bestial roars came from it. Just looking at this shield gave people an urge to give up on fighting Xinyan. For them to attack this shield would be like an ant trying to shake a tree. This was Xinyan's greatest defensive skill. Even Hua Xiu hadn't known about it, as Xinyan had been hoping to crush Long Chen while holding back as much as possible. That was because in his eyes, Long Chen wasn't worth anything. His opponents were his fellow heavenly geniuses like Hua Xiu and Hu Gishan, and his trump cards were supposed to be used to deal with them. But now, he couldn't hold back anymore. Boom! The blood-colored saber slashed into his huge shield, releasing surging chi waves. The saber image and shield exploded at the same time. Countless runes filled the martial stage. Eventually they faded, revealing the two of them. Countless people couldn't help letting out cold gasps. Chapter 10:37 Flame Monster. Translator Born to Be. When the runes finally faded, it revealed Long Chen with his saber resting on his shoulder, expressionlessly staring at the person in front of him. The stage in front of Long Chen was a complete mess. The bricks had all exploded, revealing a metallic foundation. The bricks were just ornamental. Now it revealed the true core of the platform, and it was incomparably sturdy. The martial stage looked like a mural that had been torn open. In front of Long Chen was Xinyan. He stood there motionless. Drip, drip, drip. Beads of blood descended from the space between Xinyan's forehead to his nose and then dripped onto the ground. Flowers of blood rapidly bloomed on the ground below him. The disciples outside all looked at the martial stage in shock. Long Chen's attack had actually broken Xinyan's shield and injured him. That was different from the previous face slap. This had been a true collision of power without the slightest technique. Ha-ha, che. But unexpectedly, Xinyan suddenly raised his head and laughed. With his messed up hair, he looked like he had gone insane. Good Long Chen, you really surprised me. I didn't think you were hiding so many trump cards, disguising yourself as a pig to eat the tiger. I admit I underestimated you, said Xinyan. The blood dripping down his face made him appear even more sinister. I, Long Chen, never disguise myself as a pig to eat the tiger. That's just a senseless game. Those who can eat tigers have no need to disguise themselves as pigs. The only one trying to disguise themselves as a pig is you. Are you planning on still holding back and being a pig? If you are, then I don't mind being a butcher, said Long Chen. What? The disciples were startled. According to Long Chen, it seemed Xinyan was still holding back. Furthermore, it seemed that even Long Chen was holding back. Then what had been that terrifying fight? A warm-up. Ha-ha-ha, since you want to die, I'll let you die in peace. I'll show you my true power. Boom! The flame leopard fighting against the lightning and flame dragon suddenly vanished. When it once more appeared, it was behind Xinyan. Flame Ancestor Heaven Merging Art. A golden rune suddenly lit up on Xinyan's forehead. At the same time, an identical golden rune lit up on the flame leopard's head. Rumbling filled the air as the huge flame leopard was slowly absorbed by Xinyan. Countless runes began to shine on Xinyan's body, and he became like a blazing sun. A terrifying aura also surged into the sky. In that instant, intense heat waves suddenly erupted, and the disciples were caught off guard. A few of them who didn't flee fast enough had their clothes catch on fire. These heat waves completely ignored their heavenly Tao energy. With their defenses bypassed, quite a few people ended up butt naked. As Xinyan merged with his earth flame beast, Long Chen hastily retreated. He also summoned Lei Long and Huo Long to his side. He had known Xinyan was still hiding a trump card, but he hadn't thought he would be able to merge with his earth flame beast. His current aura was still rapidly growing, and it had already reached a terrifying level. Those heat waves were like erupting lava. Heavens, the martial stage's bricks are deforming, melting from the heat. Following one person's cry, everyone hastily looked and saw that, as expected, the bricks on the martial stage now appeared like lard. If I was on the martial stage, I'd probably be dead without a corpse, said a rank 4 celestial. Within that space, let alone fighting, he wouldn't even be able to exist. Long Chen's dead now. He actually made Xuanhuan show off his final trump card. I wonder if he'll end up dying accidentally, said Hegemon. Fan Song nodded. They were all holding back their strongest trump cards and wouldn't use them easily. Those were their killing moves against powerful opponents. Once such a move was exposed, others would be able to study their weak points and come up with counters. Then their killing blows would be ineffective. For Chen to force Xuanhuan to reveal this precious move, it was clear that Xuanhuan's hatred for Chen had reached a pinnacle. Even if he didn't kill Chen, he would definitely cripple him. Whether it was Hua Xiu, Hegemon, Fan Song, or Wang Zhen, they had yet to reveal their true power, and their trump cards were still secret. Now the four of them were prepared for Xuanhuan's trump cards, and so he would end up at an immense disadvantage in their future competitions. Boom! Suddenly, a blinding light erupted. They had no choice but to turn away. When the light slowly faded and everyone looked back at the martial stage, they were shocked by what they saw. Xuanhuan was covered in flames. His head had completely transformed. It was now a leopard's head with fangs protruding out of its mouth and scarlet eyes. As for his hands and feet, long claws had grown out of them. Most shocking of all, he now had a lengthy tail. He had turned into a flame monster. Chen, do you see this? This is my strongest state. As for before, I wasn't even using half my power. I like to see people with hopeful expressions right before I thrust them into despair. Now tell me, what are you going to use to fight me? The monstrous Xuanhuan still managed to speak, but his voice had completely transformed. It sounded like metal clashing against metal and was painful to listen to. Everyone looked toward Chen, but the expression of shock and despair they had expected was nowhere to be found. You truly are powerful, said Chen indifferently. Are you afraid it's too late? Xuanhuan suddenly shot forward. The martial stage trembled intensely, and Xuanhuan appeared in front of Chen in an instant, a fist smashing down. What speed? Chen narrowed his eyes. Xuanhuan's speed had multiplied after entering this monstrous state. Chen was almost unable to track him with his eyes. Chen shot to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. But just as he was preparing to counterattack, Xuanhuan seemed to teleport, appearing in front of him again. Boom! Chen barely managed to swing Bloodrinker halfway before Xuanhuan's fist smashed into his chest. He wildly vomited blood and shot back like a shooting star, smashing into the barrier. Boss, cried the Dragonblood warriors. The current Xuanhuan was actually too strong for Chen. Chen, I said that I'd crush you like a dog. Xuanhuan laughed sinisterly and shot after Chen once more. The disciples outside let out startled cries. If such a terrifying attack struck Chen again in his already injured state, it was very likely for a life to be lost. But what none of them expected was that the sight of Chen being smashed into pieces never appeared. Instead, a scale-covered hand caught the flame fist. What? No one could believe their eyes. Just now, Chen had been heavily injured and vomiting blood, but now he was standing, a hand tightly holding Xuanhuan's fist. Chen's hand was covered in green scales. They rapidly spread down his arm. Xuanhuan was shocked. He had never imagined Chen would possess the power to block his attack. He tried several times, but he was unable to pull back his hand. Xuanhuan reflexively swung out his other fist. As a result, Chen caught it with his other hand. Their arms were locked together. I wasn't finished speaking before. You truly are powerful. If I hadn't devoured one of your earth flame beasts, I really might not have been your match, said Chen. Dragon scales continued to spread over his whole body. That was an extremely strange sight that dumbfounded the disciples outside. They hadn't thought that even at this time, Chen had been holding back. Idiot, are you saying you're my match now? Xuanhuan's leopard mouth suddenly opened, and a blazing flame arrow shot at Chen's head. This attack formed so suddenly that it made everyone jump. If this arrow struck at such close range while boosted with his spirit blood, Chen really might die. But just as Xuanhuan's arrow formed, Chen fiercely pushed his arms to the side. He sent a kick straight up at Xuanhuan's jaw. As a result, the flame arrow shot upward, smashing into the barrier. The barrier trembled intensely, while Xuanhuan was sent flying. I dislike people who spout crap from their mouths. Since you've taken out your trump card, I won't hide mine any longer. Green Dragon Battle Armor. The green scales finally covered every inch of Chen's body. In that instant, a grand, domineering, noble aura erupted, one that looked down on all others. Chapter 10:38 A Full Strength Exchange. Translator born to be. When Long Chen summoned the complete green dragon battle armor, a spiritual pressure erupted that caused everyone's expressions to change. Whether it was the disciples, the elders, or the hall masters, they felt a reverence that originated from the depths of their souls. This is true dragon pressure. Green Drake and White Drake were telling the truth. He truly possesses the essence blood of a true dragon. The hidden Xuanhuan master nodded to himself. The Green Drake and White Drake he was talking about were the two 10th-ranked Xuanhuan beasts who had been standing at the top of the Xuanhuan staircase during the trial for outer sect disciples. Long Chen's body was covered in green dragon scales. Waves of spiritual pressure came out of the barrier, and some disciples actually began to kneel on the ground one by one. Over 1,000 disciples knelt on the ground. The other disciples didn't understand, but the elders knew. Those disciples were ancient race disciples. The blood of Xuanhuan beasts flowered in their bodies, and under the pressure of dragon blood, they involuntarily knelt. There was no way for them to resist that instinct. As for the humans, they merely felt some pressure and it was not so direct, so they were a bit better off. Suddenly, a light cracking sound rang out. People looked at the martial stage to see that the bricks had long since disappeared. Now, only the foundation remained, and that foundation was starting to crack right where Long Chen was standing. Heavens, how strong is he? Xuanhuan's flames, after transforming into a flame monster, had already melted the bricks with its abnormal power. But even those flames hadn't been able to damage the foundation. Are you prepared? I'm about to attack. Long Chen leaned forward slightly, and suddenly, a thunderous pitch rang out. He shot out like a bolt of lightning, his fist smashing toward Xuanhuan. There was no technique, no flowery appearance. It was a pure and simple punch, and yet it locked down heaven and earth, making it completely unavoidable. Arrogance, do you think I Xuanhuan am afraid of the likes of you? Boom! Xuanhuan's flames roared out, following his own fist. When their two fists collided, the entire martial stage shook violently. Powerful chi waves surged out, striking against the barrier. The barrier swayed and suddenly, a slight wave exploded out of it, striking the disciples. The disciples closest to the barrier immediately vomited blood and were knocked back, causing chaos amongst the crowd. The barrier blocked 90% of the shockwave's power, but it still managed to injure people. These two disciples are truly powerful, praised an elder. Those disciples climbed up in the distance, all of them pale from terror. Without the barrier, they would have been killed. Looking at the barrier, they saw that the two of them were still locked in combat. Both their fists were still striking at the other, and the space around them was twisting wildly. A sphere of light gradually formed around their fists. The two of them were clearly increasing their power rapidly. Suddenly, their other fists also collided together. The martial stage became covered in cracks, and those cracks rapidly grew. Finally, the martial stage could no longer bear their power, and it collapsed. A huge hole appeared where the two of them were, but they were still facing off in the same posture. It was a simple competition of power. A fiery expression appeared in Fan Song's eyes as he watched this exchange. He unconsciously clenched his fists. He specialized in power, and watching them compete like this, his own hands grew itchy. At this time, Xuanhuan's expression was twisted and sinister like a wild beast. But what startled the disciples was that Long Chen's expression was still calm, as if this wasn't very taxing to him. In terms of power, you've already lost completely. Can you still not tell? Said Long Chen after a while. Bullshit, I have plenty of power left, roared Xuanhuan. You really are an idiot. If I had wanted to kill you from the start, I could have slain you in one shot at least 3 times already. You didn't even notice this. Long Chen shook his head. Long Chen's words caused all the disciples to feel shocked. Those words were too arrogant, weren't they? 3 times, killed in one shot. But Long Chen's current power didn't seem any weaker than a rank 5 celestial at this time. According to reason, he had no reason to say such easily exposed bragging. Do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? You want to use such a fake lie to shake my confidence, sneered Xuanhuan. Long Chen shook his head. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. The reason I didn't kill you and allowed you to show off to increase your power bit by bit, well, the reason is actually quite similar to your own. You wanted to enjoy the sight of my pain or my despair, but what I wanted was to give other people hope and confidence. I want to show everyone that even without talent, even without powerful backers, even without a rich daddy, as long as you work hard, you can still become strong. A person who calls himself a genius and likes to trample others will eventually be trampled on one day. Today, I let you properly put on your act just so I could trample you perfectly. And after trampling you, I'll be using your head as a sacrifice to those brothers whose dreams and aspirations were cut short by you." Long Chen's voice was extremely calm, almost as if he was recounting a story set in stone, but it was as shocking as thunder in other people's ears. So he really was serious. His agreement to the Hall Master had been nothing more than bait to get Xuanhuan onto the martial stage. He was going to kill him regardless of the rules. Those disciples who had been protected by the Dragonblood warriors turned red-eyed. Such a chivalrous person made them incomparably moved. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, don't kill this bastard. It's not worth you being expelled from the sect," cried a disciple. "There's no need to shout. They can't hear you inside anyways. Furthermore, no one can change the things that boss decides on. Just watch." Ran waved his hand. "He, Long Chen treats your words as nothing more than farts. It's all because of how your elder hall raises people. The law enforcement hall master didn't forget to insult to the elder hall master." As for the elder hall master, his expression didn't even twitch. It was like he hadn't even heard him. He was completely focused on the figure on the martial stage. Xuanhuan was roaring furiously and unleashing his full power now, but he was unable to shake Long Chen in the slightest. Instead, Long Chen's power was growing faster than his own. Boom! Finally, Xuanhuan was forced back a step, and as a result, the martial stage once more crumbled. Long Chen pressed forward like he was pushing a cart. Xuanhuan was forced to fall back, and with each step he took, the ground shattered. Even the elders were no longer able to stay calm. Just how was Long Chen so powerful? They were unaware that as Long Chen's cultivation base increased, the power of the green dragon battle armor also increased. Even Long Chen didn't know how strong he was. At this time, Xuanhuan was still trying to compete with Long Chen in brute power, the thing he specialized in the most. As a result, Xuanhuan was repeatedly forced back. The disciples watching were unable to believe their eyes. Although Xuanhuan was the one who appeared like a monster right now, it was Long Chen who they viewed as the more terrifying monster. "Bastard, since you want to die, don't blame me," Xuanhuan roared. The rune on his forehead suddenly spread and covered his whole body. That rune began to burn. In that instant, it was like a volcano that had been sealed for 10,000 years was finally erupting. Boom! The ground exploded. Long Chen was instantly sent flying back by Xuanhuan's new power. Has he gone crazy? He ignited his spirit blood. Even the icy Wang Zhen was filled with disbelief. As peak experts who had reached the realm of merging with heaven and earth, he and the others naturally knew what Xuanhuan was doing. This was no ordinary ignition of his spirit blood. In the state of merging with heaven and earth, igniting his spirit blood was also igniting his core runes. It was an extremely destructive technique. Now, not only would the purity of his spirit blood drop, but his core would also be injured. Both were as precious as one's life to celestials. Was it worth it for him to ignite his spirit blood for a moment of transcendent power? "Die!" roared Xuanhuan. He attacked Long Chen with a huge flame blade. Long Chen snorted and Blooddrinker once more appeared in his hand. Boom, boom, boom. Each time their weapons collided, the ground would explode. The martial stage had been turned into a completely unrecognizable state. Their two figures continued to clash within the barrier, appearing like two shooting stars repeatedly crashing against each other. Each collision shook heaven and earth. The disciples watching were all terrified. They had never seen such a fierce battle before. A battle on this intensity completely dazzled them, and it continued for a full hour. The stage within the barrier had vanished completely, but the two of them were still fighting. "Bastard, hurry up and die." Xuanhuan's flame blade suddenly transformed. It grew explosively and took on a red shade like blood. With boundless killing intent, all the energy of heaven and earth was instantly sucked away by it. Blood blaze annihilation slash. The huge blade descended from the sky. This was Xuanhuan's most powerful attack. Once he used it, his aura clearly dropped a great deal. "I don't have much spiritual yuan left. Then let's decide victory or defeat with this move." Long Chen clenched his teeth. He raised Blooddrinker, the energy within his 4Cs pouring through 27 acupuncture points. A blood-red saber image rose into the sky. Split the Heavens 3. Chapter 1039 Paying the Price. Translator Born to Be. Within that barrier, two huge blood-red saber images clashed with apocalyptic power. The barrier was instantly filled with red light, and it became impossible to see anything within. Boom! Only after a moment did the explosion ring out. That barrier inflated like a balloon, growing to several times its original size in an instant. The disciples jumped in fright and hastily fled. If the barrier exploded, they wouldn't even have a corpse left. Fortunately, after expanding violently, the barrier didn't explode. It slowly returned to its original size. Two figures panted for breath within the barrier. Long Chen's saber was propped against the ground, his face pale. The third form of Split the Heavens was incomparably sharp, but its exhaustion was also terrifying. Long Chen's spiritual yuan had basically reached rock bottom, which startled him. Xinyan had such plentiful spiritual yuan that even 4 Qi Cs weren't enough to outspend him. But then thinking about it, he supposed that made sense. Xinyan was a celestial, and after merging with heaven and earth, he was able to constantly draw out the energy of the world to fight. Xinyan was crazily panting. The rune covering his body had dimmed, and his aura had dropped precipitously. Long Chen took a deep breath and raised his saber. After stabilizing his aura slightly, he began to walk toward Xinyan. "Even now he still wants to fight," cried the disciples. Xinyan also took a deep breath and straightened his waist. He took control of the last dregs of his spiritual yuan as the critical moment arrived. "Kill!" Long Chen and Xinyan roared at the same time. Long Chen's saber collided heavily with Xinyan's flame blade. Both sides were sent flying by each other's power, and their auras dropped once more. Heavenly net meteor fall. Xinyan formed hand seals, and the flames around him disappeared, replaced by a huge flame sphere that shot toward Long Chen. The flame sphere was originally just a couple dozen meters wide, but halfway, it suddenly grew by 10 times, releasing a raging rumbling sound as it flew through the air. Long Chen knew this was Xinyan's combination attack with his earth flame beast. Without even thinking about, he activated the 2 dragon tattoos on his arms. Double dragon destruction. Lei Long and Huo Long flew out, crashing together with the flame sphere. Flames and lightning raged in the air. Long Chen and Xinyan were both sent flying once more, vomiting blood in their bodies, almost collapsing. After that collision, people were startled to see that whether it was Xinyan's earth flame beast or Long Chen's lightning and flame dragons, they had all shrunk a great deal. The 2 dragons were only 300 meters long now, while Xinyan's flame leopard was only the size of an ordinary magical beast. Both sides had used up too much of their power, and in order to avoid their bodies dissipating, they had no choice but to condense their remaining energy into smaller forms. The 2 dragons tore at the flame leopard, while the flame leopard retaliated with its life on the line. But compared to their previous fight, it was now like 3 children scuffling. There was no power to speak of. That collision had heavily injured Long Chen and Xinyan. However, Long Chen was a bit better off since his physical body was his strong point. With his thick skin, his injuries weren't that bad. The primal chaos space's trees had already withered. Thus, there was no way for him to extract more life energy from them to heal. Long Chen found that his body had already grown to a level where these trees were no longer able to keep up with his demands. Just healing a few smaller injuries completely exhausted their energy. As for Xinyan, he was worse off. He had already sent out his earth flame beast with that attack, so he hadn't been protected by it. He had needed to exhaust his little remaining spiritual yuan to protect himself. But because he had ignited his core runes already, the amount of energy he could absorb from heaven and earth had dropped greatly. As a result, this attack had almost shattered all his bones. "Bite it!" Long Chen struggled up and ordered Lei Long and Huo Long. The 2 dragons immediately ignored their opponent's attack and wrapped themselves around it as hard as they could. Following that, a strange thing occurred. The flame leopard disappeared along with the lightning and flame dragons. Xinyan's expression instantly changed, because at that moment he lost his spiritual connection with his earth flame beast. "Long Chen, you really are looking to die," roared Xinyan. He knew this was definitely done by Long Chen. He had taken away his earth flame beast. His guess was correct. Perhaps if his earth flame beast still had its energy, Long Chen wouldn't have been able to do anything to it, but now it was weak, unable to bear another blow. With Lei Long and Huo Long's help, Long Chen had drawn it into the primal chaos space. As soon as the flame leopard entered the primal chaos space, it seemed to sense something and became motionless, not daring to move. Huo Long did not hesitate to go devour it, but it was stopped by Long Chen. He had Lei Long and Huo Long keep watch over it. Now wasn't the time to handle it yet, as he had more pressing things to do. Holding Blooddrinker, Long Chen slowly walked toward Xuanhuan. Although his hair was messy, his robes were torn, and blood was all over his body, he didn't seem sloppy. Instead, he seemed to possess a wild, domineering air as well as a wanton grandness. Seeing Long Chen walk over to Xuanhuan, everyone's hearts rose into their throats. Looking at that wild and domineering figure, as well as that blood-red saber resting on his shoulder, it was like they were watching the advancement of a death god. Is he really going to kill him? That was the question resounding in people's minds. Looking at the current situation, Long Chen had taken an absolute advantage. They could all see a trace of fear within Xuanhuan's enraged expression. Although his face was twisted like a monster, it gave people a feeling like he was trying to cover up his inner fear. When Long Chen reached Xuanhuan without a word, he slashed his saber down. Xuanhuan used his final bit of energy to condense a flame shield. When struck, his shield exploded and he tumbled back miserably, vomiting blood. Long Chen also didn't have it that well off. The backlash caused Blooddrinker to fly out of his grasp. It clanked and fell to the ground. Meanwhile, the wounds all over his body opened once more. Those wounds were from their previous exchange. He was no longer able to forcibly suppress them, and they began to bleed profusely. Long Chen picked up Blooddrinker with his left hand and rested it against his shoulder. His right hand was now numb and couldn't lift it. The same as last time, Long Chen began to walk over to Xuanhuan with the exact same rhythm. The sound of his steps was like an overture of death. Xuanhuan crawled up and immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. He was pale as paper. Having ignited a great deal of his essence blood and core energy, he was in a terrible situation now. He didn't have the slightest bit of energy left in his body. Looking at Long Chen walking over to him without a word, Xuanhuan felt like Long Chen was an emotionless death god who had come to reap his life. Long Chen, I don't believe you dare to kill me, if you dare. Xuanhuan's words were cut off by Long Chen's advancing saber. It was aimed at Xuanhuan's neck, but in his exhausted state, Long Chen ended up deviating from his planned path, while Xuanhuan also instinctively dodged. As a result, his saber struck Xuanhuan's chest. If it was a normal time, Long Chen's saber could blow Xuanhuan to pieces. But now, his attack had no power behind it, only leaving behind a deep cut. Long Chen's body wobbled slightly as he felt a wave of exhaustion washing over him. He took a deep breath and adjusted himself. Once more resting Blooddrinker on his shoulder, he pressed onward toward Xuanhuan. But the people watching could all see that Long Chen had already reached his limit a while ago. At this time, his saber was constantly quivering in his grasp. However, Long Chen's expression was still calm. No one further questioned Long Chen's resolve to kill Xuanhuan. Long Chen, you won't have a good ending if you kill me. You'll be expelled. Xuanhuan was finally afraid. Now he understood that Long Chen's words at the beginning had been an oath to himself. Long Chen's goal wasn't to humiliate him or force him to surrender. It was purely to kill him. I know. Long Chen's indifferent voice was so calm that it was frightening. Then why do you still want to kill me? Roared Xuanhuan. To give an explanation to those who died, said Long Chen. They weren't your relatives or your friends. Why do you have to do this? Roared Xuanhuan. Because they once trusted me with their lives, said Long Chen. The disciples beside the Dragonblood warriors were unable to make a sound anymore. They had never imagined that they would meet someone who would give up his core disciple spot and even give up his life to get revenge for some fallen brothers just because of this one moment of trust. They felt like even if they had to die immediately, their lives had been worthwhile now. At this moment, they understood the true reason why the Dragonblood warriors called him boss. It was because Long Chen truly viewed every one of the people who followed him as a brother. For hot-blooded men, crying was a weak display, and yet these displays couldn't help themselves, and no one laughed at them for it. Bastard, you're going to throw away your future just because of this. If you wanted to humiliate me, if you wanted to establish your name, you've already done it. Just what do you want? Shouted Xuanhuan. To kill you, said Long Chen. As he got closer, he slowly raised Blooddrinker. No, you can't kill me, Xuanhuan roared unwillingly. This is the price of trampling over other people's dreams and lives. Actions have consequences. Long Chen shook his head, and Blooddrinker flashed with a cold light. It thrust straight toward Xuanhuan's head. The word for boss means biggest brother. Chapter 1040 Son of Fate. Translator Born to Be. Seeing Long Chen's saber stab toward Xuanhuan's forehead, the disciples outside all let out startled cries. Quazinyan's spirit blood was exhausted. He had no way to circulate heavenly Tao energy, and he had no spiritual yuan. Once pierced, with no energy to protect his soul, he really would die. A rank 5 celestial was about to die just like this. No one had expected things to develop to this point. The Hall Master was already gripping the chessboard. He was just about to take action when the Xuanhuan Master's voice rang out in his head. No need. Just at this moment, Long Chen's saber reached Quazinyan's head. The sharp tip easily pierced Quazinyan's skin and continued forward. But just as his saber was about to pierce Quazinyan's brain, a light suddenly erupted from Quazinyan's head. He vanished. A life-protecting talisman, cried a few elders in shock. So it was still a failure, this goddamn luck. Long Chen was no longer able to keep hold of Bloodrinker. It fell to the ground. At the same time, he felt the world spinning around him. His vision darkened and he fainted. He had never felt so tired. Fainting felt like a blessing. Within the endless darkness, Long Chen felt a kind of peace. Within this darkness, there was nothing for him to worry or to think about. He felt completely relaxed. Long Chen, can you hear my call? Suddenly, a voice rang out within Long Chen's soul. That was a very familiar voice. Who are you? Asked Long Chen. There's no need to ask that question. All you need to know is that you are the son of fate. Millions of lives rest in your hands. Hurry and grow stronger or it will be too late, pressed that voice. What will be too late? Can you not explain it clearly? Raged Long Chen. Even now, he didn't know what this voice was or what it was talking about. You're too weak right now. If you were noticed, you'd be immediately killed. Take advantage of while they still haven't noticed you to grow, or everything will be destroyed. That voice did not answer his question. Do you have something wrong with your brain? Don't just tell half the story, roared Long Chen. Only getting little bits and pieces like this was driving him mad. Long Chen, what you need to do is... That voice suddenly vanished. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Roared Long Chen. What do you mean, what am I doing? I'm healing you. A female voice rang out, one that contained some anger. The darkness had vanished. Long Chen was lying on a bed, with a green-robed woman glaring at him. Ah, sorry, where am I? Apologized Long Chen. He looked around and saw that he was in a simple room with all kinds of instruments that he didn't know the purpose of. Long Chen, you're awake. Suddenly, a burst of fragrance attacked him. Xuanhuan rushed over to his side. I just checked him. He's basically fine. You can leave whenever, said that green-robed woman before taking her leave. Speak, pervert, did you exploit her? Xuanhuan suspiciously stared at Long Chen. What are you talking about? She's not even 1,000th as pretty as you. Long Chen smiled. Dislikable. Xuanhuan hit Long Chen, but she blushed with some rarely seen charm. Long Chen laughed mischievously inside. Hee, I can handle her with just a sentence now. It could be said that he was completely clear on Xuanhuan's temperament now. Although she was fiery, she still had the thoughts of a woman. If he didn't get on her nerves so often, her temper wouldn't be so explosive. Xuanhuan, did that fellow die? Asked Long Chen. You're a fool. You almost provoked a calamity because you wanted to kill him. Can you not be more calm-headed? Xuanhuan's eyes reddened slightly as she was deeply worried about him. Cough, you can't blame that on me. Looking at how much of a show-off he was, if I didn't cut him down, it would have been unworthy of his display. So, what happened in the end? Asked Long Chen. Xuanhuan rebuked. You scoundrel, you really infuriate me. Just as you were about to kill Quazinyan, he activated a life-protecting talisman within his body. He was teleported away, and the Elder Hall Master had to use the Xuanhuan Jade board to find him again. When he found him, he was unconscious, and just like you, he was sent to the healing hall. Senior apprentice sister Mu Qingxuan personally came to heal you, so you have to properly thank her. She spent a great deal of time and energy to heal you. Long Chen nodded. His powerful physical body required an immense amount of life energy to heal once it was injured. Mu Qingxuan had probably ended up using her core energy to allow him to heal so quickly. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Then is Quazinyan right next door? What are you thinking? You better be more well-behaved for me, warned Xuanhuan. Am I that kind of person? I just want to see if he's well, said Long Chen. Who would believe you? Let me tell you, this matter was personally suppressed by the Xuanhuan Master, so don't you dare cause it to erupt again. Even the Xuanhuan Master was disturbed. Of course, you ignored the sect's rules and tried to kill a fellow disciple. The Law Enforcement Hall Master declared that he had to heavily punish you using torture tools as an example for the other disciples. But a portion of the elders said that, while you might have gone against the rules, You didn't succeed in the end, and it wasn't a grave offense, so it should be forgivable. Well, the main thing was that those elders wanted to be lenient to a genius like you. The law enforcement hall immediately turned hostile and said that you had to be handed to them, as this matter was their responsibility, and others couldn't interfere. The Xuan master had to personally send out orders to revoke your core disciple position and downgrade you to an inner sect disciple in order to get them to shut their mouths, said Xuanhuan. That law enforcement hall master is just an idiot, cursed Long Chen viciously. No matter how he looked at that old bastard, he saw nothing good about him. Long Chen, you have to calm down. We still haven't established ourselves in the Dao sect. Thus, it's extremely unfavorable to make strong enemies now. Just leave the matter with Quez Xinyan alone, persuaded Tang Wanner. Long Chen shook his head. Wanner, you know who I am. I always act according to my heart, and I definitely can't let Quez Xinyan off after he killed so many innocent disciples. But don't worry, I wasn't able to fight him to the death this time, so next time I'll play him to death within the rules. I guarantee I won't cause you any more worry. Seeing how solemnly Long Chen promised, Tang Wanner could only helplessly nod along. Long Chen was conceding as much as he was willing to her. Following this, Long Chen asked about the Dragon Blood Legion. Tang Wanner told him that, although he had been stripped of his core disciple position, he had still retained the right to establish his own faction due to the special circumstances. Those other disciples who he had led in the inner sect trial had all joined him, and so their faction had instantly exploded in size. Tang Wanner still wasn't used to seeing so many faces. But the comforting thing was that those new disciples were all extremely obedient due to their gratitude toward Long Chen. So despite the leap in numbers, it was still easy to handle things. Long Chen couldn't help but sigh. In the beginning, he had felt a burst of compassion and been unwilling to see that group of abandoned disciples be killed in the trial. He hadn't originally been thinking about expanding the Dragon Blood Legion, but now that probably wasn't something that he could decide. He couldn't refuse so many sincere faces. Although these disciples had lower talent and power, their loyalty was no problem at all. It was just that there were too many of them, and Long Chen felt the pressure increase. From Tang Wanner, Long Chen learned he had been unconscious for 7 days. During this week, quite a few things had happened. Tang Wanner had been in charge of the Dragon Blood Legion. She had first gone to register their faction, and then there had been procedures to follow. Fortunately, this kind of structure was something Tang Wanner had already experienced in the 108th monastery, and so she was able to handle things smoothly. During the procedures, she had met with some conflicts with the Divine Beast Mansion, Hegemon Hall, and Flame Gate's disciples, but in the end, she decided to endure, and so no huge battles erupted. Fuck, I bet their faces are getting itchy again. They're just waiting for me to slap them, cursed Long Chen. His battle with Quez Xinyan had given him a warning. His own foundation was much weaker than theirs. When it came to true combat power, he probably wouldn't have been Quez Xinyan's match if he hadn't already handled one of his earth flame beasts before the fight. If Quez Xinyan had merged with the power of 2 earth flames, then to defeat him would have required Long Chen to actually risk his life. He wouldn't have been able to win so reliably through pure power. However, the stronger the opponent, the more excited he felt. Only by fighting against experts could he find where he was still lacking and how he could improve. Only when there was pressure was there motivation. Tang Wanner continued to tell him about what had happened, and what made Long Chen particularly moved was that the new 13,000 disciples didn't go exchange their points to get pills, weapons, or techniques. Instead, they gave them all to Tang Wanner. At that time, Tang Wanner had been stunned. The faction's job was to distribute benefits to its disciples to make the faction more cohesive. There had never been a faction that took in the disciples' points. Tang Wanner hadn't accepted, and so those disciples had said that their lives were the Dragon Blood Legion's. Their everything was the Dragon Blood Legion's. They were simple words, but Long Chen could feel their sincerity and trust. He was extremely moved. Trust had to be mutual. These are good problems. Tomorrow I'll go out and think of a way to get points, said Long Chen. His family had grown bigger and he had more mouths to feed. Since they had chosen to follow him, he wouldn't let them suffer through hard times. You probably won't have time. You've missed several days of basic courses, so you'll have to go to class tomorrow, said Tang Wanner. What? Long Chen couldn't believe his ears. Chapter 10:41 A Python to a Dragon. Translator Born to Be. Within a classroom in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, there was a strict-looking elder loudly reading off a scroll he was holding. There were tens of thousands of disciples sitting in front of the elder, all of them with solemn expressions as they seriously listened to his reading. In the past few days, whether it was the inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they had all been going to class. According to the Xuanhuan Dao sect's traditions, the disciples all had alternate lectures with over 100 teachers. Those lectures were extremely diverse, and they contained information about martial tactics, formations, forging arts, runes, alchemy, divining the future, healing, etc. There were over 100 all-encompassing topics. The most shocking thing was that there were even zither, chess, scholar, and painting cultivation methods, and there were even some cultivation professions they had never heard of. For example, singing, dancing, etc. They had never heard of cultivators doing such things for a living. During these days, they had been listening to the teachers presenting the arts that they were most proficient in. This was to allow the disciples to consider their own skills, interests, and aptitude, so that they could decide which direction their future cultivation would take. It went without saying that the Xuanhuan Dao sect's foundation was absolutely shocking. As long as you thought of something, you could find a teacher specialized in it, and even if you couldn't think of it, you would have a teacher for it. As for the current elder, he was a veteran beast tamer. First, he discussed some foundational knowledge, as well as introducing the pros and cons of beast tamers, and then he introduced some overlord-level existences that were recorded in ancient history. Those were housebits that beast tamers would long to obtain even in their dreams. The tens of thousands of disciples were all listening with rapt attention. Only one person was absent-minded as his mind rapidly worked. Chen had long since grown tired of listening to this elder drone on and on. This rule of the Dao sect was extremely irritating. Even if you weren't a beast tamer and had no intention of choosing that profession, you had to listen to this class. The elder's voice went in through Chen's left ear and out through his right. The only thing he was thinking about was how to make money. Yesterday, Xuanhuan had told him that in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, points were even harder to obtain than in the Eastern Wasteland's 108th monastery. Inner sect disciples only got 100 points a month. Outer sect disciples only got 10. Furthermore, 5 of those points could only be obtained through working and completing missions. If they failed their missions, the points would even be deducted. As for core disciples, they obtained the most points. Each month, they got 10,000. Regretfully, that had nothing to do with Chen now, as he could only get the pay of an inner sect disciple. 9,900 points had flown away with the hack of his saber. Just as Chen was thinking about how to make money to support his family, the elder on the stage had finished discussing the overlord magical beasts that transcendent beast tamers had once managed to subdue. He began to tell an extremely badass story, and also began discussing a badass existence. In the North Underworld, there was a fish known as the kun. When the kun grew, the elder began describing a terrifying existence, one that only existed in legends. The disciples were all listening with interest when the elder suddenly shouted, "You, what are you thinking about?" The disciples were startled and followed the elder's gaze to see Chen staring at the window with a lifeless expression. It was unknown what he was thinking, but it seemed he wasn't listening at all. Senior apprentice brother Chen. A maiden beside Chen blushed slightly and pushed Chen lightly. Is class over? Chen was delighted, but he quickly realized that the teacher was glaring blades at him, and he quickly shut his mouth. "You stand up, repeat what I just said," ordered the teacher. Chen helplessly stood up, grumbling inside. Thickening his face, he said, "In the North Underworld there was a fish known as the kun. When the kun grew, Chen hadn't even been listening, so he had no idea what he had said after this. Seeing everyone looking at him, he clenched his teeth and said, "When the kun grew, well, it didn't matter because if it grew too big for the pot, it can still be grilled on a spit. A handful of pepper, a handful of sesame, cook it until the skin bursts, you get a bite, I get a bite. We can raise our cups and eat until the sun rises." Once Chen was finished, the classroom was deathly silent. Green veins were popping on the teacher's head. Pointing at Chen, even his finger quivered. "Get out." Chen still wanted to quibble. "Scram." Now his voice had become a roar, and Chen could only helplessly leave, disappearing from people's sights. Damn, so escaping the sea of bitterness is actually so simple. If I had known this earlier, why would I have to suffer? Once Chen had walked far away enough and knew the teacher couldn't see him, he stopped and stretched his waist, instantly feeling much more refreshed. Consecutively listening to lectures made him feel like he was going crazy. Being kicked out was a kind of blessing now. Boss. Once Long Chen left the lecture region, he was greeted by a certain person after crossing a bamboo forest. That person immediately knelt on the ground and grabbed Long Chen's leg, sniveling and wailing. "What the fuck, who beat you like this?" raged Long Chen. This miserable person was precisely Xuanhuan. "Boss, you have to get justice for me. The Central Plains is cruel. I want to return to our village," cried Xuanhuan. "Was it that idiot Quezinian? Bring me over, I'll kill that bastard," raged Long Chen. There was no way he could endure such open bullying. "No, I was beaten by a group of women," cried Xuanhuan. "Women? You offended Hua Xiu." Long Chen was shocked. That woman truly was not to be trifled with. She was very likely the most terrifying existence amongst the 5 great heavenly geniuses. "No," Xuanhuan shook his head once more. "Then who?" Long Chen suddenly glared at Xuanhuan and said, "Brat, don't tell me you only got beaten because you tried to take some liberties with them." "Boss, I'm not that kind of person," cried Xuanhuan, aggrieved. "Fine, then stop being so embarrassing here. Stand up and tell me what happened. If someone bullied you, your boss will definitely get revenge for you." Long Chen pulled Xuanhuan up. His current state was too ugly. Xuanhuan cried, "There were 3 waves of people that beat me." "That's overboard. It's not even noon, but you were already beaten 3 times. Long Chen was enraged. Exactly. It's completely overboard. If they weren't women, I'd have definitely attacked them," said Xuanhuan with rage as well. Long Chen really had been angry at the beginning, but now as he listened to Xuanhuan, he felt like something was a bit off. This matter was not as simple as he had thought. "What exactly happened? Start from the beginning," said Long Chen. Here's what happened. I didn't have class this morning, so I was just strolling through the public plaza. Then I saw a sharp-mouthed monkey man peddling a young lady with his divination skills. He said that as long as she gave him 1 point, he would give her a fated marriage talisman that would definitely let her find a companion she liked within a month. Don't you think that's just nonsense? What talisman has that effect? Furthermore, how could an outer sect disciple who only just joined the sect know anything about divination? He was clearly just tricking her. I was angry for her, and being so righteous, I couldn't just watch as she was tricked. So I went up to expose him, said Xuanhuan with righteous indignation. "That sounds off. You couldn't even beat an outer sect disciple?" asked Long Chen. "He wasn't the one to beat me. It was the young lady I saved," cried Xuanhuan. "What? How unreasonable. You should have let her be conned." Long Chen shook his head. "Exactly. I told her, don't get duped, he's tricking you. Someone as ugly as you won't find others who like you. It would be better for you to keep your points and work on increasing your power." I painstakingly tried to advise her, but she immediately turned hostile and beat me. "Boss, tell me, don't you think she's unreasonable?" cried Xuanhuan. "And then what?" Long Chen didn't have any opinion. "Then I left. I wasn't going to beat her because that's not a manly thing to do. So I stifled my anger and found a place to calmly meditate. But then I saw a woman mournfully walking across the river. I was scared witless. That river absorbs people's spiritual yuan, and you can't use magical arts in it, nor can you swim. She was clearly committing suicide." "Suicide?" "Yes," I shouted at her from a distance, but she ignored me. In my panic, I quickly took off my pants and peed in the river. Once she saw that, she immediately ran to the shore, said Xuanhuan. "Brother, these smarts of yours really are shocking. That woman might not be afraid to die, but she would definitely be afraid of drowning from piss." "Amazing, you saved a life by peeing," praised Long Chen. This life-saving measure truly was something only a few others would be able to come up with. "What about it was amazing? As soon as she came up to the shore, she began to beat me, saying her precious hairpin fell in the river and she was looking for it," said Xuanhuan with an aggrieved expression. Xuanhuan sighed. "Not only was I beaten twice, those 2 were too evil. They used their heavenly Tao energy, so I was unable to heal in a short time. With my miserable state, I had no way to face others. So later, while I was squatting by the path, a group of red-robed big sisters passed. They were so beautiful my heart almost burst. Seeing that I was injured, they asked me what happened, and when I explained, they praised me for my good intentions. Furthermore, they recognized me, saying that I was very famous in the inner sect, and a heroic figure at that. At that time, I was delighted and hastily got up to set things straight. I said that the hero is my boss, and I'm like a python to a dragon. And then they immediately turned hostile and crazily attacked me. I would have been killed if I didn't run fast enough. Boss, don't you think those people have some mental illnesses? When I asked why they suddenly began to beat me, they didn't even say anything and just beat me harder. Long Chen carefully examined Xuanhuan and sighed. Xuanhuan, I really admire you. A group of beautiful women who wear red robes. My guess is that they're from an ancient race. They are people with the bloodline of the heavenly scale blood python. The ancient races are proudest of their bloodline and with their ancestor being a python and you insulting the python. Xuanhuan, well done, truly well done. I didn't know. Only now did Xuanhuan understand why those women had immediately turned hostile. That's why I've long since told you to stop being such a show-off and study more. But you refuse to listen, so not even a god can save you, said Long Chen helplessly. Anyway, bring me over to Cayenne Duoduo. I want to handle a few things. Chapter 1042, Crouching Dragon Mountain. Translator Born to Be. The number of new disciples in the Xuanhuan Dao sect numbered in the millions. However, the majority were not combat disciples. The inner sect trial Long Chen and the others had gone through was to become the main combat disciples. Their group was viewed as the most important group by the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Most of the Xuanhuan Dao sect's disciples could be split into combat disciples, support disciples, and inheritance disciples. There was no need to explain much about the combat disciples. They were the disciples that would form the core of the sect's battle strength. They were the elites of the sect. As for the support disciples, they were the disciples that would help the combat disciples in battle. There were a great deal of these disciples, and they included healers, formation masters, illusion masters, etc. When they worked together with the combat disciples, they would be like tigers with wings. They were also viewed importantly by the sect. However, since there were so many of them, they needed constant adjustment and training so they could cooperate properly with the combat disciples. If their teamwork was off, it would result in casualties rather than increasing their power. Other than these two categories of disciples, there were also inheritance disciples. These disciples included alchemists, talisman scribes, forging masters, essentially disciples with special and ancient inheritances. These disciples were important pillars for the Xuanhuan Dao sect's economy. The amount the Xuanhuan Dao sect invested in them was definitely no less than what they put into the combat disciples. Teaching them their arts exhausted endless resources. Their failure rate at the beginning was frighteningly high. But once they gradually reached a certain level of mastery, they would bring in a shocking amount of profit to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. There were many of these disciples, and they were also cared for deeply by the sect. However, support disciples and inheritance disciples were not allowed to form their own factions. They simply learned from their teachers and cultivated. Only the combat disciples had the qualifications to form their own factions and recruit members. In the future, the Xuanhuan Dao sect would distribute rewards based on the individual factions, accomplishments, and displays. Long Chen's faction was simply called the Dragonblood Legion. They had their personal territory, which was a 300-mile mountain. This land belonged to the Dragonblood Legion, and others could not enter, not even the law enforcement hall. To inner sect disciples, this was a token of their grand status. The 6 great factions all had their own territories, and there was no better or worse one. They were essentially the same. Inner sect disciples also had access to cultivation regions. These cultivation resources needed to be activated in order to be used, and the requirement for activating them was the Xuanhuan Dao sect's hardest currency to obtain, points. Using a cultivation region for a few hours exhausted a frightening number of points. If all the disciples of the Dragonblood Legion pooled their points, they would only be able to train for a day in a high-grade training room. That was why those cultivation regions couldn't be randomly entered. Your time inside would normally be measured by the hour, and you couldn't waste a single second of that time. "Boss, are you not going to class? I thought you'd still be there for a few hours," said Xuanhuan on the way. "Do you think I'm as ignorant as you? The teacher saw how erudite I was and let me leave," said Long Chen, without turning red or unnatural in the slightest. Xuanhuan immediately felt a burst of admiration. That worshipful expression on his face projected his pride at having such a badass boss. It seemed he had no idea that the teacher had told Long Chen to scram, not to leave. They quickly arrived at the foot of the mountain. The spiritual qi here was dense, and the trees were so huge they soared into the sky. There was a small stone path that led to the peak. According to the rules, the people who won this territory had the right to name it. Tang Wan'er had decided to call this place Crouching Dragon Mountain. This name had been approved by all the Dragonblood warriors. They couldn't think of a better, more appropriate name. At the top of Crouching Dragon Mountain was a grand and beautiful pavilion. This was Long Chen's residence. From there, it was possible to overlook all of Crouching Dragon Mountain. When Long Chen arrived, he saw that the majority of the disciples were out taking classes. Only a portion remained. The ones present had mostly already finished all their classes. During these days, they had been thinking about what kinds of cultivation goals they should set for themselves, and what direction they should take their cultivation. Xuanhuan had only gone out to mess around because he had finished his classes. Now he was returning with a swollen and bruised face. Long Chen had missed the wave of courses for only inner sect disciples, and thus could only listen with the outer sect disciples. Being kicked out was perfect, as he had important matters to handle. Boss, my investigation during these days revealed that everyone's points are very limited. Getting more points is difficult, especially since everyone is treating the points they have as treasures. They're busy investigating how to use their points in the best manner possible. For us to get more points will be very difficult, said Caiyan Duoju upon seeing Long Chen. During the past few days, Caiyan Duoju had constantly been investigating the use of points and everyone's thoughts about them. To get more was far too difficult. That's to be expected. People are probably assessing and weighing the value of their points, so no one is willing to use them yet in case they lose out. But in truth, this is the greatest opportunity for us. We're not going to buy points, we're going to sell points, said Long Chen. Sell? Caiyan Duoju couldn't believe his ears. Others were doing all they could to get more points. Some people even had the urge to snatch them away forcibly. But Long Chen wanted to sell them off. Yes, sell. Have you investigated how people sell points? Asked Long Chen. Caiyan Duoju thought about it for a moment before saying, I have heard someone say that he was willing to offer 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 point. But that's just what he said. There's no one actually selling them at that price. It's not like people are stupid. The spiritual qi in the Xuanhuan Dao sect is so dense that middle-grade spirit stones are basically useless. No one would buy them. That person was sneered at when he shouted that price, and someone said he was willing to pay twice the price for his points, and that person declined. That's a good thing. In a bit, release word that we are releasing a limited number of points. As for the price, just make it 15,000 middle-grade spirit stones for 1 point. Furthermore, the points are only to be sold to outer sect disciples, and each disciple can only buy one. They are not permitted to buy it again, said Long Chen. I don't get it, said Caiyan Duoju. Just do it, release 20,000 points for now. Let's see the results, said Long Chen. Caiyan Duoju was lost, but he still did as Long Chen instructed. He went out in search of Wang Mang and the others. Wang Mang was an outer sect disciple from the senior generation. He had gone to the eastern wasteland to greet the new disciples, but as a result, the Dragonblood Legion had made him submit completely. Wang Mang was an old acquaintance, so it was best to go through him. Using his mouth to spread the news would have a better effect. Everyone had only just obtained their points, and they weren't clear on the exact value of them. Long Chen wanted to take advantage of that to rake in a killing. In truth, Long Chen already had a certain idea about the value of a point. He had seen a catalog of what the points could be exchanged for in the sect. 1 point could be exchanged for 1 9-ring Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill. The Heavenly Star Sea Merging Pill's main ingredient was the 9-yang Heavenly Star Grass. Its effect was even greater than the Sea Merging Pill Long Chen had used before with the 7-stamen Sea Heart Fruit. However, the 9-yang Heavenly Star Grass was extremely expensive. Depending on its age, it sold for between 800 to 1,500 middle-grade spirit stones. Long Chen didn't have that medicinal ingredient, but he could buy one. Then he would have an unlimited supply of it with the primal chaos bead. 1 9-yang Heavenly Star Grass plus over 100 supplementary ingredients would transform to become 3,000 middle-grade spirit stones through a successful refinement. However, the odds of a successful refinement were only 30%. And so the manufacturing cost was basically just under 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. It was no wonder that the person saying he would buy a point for 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones was cursed. He must have thought others were idiots. The investment to refine the pill 3 times was essentially 10,000 middle-grade spirit stones. An ordinary alchemist wouldn't necessarily be able to refine a 9-ring pill, no matter how hard they tried. Even if the top masters of the Xuanhuan Dao sect came out, a 9-ring pill would still be a very high-level existence to them. That was why Long Chen estimated one point to be worth around 15 to 18,000 middle-grade spirit stones. As for why he first released a limited 20,000 points into the market, it was bait. The first thing to do was to get the atmosphere ready. Then once the fish came, he would make the real killing. It had already been quite some time since he had arrived at the Xuanhuan Dao sect. According to their agreement, Zheng Wenlong should be sending him a message in the next few days after he had stabilized himself in the Central Plains. At that time, he would have plenty of middle-grade spirit stones to buy things from him. He would make a great deal of profit by doing things like this. These disciples, middle-grade spirit stones, had essentially become trash now that they had come to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The spirit stones were useless to the disciples, and rather than letting the Xuanhuan Dao sect benefit from people throwing them away, they could be used to help Long Chen. Long Chen felt a great deal of pressure. His family had grown much larger. These new disciples had no selfish motives, as was proven when they had handed all their points to Tang Wan'er. Perhaps only by going through blood and fire could people see the true meaning of cultivation instead of being blinded by greed. Originally, Long Chen hadn't been thinking of accepting new people. He had just wanted to lead the original members of the Dragonblood Legion to dominate the world, but now his plans were forced to change. That battle had completely changed his original thinking. These disciples had ordinary talent, just like the original Dragonblood warriors. But Long Chen was sure that as long as he had money, he could transform them into a powerful army, and this army would be completely loyal and devoted to him. At the same time, Long Chen felt his own power was lacking. His fight against Xuanhuan had shown him that he still wasn't strong enough. He had to work hard on upgrading himself as well as upgrading all the Dragonblood warriors. He couldn't bother with that voice or how it called him the son of fate. If things were to continue as they were, he would be crushed like a dog, so first things first. I almost forgot about Xuanhuan's earth flame beast. Let's see if I can subdue it and have it refine pills for me. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. He could refine the heavenly star sea merging pill, but he didn't have the time. If he could subdue another earth flame and have it refine pills along with Xuanhuan, wouldn't that be amazing? Thinking of that, Long Chen felt a burst of anticipation and joy. He hastily looked inside the primal chaos space, but when he saw the situation inside, he couldn't help but become dumbfounded. Chapter 1043 Alchemy Pavilion. Translator Born to Be. Where is the earth flame? Long Chen only saw Lei Long and Xuanhuan in the primal chaos space. The flame leopard was nowhere to be seen. Xuanhuan let out a roar, and a foot-long flame dragon flew out and intimately coiled around Long Chen's arm. It rubbed against him like a child sucking up. You ate it. Looking at Xuanhuan's guilty actions, Long Chen became speechless. He suddenly felt like he had done something foolish. If you had a cat watch over a fish, the results would be obvious to anyone. Fine, if you ate it, you ate it. I won't blame you. Seeing the flame dragon continuously rubbing against his arm like it was afraid he would curse it, Long Chen couldn't help but smile bitterly. Hearing that, Xuanhuan let out an excited roar. Its body suddenly lit up, and a powerful aura rose from it. What the fuck, you were conning me, shouted Long Chen. Xuanhuan had really only swallowed the earth flame beast into its stomach. It hadn't killed it, but once Long Chen said that he didn't blame it, it immediately devoured the earth flame. Those fierce fluctuations coming from it were the result of it merging with the flame leopard. Long Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This little fellow was too evil. If he had instead become furious upon hearing that it had devoured it, it would have handed over the flame leopard. But since he didn't blame it, it immediately devoured the flame leopard. He was speechless. Fine, go ahead, but I don't have time for you to descend into slumber. You'll have to spend a longer amount of time digesting it this time. I need you to do work for me, said Long Chen. Since the flame leopard had already been devoured, the work he had been planning for it would have to be taken up by Xuanhuan. Eating things always came with a price. However, there was still some time, so Long Chen had Xuanhuan first devour a bit of its new energy and get accustomed to its power. After all, Xuanhuan had now devoured 2 new earth flames. The previous earth flame hadn't been fully digested yet, and now Xuanhuan had devoured an even stronger earth flame. To completely digest all that energy would take a long time, and if it didn't descend into slumber, it wouldn't be able to focus 100% on refining that energy, which would prolong the digestion time even more. Right now, it was too late to complain, so there was no point in being petty. But Long Chen was comforted to see that the little fellow's intelligence was so high. It actually knew how to play such a trick on him. That was a good thing. The higher its intelligence, the more it could help him. Furthermore, Xuanhuan would only get stronger after refining the two earth flames essences. After settling this matter, Long Chen checked the time and his expression drastically changed. He had almost messed up. He said a hurried goodbye to Xuanhuan and rushed off the mountain into a large palace at the front courtyard of the Xuanhuan Dao sect. The main hall was already completely full of sitting disciples. However, the teacher hadn't arrived yet, which allowed Long Chen to relax. This was his afternoon class, and an important one to Long Chen, as it was one discussing the principles of the Pill Dao. With his Pill God memories, these principles were useless, nothing more than child's play to him. But his real goal was the alchemy pavilion. He needed the alchemy pavilion to provide him with resources. With that, he would be able to quickly strengthen the Dragonblood Legion. Due to Xuanhuan's matter, Long Chen was almost late. This was the final class on the Pill Dao, and if he missed it, he wouldn't have a chance to become a disciple of the alchemy pavilion. Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect, inner sect disciples had great authority and could freely join professions they enjoyed or were skilled in to do some side work. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen over here, there's space here. As soon as Long Chen arrived, a few women beckoned to him. Long Chen's battle with Xuanhuan had deeply shaken everyone. Amongst the new disciples, there was no one who didn't recognize him. The fact that Long Chen had fought so bravely to get revenge for his fellow disciples had touched many people's hearts. Long Chen's wild and domineering aura felt especially fresh and dangerous to women in the springtime of their youth. Long Chen awkwardly smiled and said, "Thank you, but I'm fine here. My brothers are already here." Amongst these disciples, there were 3 disciples of the Dragonblood Legion. They were new members, and seeing Long Chen arrive, they quickly made space for him. Those women were a bit disappointed, but his polite refusal didn't draw any anger. Instead, they felt even more admiration. A true hero should be gentle and refined normally, and should only become a devil god once they encountered powerful enemies. His conduct was the complete opposite of certain people. Those people normally brandished their claws at others to appear domineering, but when the true life and death battle came, they would piss themselves. Quiet. Just as a disturbance was caused by Long Chen's arrival, a person walked into the room and shouted. This was an elder wearing embroidered robes. His sleeves and collar had designs made of golden threads, which were round like buttons, but they were actually the designs of medicinal ingredients. The elder's forehead was a bit narrow while his mouth was a bit big. However, his lips were very thin. Seeing him, Long Chen grumbled inside. Although he liked to spout nonsense that he could read faces, the truth was that he was very sensitive to a person's nature through the 9-star Hegemon body art. He could tell a person's general character with practically just a glance. This elder's face embodied the words sharp, cold, harsh, and sour. This was the hardest kind of person to form relations with. Long Chen would rather have dealings with a magical beast than such a person. How many times have you been told that as soon as you enter the main hall, you are attending class and are not here to make a ruckus? Reprimanded the elder. His gaze swept over everyone, but when he saw Long Chen, he paused slightly. Long Chen's heart dropped. He sensed extremely obvious hostility. What was going on? He had no enmity with him. Reporting to teacher, it was Long Chen's late arrival that caused the disturbance. It has nothing to do with us. A disciple with a pockmarked face stood and reported. The disciples beside Long Chen were all infuriated. This tattletale was intentionally framing Long Chen. This teacher was famed for his strictness, and this person was intentionally trying to humiliate Long Chen. The pockmarked disciple glanced at Long Chen deliberately before sitting back down. He came from the Flame Gate. In other words, he was one of Xuanhuan's subordinates. The Dragonblood Legion and the Flame Gate were like water and fire now, so he naturally wouldn't mind taking this opportunity to throw a stone at Long Chen. "Is that true, Long Chen?" demanded the teacher. Reporting to teacher, senior apprentice brother Long Chen wasn't late. What happened was, a woman stood up to Long Chen's defense. Long Chen truly hadn't been late. He had managed to get in at the last second. "Shut up. Who let you randomly open your mouth in the classroom? If it happens again, I'll kick you out. My alchemy pavilion doesn't need disciples that don't understand the rules," shouted the teacher. The female disciple's eyes reddened. She sat down, not daring to make another sound. "I didn't arrive late. The truth is," Long Chen shook his head. Shameful, did your family elders never teach you to stand when speaking to teachers? Shouted the elder. Long Chen was enraged. His greatest taboo was when people mentioned his family elders, as his only family elders were his father and mother. He forcibly suppressed his rage and slowly stood. I didn't arrive late, I got here just in time. In my alchemy classes, I stress that only arriving a quarter hour earlier counts as being on time. You arrived late, but you're still quibbling. Your family's upbringing really was lacking. For you to sneak your way into the Xuanhuan Dao sect is regretful for the sect, sneered the teacher. I was injured, so I wasn't able to attend the previous classes. And so, Long Chen took a deep breath and once more suppressed his fury. The alchemy pavilion was important to him. He had to get in, or it would greatly affect the cultivation speed of the Dragonblood Legion. Don't try and find excuses. I only care about the results. And right now, what I see is a coward trying to find excuses and trying to shirk his responsibility. It's no wonder you were stripped of your core disciple spot just a few hours after obtaining it. The fact that a person with no sense of discipline or responsibility could become an inner sect disciple is a humiliation to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. If you have any sense of shame, you'll leave now. I will not permit such an undisciplined person to attend my class, said the teacher as he walked right in front of Long Chen. Long Chen unconsciously clenched his fists so hard that they creaked. He was sure this teacher was intentionally making things hard on him. He saw a pleased expression in the teacher's eyes. This was clearly a trap. He was intentionally insulting him and kicking him out. Boss, let's go. We're not attending this garbage class. The Dragonblood Legion's new warriors stood up. Even they could see that this teacher was intentionally insulting Long Chen. It was completely overboard. For anyone to humiliate Long Chen, who was like a god to them, was completely unacceptable. Not even the Xuanhuan Dao sect's famed alchemy pavilion's teacher was an exception. Calling his class garbage was already expressing their rage. Although the alchemy pavilion was a sacred place, compared to the position Long Chen had in their hearts, there was no comparison. Undisciplined brats, all of you can scram, roared the teacher. Fuck the hell off. Long Chen finally couldn't bear it any longer, and in front of everyone's stunned gazes, his fist landed right in the middle of that teacher's cold face. Chapter 1044 Human Meat Shield. Translator Born to Be. Bang! Long Chen's fist landed squarely on the teacher's face. The teacher had never dreamed that Long Chen would dare to strike him. As a result, his entire face caved in front this punch. He let out a miserable scream and flew back. He crashed against the wall and then rebounded, and before he could do anything, Long Chen had grabbed him. He raised his hand. Pow 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 pow. In the blink of an eye, 36 slaps struck his face. The teacher's face immediately swelled like a pig. Brute, you dare. Only now did the teacher react. Flames erupted out of his body. As a result, Long Chen sent a punch to his abdomen. The teacher let out a pained groan and curled up like a shrimp. This punch had been extremely vicious. It had almost crippled his dantian. But even though Long Chen hadn't crippled him, he had heavily injured his dantian, making him incapable of circulating spiritual yuan for a short time. Looking at the teacher curled up on the ground, all the disciples were shocked. The teachers were all king-level experts. For Long Chen to dare to strike one, did he not want his life? Long Chen icily stared at the pained teacher, furious killing intent in his eyes. This bastard was intentionally targeting him, making sure he couldn't join the alchemy pavilion. At the beginning, Long Chen had been forced to endure, but after giving him an inch, he wanted a mile. He refused to allow Long Chen to join the alchemy pavilion. Although he didn't know for sure what his reasoning was, he knew that with this teacher present, there was no way for him to join the alchemy pavilion. Using his position, it will be all too easy to kick him out, so rather than enduring, it was better to vent his anger. At this moment, a figure tried to rush out. That person was the one who had tattled on him. You want to go report this? Get back here. Long Chen disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in front of that disciple. That disciple was appalled. Seeing Long Chen blocking him, his soul almost fled out of terror. He hastily turned around, but he was grabbed by Long Chen. He was thrown into a wall and smushed like a frog before collapsing on the ground. His body was completely deformed, with all his bones shattered. Lustung ghost, let me help you out. Long Chen raised him and crushed his jaw with one blow, and then grabbing his tongue, he pulled. Ah, the one screaming with a few female disciples, because that disciple couldn't make a sound. His entire tongue was ripped out by Long Chen, and it was an incredibly bloody sight. At this time, the teacher slowly crawled up. Long Chen suddenly threw the disciple in his hand at him. Both of them tumbled back and struck the wall. The disciple fainted. Long Chen, the teacher, had only just opened his mouth when he was sent flying by a kick. He smashed into another wall, appearing extremely miserable. Damn old ghost. As expected, you knew my name but were just acting like you didn't. Trash like you can become a teacher. Speak, what were you paid to make things hard on me? Just talking about it made Long Chen enraged, and he once more slapped the teacher in the face. The sound of the slapping echoed throughout the palace. Everyone was pale with fright. This was too crazy. Was Long Chen really so powerful that he was a match for kings? The truth was that the only reason Long Chen could beat this elder like beating a child was because he understood alchemists far too well. Alchemists possessed weak bodies, and without activating their pill flame to protect their bodies, their combat power was terrible. As for this teacher, he was clearly used to living like a prince and had no battle experience. If he really wanted to, he could instantly kill him. This was the difference between inheritance and fighting experts. He possessed an expert's cultivation base and foundation, but his combat power was essentially zero. Such people never entered the battlefield. Courting death, brute you. People's eyes almost popped out as Long Chen broke the teacher's arms and legs, causing him to spasm. When it came to which parts of the human body could bring about the most pain, no one had more knowledge than Long Chen. He icily said, "Speak, who told you to make things hard on me?" The teacher's body quivered with hatred and rancor. Your answer was beside the point. Long Chen stamped his foot down several times, eliciting pained screams. Who told you to do this? It's fine if you don't say. I have many ways to make a person tell the truth, and I can try them one by one. If 30 of them fail, I'll admit you're a real man and I'll cut off my own head as an apology. So should we start? Said Long Chen with a sincere smile. I'll speak. It was the law enforcement hall, cried the teacher. His face was scrumpled into a deformed state from the pain. He wasn't a fighting expert, so he had never experienced this kind of torment. His will quickly crumbled and he begged for mercy. How brazen, Long Chen! Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in the palace. Coincidentally, these 2 were people Long Chen recognized. They were the 2 law enforcement elders who had appeared when Long Chen had viciously quelled the disciples who had failed and decided to charge up the Xuanhuan staircase. One of them was the one he had several interactions with, Lu Minghen. He was the one shouting. I've always been brazen, or how could I have cut off your head? Sneered Long Chen. Long Chen was now fully clear on this matter. The teacher's words had confirmed his initial suspicions that this matter had the law enforcement hall behind it. Startled cries rang out. What kind of monster? Not only did they personally witness him crushing a teacher like he was a dog, now it seemed he had truly cut off the head of a king. Lu Minghen's face was dark with anger. That was the greatest humiliation of his life, and Long Chen had once more ripped off his scab. Brazen Long Chen, you've caused chaos in a peaceful class and beat up a teacher. Your crimes are unforgivable, and if you don't kneel immediately, don't blame my law enforcement hall for being merciless and executing you, shouted Lu Minghen. He and the other king attacked at the same time, their chains whistling towards Long Chen. 2 kings attacked at the same time. Their chains completely blocked any paths of retreat for Long Chen, and the great power behind them caused space to rumble. How were they trying to subdue Long Chen? They were clearly trying to kill him. Idiot, you were helpless to do anything to me in the eastern wasteland, and you're still helpless to do anything to me now. Let me show you my peerless skill, the living replacement human shield. Long Chen kicked the half-dead teacher into his waiting hand. Just like that, he raised him towards the chains. Lu Minghen and his fellow king immediately felt their hair stand on end, and they hastily retracted their chains. The chain stopped just half an inch from the teacher's face, but the astral winds following them almost killed him. He coughed up bloody that contained his broken innards. Long Chen, you're courting death. Lu Minghen roared furiously, his face slightly pale. Fiercely attacking and then fiercely pulling back power was the greatest taboo for cultivators. It was equivalent to attacking oneself. Both of them almost coughed up blood. Long Chen waved his human shield and sneered, with 2 huge pieces of shit here, why would I need to find more shit? Since the situation had already reached this point, then he had to blow up this matter until it was huge. Otherwise, he would end up losing. Long Chen, release the teacher, otherwise we'll kill you right now, shouted the other king. Do you think I'd believe you? You want to kill me anyways, so why would I be so stupid as to put down my protective talisman? Sneered Long Chen. Don't be obstinate. Release the teacher. That's the only way to lighten your sentence, allowing you to keep your life, shouted Lu Minghan. Fuck off, do you think I'm a child? If you want to attack, then attack. Let's see if I'm afraid of you, sneered Long Chen. Just before this, Long Chen had stealthily signaled to the Dragonblood Legion's disciples to leave and announce this matter outside. There had been a few disciples who had begun to run out as the two law enforcement elders had come, as they had been worried about being implicated. The news would definitely rapidly spread. Of course, if someone was intentionally spreading it, it would spread even faster. Lu Minghan's expression was cold. He cast a glance at his fellow king, but that person shook his head. If Lu Minghan did go all out to kill Long Chen, he was confident he could kill him in just a few breaths. The higher-ups wouldn't be able to blame them, as Long Chen had refused to go peacefully. Long Chen was holding a hostage, and so they had no choice but to do everything they could to suppress him. But the other king didn't agree. If Long Chen died, it wouldn't be important. The main problem was that Long Chen would definitely drag down the teacher as well before dying, and then it wouldn't be so easy to quibble. The two of them were deadlocked for a while. Long Chen was holding a human meat shield, icily staring at the two of them. The other disciples all retreated out of the palace, leaving behind just them. Arrogant brat, you dare to use brute strength to resist your capture. Do you think the Xuanhuan Dao sect is your home? Suddenly, a new figure appeared in the palace. Seeing that figure, Long Chen's expression changed as he realized he was unable to move. Chapter 1045 Suppressing Through Power. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen hadn't expected the law enforcement hall master to personally come. As soon as he arrived, Long Chen felt all his hair stand on end. It felt like a wild beast had set its gaze on him, and he found that he suddenly couldn't move. In front of the law enforcement hall master, Long Chen felt himself to be an ant looking at a dragon. He felt himself to be incredibly minuscule, as if the law enforcement hall master could kill him with just a thought. Sweat trickled down his back. That wasn't something Long Chen could control. Right now, he felt like he couldn't even form an urge to resist. The law enforcement hall master took a single step forward, and Long Chen felt the space around him tight. It was like a mountain was crushing him. The law enforcement hall master took 3 more steps forward, and with each step, Long Chen felt the pressure on him increase, as if mountain after mountain was crashing on top of him. When he took his 7th step, Long Chen finally coughed up a mouthful of blood. When he took his 8th step, a crackling sound rang throughout Long Chen's body. His bones were unable to bear it, and faint cracks covered them. Long Chen's kneecaps were under the most pressure. His bones were starting to bend. Long Chen icily glared at the law enforcement hall master. He knew that he was intentionally humiliating him, trying to force him to kneel for mercy. But Long Chen went all out to resist. He refused to bend his knees. Endless fury ignited his killing intent. That was his most primal killing intent. This killing intent had been buried because of Meng Qi's words, but now it was once more starting to grow. The law enforcement hall master coldly took another step forward, but when he saw a sharp light in Long Chen's eyes, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of unease. However, he didn't hesitate. On this 9th step, Long Chen felt like he was under the weight of 100,000 mountains. He felt like his body was about to explode. Luo Fan, you're getting worse and worse. Is being so heavy-handed against a child suited to your status? Suddenly, a slightly mocking voice rang out, and another elder appeared by Long Chen's side. That was the elder hall master, Liu Kang. As soon as he appeared in front of Long Chen, the mountain-like pressure vanished. Long Chen almost collapsed on the ground when he felt his body light. Liu Kang placed a hand on Long Chen's body, and gentle energy spread within him. Long Chen felt all his bones instantly heal, and all his injuries were fixed. The elder hall master was a wood cultivator. Long Chen was startled. There was no other way to explain such terrifying healing abilities. You're the one getting worse. If I didn't do this, would you appear? Said the law enforcement hall master Luo Fan lightly. Long Chen was enraged. So he had done this to force Liu Kang to appear. That was definitely bullying. This was a naked disregard. Long Chen nodded. He would remember this. I've appeared, so let's continue, said Liu Kang. Long Chen disturbed the classroom and beat up a teacher. That is a grave offense to the Dao sect. Do you have any opinion if I want to bring him away right now? Said the law enforcement hall master with a smile. That smile was the smile of a victor overlooking his defeated opponent. In all their previous contests, The law enforcement hall had been at a disadvantage. Now, Long Chen had committed a grave mistake and was caught. The law enforcement hall had succeeded in winning this round. Liu Kang shook his head. Why bother? Just to force me to appear, you didn't hesitate to ignore a disciple's dignity. Don't you think that's a bit too far? Don't be such a hypocrite. Those who break the rules don't have the qualifications to maintain their dignity. That's their punishment. Liu Kang, since you've come, I've reached my goal. I will be bringing Long Chen away. Luo Fan smiled and walked toward Long Chen. Sorry, but I can't hand Long Chen to you, said Liu Kang. What do you think you're doing? Demanded Luo Fan coldly. I suspect there's something fishy about this matter, said Liu Kang. Luo Fan's expression sank. Are you saying I framed Long Chen? If you just opened your eyes, you would be able to see what happened. Sometimes eyes aren't able to see the truth. I need to investigate this matter to its roots. If Long Chen did commit an offense, I definitely won't protect him. But if he is faultless, I will definitely not allow anyone to abuse their public position to bully my disciples, said Liu Kang. You really want to go against me like this? Raged Luo Fan. Isn't that what you wanted? I will report this matter to the Xuanhuan Tower Supervising Department tomorrow. They are the most impartial group in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, and they have the power to go through people's memories. I trust they'll be able to give us the most just verdict, said Liu Kang. Pal? Old bastard, what are you winking for? Long Chen suddenly raised the teacher in his hand and slapped him. Long Chen had seen him casting a special look at the Luo Fan. Brute, you really must want to die. Luo Fan's expression sank. If an old bastard like you hasn't died, why would a young fellow like me die? Sneered Long Chen. In any case, he had already decided to hug the leg of the Elder Hall. Thus, he might as well be straightforward and go right up against the law enforcement hall. Long Chen wasn't worried about cursing the law enforcement hall master. He could at least vent a bit of fury and treat it as redeeming some interest. Luo Fan, let's leave this to the Xuanhuan Tower Supervising Department tomorrow. Long Chen, release him. With me present, no one is capable of injuring you, said Liu Kang. Long Chen hesitated and looked at the sharp-faced teacher in his hand. Seeing the rancor in his eyes, Long Chen slapped him twice more before tossing him to Luo Fan. Luo Fan caught him, but the teacher's bones had all been shattered by Long Chen, and there was no way for him to stand. Luo Fan didn't possess Liu Kang's healing abilities, so he handed him to Lu Minghan with orders to heal his wounds. Liu Kang was leading Long Chen to leave when Luo Fan suddenly blocked their path. Liu Kang icily asked, What? Today I must bring Long Chen away, declared Luo Fan. You can try it. Liu Kang narrowed his eyes. After being old opponents for so long, he knew what Luo Fan was thinking. You want to fight? Good, good, then I'll be the referee. Should I open the martial stage for you right now? Suddenly, another figure appeared in the palace. Xuan Master. Liu Kang and Luo Fan were both shocked and hastily bowed. They hadn't thought that this matter would disturb the Xuan Master. What happened here? Asked the Xuan Master. This is what happened. Long Chen directly went through what had happened. He didn't exaggerate anything. All he said was the truth. Luo Fan, I seem to recall that this teacher's name is Luo Qibo. He is related to you, asked the Xuan Master. We have a distant family relationship, but Luo Fan began to sweat. There's no need to explain. I'll present you with two options. One is to go to the Xuanhuan Tower Supervising Department to investigate this matter clearly and make a verdict. That will require quite a bit of time. The other option is to punish Long Chen by stripping him of his inner sect disciple position and demoting him to an outer sect disciple, said the Xuan Master. Then wouldn't I have lost out? Long Chen was against the second option. Little fellow, you have no qualifications to complain. Even if Luo Qibo was targeting you, you could have registered a complaint and gone through the regular channels. If you had received unjust treatment, the Dao sect would definitely write it for you. However, you didn't go through the regular channels and instead, you directly disturbed a class and beat a teacher. You chose the most brutish way of handling this. Even if you were in the right after what you did, you're no longer in the right. So when you do things, you should carefully consider your options and not act rashly. Well, that's all I have to say. You can choose one of these options, said the Xuan Master. Disciple will listen to the Xuan Master's orders. We can choose the second option and not trouble the supervising department, said Luo Fan. He had no choice but to choose the second option because Luo Qibo was truly related to him. He hadn't expected this matter to disturb the Xuan Master. Now it wasn't so easy to handle. Although he hadn't ordered Luo Qibo to do anything, He had told all his relatives to not give Long Chen an easy time. His guess was that Luo Qibo had been trying to help him, but it had resulted in this current situation. Long Chen, what do you say? The Xuan master looked toward Long Chen. For some unknown reason, he had an urge to laugh upon looking at him. For a disciple to beat up a teacher during class was something that had never happened in the Xuanchen Dao sect's history. Long Chen was truly a marvel. It was no wonder the patriarch had given him a simple evaluation, unreliable. I still feel like I'm losing out. After all, if you look at the consequences, you should first look at the causes. Among the two, the factors that cause the consequences should definitely bear the most blame, at the very least 80%. If you want to punish me to maintain the dignity of the Xuanchen Dao sect, then I can accept a compromise. However, you have to guarantee that I keep the same privileges and can freely enter the inner sect, said Long Chen. Long Chen knew that there was no way to avoid punishment for beating up a teacher, but outer sect disciples were not allowed to enter the inner sect, and that would mean he would be isolated from the Dragonblood Legion. That was unacceptable. Are you haggling? The Xuan master's expression sank. Then how about we go to the supervising department and go through their procedure? I, Long Chen, always act openly and candidly. I'm not afraid of an investigation, said Long Chen. The Xuan master was speechless. Long Chen was truly crafty, and he refused to lose out because of this. Luo Fan, what do you say? The Xuan master directed the question to the law enforcement hall master. Luo Fan hastily said, I'll follow whatever your orders are. However, disciple feels that Long Chen's conditions are acceptable. After all, he is the leader of his faction, and separating them is unreasonable. Seeing that Luo Fan would actually thicken his face and plead leniency for Long Chen, the Xuan master sighed inside. Long Chen had slyly taken advantage of Luo Fan's weakness, forcing him to submit. But how was such a sly and crafty fellow capable of doing such a foolish thing? It was incomprehensible. Since Luo Fan wasn't against it, the Xuan master disappeared from their sight. As soon as he left, Luo Fan's expression turned icy. Let me say it again, don't fall into my hands, he said before leaving. Chapter 1046 Tyrant. Translator Born to Be. The only ones left in the palace were Long Chen and the Elder Hall Master, Liu Kang. Liu Kang just looked at Long Chen without saying anything, making Long Chen feel awkward. He didn't know what to say. This wasn't my fault. In the end, Long Chen shrugged and broke this awkward atmosphere. I know, Liu Kang nodded. Of course he knew. As his opponent of many years, he was profoundly aware of the law enforcement hall master's methods. I'm curious, if you had just used your brain slightly, you would have been able to resolve this problem in a more effective and self-protecting manner. So why did you choose this method? Asked Liu Kang curiously. The main thing is that it would be too troublesome. I don't have the time, said Long Chen helplessly. How did he have the time necessary to play this stupid game with this pack of idiots? Being direct was much more effective. Many thanks for helping, Elder Hall Master. Long Chen bowed toward him. In any case, Liu Kang had come out to help him. There's no need to thank me. Those under the jurisdiction of my Elder Hall are my disciples. As long as you stand within reason, I will always stand by your side, said Liu Kang. Long Chen knew that this was a warning. This time, the law enforcement hall had shed all pretenses of cordiality, making Long Chen a crucial target. As long as Long Chen didn't go too far, the Elder Hall would be able to protect him. However, if he did go too far, he would leave an opening for the law enforcement hall, and then it would be troublesome. This was a game of rules. As long as he acted within the rules, he would be safe, but if he went beyond, it would be dangerous. Liu Kang felt like Long Chen's guts were too big. Disciple understands. Next time I will definitely take note, said Long Chen, knowing that Liu Kang was saying this for his own good. His meaning was obvious. He was a chess piece being used in the competition between the Elder Hall and the Law Enforcement Hall. Liu Kang's words just now were a kind of promise, allowing Long Chen to be at ease. Other than that, don't look down on the Xuan master. His intelligence is not something you can imagine, said Liu Kang. Long Chen was startled. In truth, although he felt respect for the Xuan master's cultivation base, he did scoff a bit at his attitude toward managing the Xuanchen Dao sect. But now that Liu Kang was intentionally bringing this up, it seemed he had clearly seen through his thoughts. Disciple understands, Long Chen nodded. Now he felt that he was still too inexperienced. You can keep your inner sect disciple plate so you can enter the inner sect, but starting today, you'll have to wear outer sect disciples' robes. Liu Kang left, his final words being to take care of how far Long Chen went. When Long Chen left the palace, he saw a sea of people outside. Countless disciples had surrounded the palace. "Boss, you're finally out." All the Dragon Blood warriors rushed over. Seeing that he was safe and sound, they relaxed. The other disciples, especially the ones who had personally seen Long Chen beat up a teacher, found this inconceivable. After beating a teacher, this was all that happened. "Sorry, but senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you are now an outer sect disciple and must complete the missions given by the outer sect." At this time, a group of disciples walked over, a new set of robes in their hands. "What? That's unacceptable. They can't demote our boss to an outer sect disciple," raged the Dragon Blood warriors. "Being demoted to the outer sect is already kind of the Tao sect. Such trash should be directly expelled." Damn. A disciple had been in the midst of sneering when a lightning arrow pierced his chest, forming a large hole. He was almost directly killed, causing everyone to jump. "Keep farting." Long Chen icily stared at that person. "You're the most useless trash. Other than spouting crap, you don't have the slightest ability. If you keep going, I'll make it so you can't spout anything for the rest of your life." Everyone was startled. Long Chen was too violent, attacking without saying a word. But then thinking about how he even dared to beat a teacher, it seemed there really was nothing he didn't dare to do. "All of you should go back and do what you need to do. Just do what you normally do. What I'm doing is just a formality, and I'll be back quickly." Long Chen changed into outer sect robes and handed his old robes to a Dragon Blood warrior. He had him bring a message back to everyone, telling them not to worry. Seeing Long Chen's figure disappearing from their sight, all the inner sect disciples were deeply shaken. This person was too coarse and wild. Long Chen followed the group of outer sect disciples to a small transportation formation. The Xuanhuan Dao sect was just that large. Outer sect disciples worked on the edges of the sect, so they needed to use transportation formations to get around. Otherwise, it would waste far too much time. Arriving at the outer regions, Long Chen clearly sensed the spiritual qi grow sparser. Furthermore, he saw many more people, male and female, young and old. It was like he had arrived at an ordinary city. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you might be unaware of this, but the outer sect is completely different from the inner sect. We are not the true backbone of the sect. In fact, we're like an army of hired workers. Outer sect disciples have to handle missions to get their cultivation resources, and the outer sect is practically not a sect, but a land of cities. The workers make up most of the numbers, and there are also descendants of generations of outer sect disciples and workers. So the outer sect is a very chaotic place," explained one of the disciples. "You can marry and have children here." Long Chen was startled. "Yes, the absolute majority of people here are from the 4 outer regions. Their talent is limited and they can't enter the inner sect. In fact, some are unable to even qualify as outer sect disciples. But they're also unwilling to leave, so they stay behind as workers. They pass their days by doing odd jobs or perhaps adventuring. As for the Tao sect, it gives them a few resources as a reward. In any case, they won't starve to death, but they won't eat enough to get full." "I'm not afraid of senior apprentice brother Long Chen laughing at me, so I'll tell you that our ancestors were just workers," said one of them with a bitter smile. Long Chen shook his head. "Those who work for their food are all worthy of respect. On the other hand, those people who reap without sowing, relying entirely on their reincarnation arts to live, but still look down on others, are the idiots that should be laughed at. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen is as amiable and easygoing as the stories say." "You also know of me." Long Chen was surprised. "In the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect, there are few people that don't know of you. You come from the wilds, you led a group of the least talented disciples through a life-and-death battle in the inner sect trial. You sacrificed your core disciple spot to save them, and you even risked your life to fight against a peak heavenly genius. In the outer sect, you are like a god. We, who are the descendants of people from the 4 outer regions, all view you as a model. You are our pride," said one of them emotionally. Long Chen hadn't expected to get such a welcome in the outer sect. These outer sect disciples worshipped him. "Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, the powers in the outer sect are complicated, so you have to be careful." "What are you talking about?" "There are too many people in the outer sect, and the outer sect disciples only take up 1 in 10,000 of them. There's another portion that are workers, and another portion that are just commoners. Workers only get 100 years of low rations. After 100 years, they become commoners and need to think of other ways to survive. The Xuanhuan Dao sect created many opportunities for the commoners to make a living, for example, planting medicinal ingredients, raising magical beasts, etc. The sect will allow them to survive. But as you know, wherever there is profit there will be. Well, you understand, said a disciple. Long Chen understood. He felt like the outer sect was practically not even a place of cultivation. Outer sect disciples were the people with the highest income here, and from this disciple's tone, it seemed there were many complicated twists and turns for the people here. As they continued forward, Long Chen continued to ask many things about the outer sect. They explained everything they knew without holding anything back. They quickly arrived at a city hundreds of miles wide. The streets were extremely lively, and Long Chen felt like he had returned to the Phoenix Cry capital. He felt an extremely familiar feeling. The law enforcer squad's coming, run. Long Chen and the outer sect disciples had only just walked onto a large street when they saw the street vendors hastily putting their things in their spatial rings and running in fright. From the front, a group of large people with short cudgels charging over. They were muscular, but they were also so fat that they looked like they might burst. Whenever they saw anyone, they would beat them. Those people didn't dare to fight back and only miserably fled. Some who fled too slow were beaten black and blue, blood covering their heads. Long Chen looked and sensed that those people's cultivation bases weren't high. Some of these people had cultivation bases below the bone-forging realm. As for the people beating them, they were all at the Xiantian realm. Although they weren't celestials, beating these peddlers was easy for them. They were extremely tyrannical. Once the peddlers were beaten to the ground by those people, the latter would reach for the spatial rings in their hands. Some people who refused to let go were once more beaten until they fell unconscious. What is this robbery? Long Chen was dumbfounded. No, this is the law enforcer squad's way of enforcing the law. Those disciples had seen this so many times that it was just a common occurrence. Why are they beating them? And to beat them so badly, is there some great enmity between them? Long Chen didn't understand. These people are all pitiful. They are unable to pay the expensive rent inside the city, and so they can only stealthily set up stalls on the streets and other places to make some money. But these law enforcers are tasked with handling them. To put it bluntly, without paying the protection fee, you have to be prepared to be beaten to death. The law enforcers don't usually come out. They'll only come when the merchants in the city report to them. The peddlers here infringe on the merchant's profit, and the merchants paid the fee. So the peddlers end up being violently kicked out, answered one of the disciples helplessly. How is this kicking them out? They're just taking their money. Are they going to hand it over to higher authorities? Asked Long Chen. Probably not. These peddlers are all poor, so what they have isn't worth much money. They'll probably keep it for themselves, said that disciple. Long Chen nodded. He had long since activated a photographic Jade to record the scene of these heroic law enforcers. He had never seen such a heroic squad. Brat, are you looking to die? Seeing Long Chen recording them, one of the law enforcers suddenly roared and charged at Long Chen. Chapter 1047 Stuck Flatbread. Translator Born to Be. One of the law enforcers charged over, stopping when he was right in front of Long Chen. Waving his cudgel at Long Chen's nose, he roared, "Are you looking to die?" This person is, one of the disciples hastily tried to explain. Shut up, you outer sect disciples, just properly eat your dog food. Meddlers are asking for it, cursed the law enforcer, not caring at all about their outer sect disciple robes. He directly moved to snatch Long Chen's photographic Jade. As a result, Long Chen gave him a slap in the face that sent him flying into a distant wall. The immense power caused him to flatten like a painting. Blood flew everywhere. Bastard, how dare you attack the law enforcement hall's disciples, you. Long Chen's attack immediately drew the ire of the other law enforcers, and they all charged at him. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you can't. They have a powerful back. Pow 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 pow. But Long Chen didn't care. He gave one slap for each of them. They all shot back like shooting stars and crashed against the wall. They looked like piles of dung that had been tossed into the wall. Fuck, I hate people who point at my nose when they talk to me. Long Chen patted his hands. Looking at the human-shaped paintings on the wall, he spat on the ground. The outer sect disciples were all appalled. They knew that these law enforcers couldn't be provoked. Arrogant brat, you dare to strike me, just wait. One of the bricks embedded in the ground shot towards the speaker. It struck him dead on and he vomited blood. That brick almost smashed him in two. Do you want to try saying that again? Said Long Chen coldly. These people were too arrogant. Some insignificant Xiantian disciples dared to curse him in the face. Those guts really were heaven-defying. If Long Chen didn't put them in their place, he wouldn't be Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen. It's fine. I want to see just how amazing they are to dare curse me in the nose. Long Chen waved his hand. The most irritating people were those who were even wilder than him. Originally, he hadn't been thinking about provoking trouble, but these fellows had gone too far. Long Chen intentionally took out a photographic Jade as bait, and the result was to be expected. Who dares to attack my law enforcement hall's disciples? Do you want your entire family to be kicked out of the Xuanhuan Dao sect? At this time, another group of people rushed over. This group was stronger than the first group. Their cultivation bases had reached C expansion, but they were wearing ordinary robes instead of law enforcer robes. "Brat, are you looking for trouble?" shouted the large man at the front. He waved his cudgel at Long Chen. Long Chen didn't say a word. His reply was a slap in the face. Following the first group, that large man became a painting on the wall. After the first one, Long Chen didn't pause. The rest of the people following the large man were all slapped into the wall. They slammed in so hard that they couldn't be extracted. The few outer sect disciples beside Long Chen were all dumbfounded. This was too domineering. They were unaware that Long Chen had been demoted into an outer sect disciple because he had beaten up a teacher. All they had received were orders to welcome a disciple, and they hadn't expected that the disciple they were to welcome would be Long Chen. If they had known the reason for his demotion, they wouldn't be so shocked now. If he even dared to beat a teacher, then these little fellows were nothing. They were currently just past the city gates, and Long Chen was already using people to create graffiti on the wall. The uproar brought more and more spectators. When people heard that it was Long Chen, the entire city became chaotic as people surged over. It was just like what that outer sect disciple had said. There was basically no one that didn't know Long Chen in the outer sect. They had all heard his great name. That was because in previous generations, the four regions' disciples were just green leaves to set off the central plains, heavenly geniuses. For generations, the people living here had hoped for a supreme expert to appear amongst the four regions to fight against those people who looked down on them. So when Long Chen led over 10,000 of the four regions' weakest disciples to pass the inner sect trial and almost killed the central plains, peak genius Xuanhuan, his heroic name had shaken all their hearts. These people all hoped for him to vent their anger. Now in front of this sea of people, Long Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, and there were several dozen people who had been slapped into the wall so hard that they looked like flatbread. They obediently lay there, their blood slowly dripping down the wall. Those people's bones had all been broken, and they were unable to move. This group of murderers also ended up with such a day. Retribution has finally come. Looking at the law enforcers' miserable state, not even one person felt the slightest pity. The only thing they felt was hatred. In their eyes, these people were fiends who didn't shrink from any crime. Just at this time, the crowd parted as if fleeing from demons as another group of people appeared. These people were wearing the law enforcement hall's robes. They wore square hats with blue lining on the edges. That was the specific color of the law enforcement hall. The person leading them was a rank 3 celestial whose cultivation base had reached late C expansion. As soon as he arrived, he shouted, "Who was it that attacked people in my territory? You no longer want your life, is that it?" Long Chen frowned. He almost couldn't believe it. These swaggering people were from the law enforcement hall. Their robes were a mess and their hats were askew. As for the person at the front, he was clearly drunk. His gaze was as unsteady as his steps. Even for someone as experienced as Long Chen, this was his first time seeing such a thing. "Brat, were you trying to cause trouble? You want to die," he shouted at Long Chen. The group behind him wasn't small, but it wasn't large either. They all seemed drunk. It was very likely they had been drinking when they had been drawn over by the disturbance. Everyone felt resentful that these were their supposed law enforcers. A mid-sea expansion law enforcer walked right in front of Long Chen and raised his hand. "Big brother, why waste so many words with him? Just kill him." Just as he was about to strike, Long Chen's hand struck like lightning on his face. With a resounding sound, that person smashed into the wall as well. "Brat." The fellow leading this group was just about to attack when Long Chen grabbed his hair. Pulling, Long Chen smashed his kneecap up. Long Chen's hard kneecap viciously smashed against the fellow's nose. This one attack caused him to faint. Long Chen gave him another kick, adding another human flatbread to the wall. This flatbread was different from the others. He covered a greater area, and other than blood, some shiny white stuff also came out of him. Many people didn't even know what it was. Fuck, he probably hasn't cultivated for many years. Even his lard was squeezed out. Long Chen was disgusted. He was finally amazed. Even amongst cultivators, there were people who could get astoundingly fat. It seemed the law enforcement hall was quite the cushy place. Without another word, Long Chen charged at the other stunned law enforcers. After giving them a kick each, they landed on the wall. More human flatbread appeared on the wall. Fortunately, the wall was supported by powerful runes and didn't collapse. However, this large wall now had a stunning and funny scene on it. Around 100 people were stuck on it, incapable of moving. Good. Following one person, countless people began to cheer, and the cheering came in loud waves. Their voices were all emotional. Are these people all so disliked? Asked Long Chen. Of course. They have the insignia of the law enforcement hall, and so they're capable of committing all kinds of crimes. People have long since grown tired of their bullying. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you've helped us vent some pent-up frustration. These people also often bully us outer sect disciples, but we can't offend them, so we can only endure, explained a disciple. A comparatively more mature disciple said. However, senior apprentice brother Long Chen, you might have vented some anger for us, but now it'll be troublesome for you. It's fine, I'm not afraid of trouble. If it was people from the law enforcement hall, Long Chen didn't care about beating them to death. Within the Xuanhuan Dao sect's northwestern region, there was a small lake that was as flat as a mirror. The scenery was beautiful, and there was a person sitting by the lake, fishing. This person was the one with the highest authority in the Xuanhuan Dao sect, the Xuan Master. Beside him, the Elder Hall Master bowed. Xuan Master, you called for me. The Xuan Master nodded. How do you feel about Long Chen? Liu Kang was surprised. After thinking about it for a moment, he said, he's a very contradictory person. Sometimes smart, sometimes foolish, sometimes crafty like a fox, sometimes fierce like a tiger. There's no way to explain him. But there is one thing that is certain. As long as this person doesn't fall, he will definitely become a supreme expert. What an appropriate evaluation. Truly worthy of my Dao Sect's pillar, the Elder Hall Master. Your vision is as sharp as ever. Regretfully, the law enforcement hall master is blinded by greed and power. He lost his transcendent heart long ago, and sooner or later he'll pay the consequences, said the Xuan master. Are you thinking of beating him? Asked Liu Kang. Why would I beat him? The Xuan master smiled slightly. Liu Kang was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to respond to that. If he was speaking to an ordinary person, he'd say that he was the Xuan master, the rudder of the entire Xuanhuan Dao sect. If he didn't handle this matter, who would? But it was precisely because he was the leader that these words were thought-provoking. But Liu Kang was unable to comprehend his meaning in the end. Then let me ask you, how would you feel if I handed the Xuanhuan Dao sect to Long Chen? Asked the Xuan master. Absolutely not. With his temperament, he'll flip the entire sect around. Liu Kang's expression drastically changed. The Xuan master didn't find this reaction to be unexpected. He was just about to speak once more when he suddenly frowned. We'll talk about that later. That fellow's causing trouble again. Go send someone to handle it. Have him fall one more rank. Chapter 1048 Li Chengfeng's Praise. Translator Born to Be. Long Chen stood at the entrance of the ancient city with his hands clasped behind his back. In front of him was a graffitied wall with close to 100 people stuck on it. They were like large pieces of flatbread made of meat. It's you again, Long Chen. Lu Minghen appeared in front of the city gates. Yes, how coincidental we meet again so soon. Are you still well? Long Chen smiled mischievously. He hadn't expected the first one to come would be Lu Minghen. They really had destiny together. Bastard, you attacked the law enforcers. Let's see how you slip out of your punishment this time. Lu Minghen smiled coldly. The chains in his hands were already lit up. Why would I need to slip out? Has your head rusted? Are you sure these are law enforcers? They're not wearing their robes or status badges. When they see people, they immediately beat them. When they see valuables, they immediately snatch them. I thought I had run into a group of bandits. So what if I want to teach bandits a lesson? That's called reasonable self-defense. I'm wearing outer sect disciples' robes and my badge. They had no reason to attack me. By wearing these robes, I represent the Xuanhuan Dao sect. For them to attack me is to attack the Xuanhuan Dao sect. I beat them to protect the Xuanhuan Dao sect from attackers, so I'm clearly standing on the side of reason. Why don't you try and attack me? Sneered Long Chen. A king had arrived, terrifying everyone here. This was the outer sect, and it was unknown how many years had passed since a king had descended upon them. But then they saw Long Chen talking arrogantly to this king, and they all had an urge to prostrate themselves before him. What nonsense! Aren't some of them wearing law enforcers' robes? When the Xuanhuan Dao sect's law enforcers are enforcing the law, it is not permitted to resist. If they did something wrong, you can rebut the charge afterward. But you clearly knew they were law enforcers doing their work, and you still violently fought back. Even if your tongue can pull off a miracle, you can't escape your sins, sneered Lu Minghen. Rather than wasting more words, he moved to directly capture Long Chen. Once he was captured, everything would be easy. Hold, suddenly another figure appeared in the air. It was Li Chengfeng. Li Chengfeng, you can't stop me from doing my job. Seeing Li Chengfeng instantly infuriated Lu Minghen. He was unable to beat him. I have orders from the Elder Hall Master. Both sides are at fault. Long Chen did beat up law enforcers, which is admittedly in the wrong, but the law enforcers were also in the wrong, said Li Chengfeng. What nonsense, how were the law enforcers in the wrong? Raged Lu Minghen. The first group of people weren't wearing their law enforcers' robes. They're your outer members, and I'm sure there's no need for me to go into detail about the violations they commit. As for these disciples wearing their robes, they were drinking on duty. Is that the teachings of your law enforcement hall? Before doing shameful deeds, they need to drink wine to strengthen their guts, said Li Chengfeng. Long Chen was the first to start clapping. That phrase was delightful, drinking wine to strengthen their guts. It was concise and comprehensive with profound, far-reaching meaning. It seemed he needed to work on his own eloquence. Li Chengfeng was the true master. Following Long Chen's praise, the surrounding people also began to clap. Cheering began to erupt. The law enforcement hall was disliked everywhere, but it was especially disliked in the outer sect. Their outer members were especially tyrannical, practically acting as bandits to the commoners. Lu Minghen was ashen with rage. Those law enforcers that were wearing robes were also stuck in the wall, drenched in blood and lard. The smell of alcohol came from them, and there was no way to argue against that fault. He found himself unable to quibble. The Elder Hall Master has said that since both sides were at fault, we can each handle our own disciples. Long Chen rashly beat law enforcers, resulting in negative consequences. He is to be stripped of his status as an outer sect disciple and demoted into a worker. But because he is the leader of the Dragonblood Legion, he has to look after his faction's development. And so he is to keep all his privileges, said Li Chengfeng. Hearing this, Long Chen was at ease, but Lu Minghen raged. How is that any different from not punishing him? There truly was no difference. The only thing was that Long Chen would lose his 10 points each month. But did Long Chen really need that? If you don't like it, you can go find your hall master. I trust he'll definitely accept, said Li Chengfeng. Lu Minghen wanted to say something, but his expression suddenly changed and he unwillingly left. Once Lu Minghen left, Li Chengfeng looked at Long Chen. He was silent for a long while before sighing. I, Li Chengfeng, have not admired many people in my life. Amongst youngsters, you Long Chen are the first. Elder Li overpraises me. If you praise me like this, I'll get conceited, said Long Chen, humbly. He had a good feeling toward the Elder Hall's people. They were of exemplary character and people truly worthy of respect. According to what I know, in the Xuanhuan Dao sect's hundreds of thousands of years of history, there have been countless miracles and countless new records. I remember there was once a worker who, through hard work, managed to be promoted step by step to a core disciple in 10 months. That's already absolutely shocking, but compared to you, he's still lacking. In less than 10 days, you managed to go from a core disciple to a worker, praised Li Chengfeng. Long Chen was speechless. Elder Li, why do I feel like you're not praising me? No, it's definitely praise. Last time, you took 8 hours to go from a core disciple to an inner disciple, and now it took you less than 6 hours to go down 2 ranks. Although I don't dare say there will be none to break your record in the future, there definitely is no precedent, said Li Chengfeng. Even he was bitterly smiling in the end. He really did admire Long Chen. His ability to cause trouble was remarkable. He had only just left the inner sect and the sun hadn't even set, but he had already been turned into a worker. This was his first time encountering such a marvel in his life. Long Chen was a bit embarrassed. It seemed he really had gone a bit too far, but it wasn't like he had wanted to do it. He had been forced. All right, take off your robes. You can wear your own clothes now. You're already at the bottom, so you can even go barefoot if you want, laughed Li Chengfeng. He was just about to leave when he suddenly said, also, the hall master wanted me to warn you not to always think of nonsense. The inner sect's bi-monthly competition is of utmost importance. The 6 factions will get points and rewards based on their performance, and that's the foundation of a faction's growth. Don't treat it lightly. Please thank the Hall Master for his concern. Disciple has already heard of it, said Long Chen. Only then did Li Chengfeng leave. Long Chen put on a set of black robes. Returning to his original adornment after beating people twice felt refreshing, but having been demoted twice was a bit wearying. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, we can send you to the worker room to report. The outer sect disciples looked at each other before one of them opened his mouth. They weren't even able to keep up with these sudden changes. At first, they were supposed to bring Long Chen to the outer sect to register, but now there was no need for that. They could go directly to the worker room. Many thanks. As an insignificant worker, I should be the one calling you Senior Apprentice Brother, laughed Long Chen. Senior Apprentice Brother, don't joke. You're the true hero. Considering you dared to beat up law enforcers and curse a king in the face, no one in the outer sect would dare to look down on you, said that disciple. Haha, let's go. Long Chen laughed, waving his hand at these grateful commoners before leaving. Once he left, a group of fiends charged over and drove these people away. What are you looking at? Are you forming a crowd to cause trouble? Hurry up and scram, or my cudgel won't be merciful. Law enforcers quickly forced the commoners away. Some of them went to peel people off the wall and bring them away to heal. Long Chen hadn't killed them. Long Chen was brought to a broken-down temple. There was a tent in front of the temple, and that was where the workers were to report. Long Chen had just entered when a mid-Xiantian, middle-aged man who didn't even look up said, "If you want a good job, first pay 5 middle-grade spirit stones." Long Chen almost laughed. This situation was truly everywhere. He said, "I just came to register." Register? Then that's 1 middle-grade spirit stone. HMPH, you have no vision at all. Someone like you is fated to be a poor ghost for the rest of your life. The person finally glanced at Long Chen, but he couldn't sense his cultivation base. What if I don't have any spirit stones? Long Chen shook his head. He had never heard that registering required money. Then scram, shouted that person. The people outside the tent finally couldn't bear it. One of the outer sect disciples rushed in and slapped that person across the face. Are you blind? This is Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, and he only came here as a formality, but you dare to make things hard on him. Do you now know how the word death is written? Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen. This little one was not able to see Mount Tai. Due to your grand magnanimity, please forgive this little one. That person immediately knelt on the ground. It was unknown whether he was frightened by the outer sect disciple's status or Long Chen's name. First, register me and then let me see what kind of good work there is, said Long Chen. Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen, are you really a worker now? That's not suited to your status, said one of the outer sect disciples. Long Chen shook his head and had the person take out a book. There were all kinds of missions listed: feeding magical beasts, laying bricks, cleaning up crap, etc. There were thousands of options, but the rewards were only spirit stones. The normal ones gave 1 spirit stone, while the generous ones gave 2. Managing a medicinal field, this one set me up for this one. Long Chen's eyes suddenly brightened. Chapter 1049, Getting Rich. Translator Born to Be. In the surrounding region of the Xuanhuan Dao sect was a large mountain range. There were many formations here, and the spiritual qi was condensed to the peak. Mist and medicinal fragrance filled the air. There was a huge 1,000-mile medicinal field with countless medicinal ingredients here. Hundreds of people were in the midst of carefully going through them with instruments. Some were pulling out weeds, some were holding brushes to pollinate the flowers, and there were even some carrying extremely small pincers to pick insects off. While everyone else was busy, a black-robed man was leisurely walking through the medicinal field. There were a dozen overseers present, but these people didn't dare to say a word when they saw Long Chen, let alone order him to get to work. How orderly! There are 7th, 8th, and 9th tier medicinal ingredients. However, how evil! None of them are main ingredients, they're just supplementary medicinal ingredients. Well, I suppose that's normal. Main ingredients are always exceptionally precious and exceptionally delicate. They need specialized people to look after them. Well, at least I can get a few useful ones. Long Chen squatted down and excavated a precious ingredient. The overseers were horrified. If a medicinal ingredient died, they would be the ones scolded. Don't speak. If something happens, I'll take responsibility, said Long Chen before they could say anything. He inserted that medicinal ingredient into the primal chaos space. He urged on the primal chaos space to make it rapidly reproduce. Once he had a large area of it, He took out one and used it as a replacement. Seeing that medicinal ingredient was still flourishing, the overseers relaxed slightly. Then Long Chen began to do the same thing over and over again. Back in the Eastern Wasteland's pill tower, he had obtained quite a few precious medicinal ingredients that had helped to solve many of his problems. But as his cultivation base increased, he needed more. Seeing this many new ones here delighted Long Chen. Long Chen quickly went through the medicinal field. The overseer saw that Long Chen would always quickly put back any medicinal ingredients he excavated, and those ingredients wouldn't be damaged at all. In fact, they seemed to be more flourishing than ever. Long Chen worked bitterly and excitedly for 3 days. Finally, there were tens of thousands of new medicinal ingredients in the primal chaos space. Long Chen was delighted. He directly gathered all the workers and overseers, giving each of them 1,000 middle-grade spirit stones as a reward. Those people almost went crazy with joy. Long Chen was also almost crazy with joy. He left the medicinal field and returned to the outer sect. He then went to their headquarters to see Wang Mang and the others. They told him a piece of news that made Long Chen's expression sink. Because the ones to receive Long Chen from the Eastern Wasteland were Wang Mang and the others, they had been targeted upon returning to the Xuanhuan Dao sect. During this time, they had been forced to clean up the crap of magical beasts every day. That wasn't even a work that an outer sect disciple was supposed to do. At that time, Long Chen directly grabbed the person in charge of that and gave him 2 slaps in the face. "You idiot, if you want to live, you'll be clear-eyed in the future. Don't think the law enforcement hall's backing makes you untouchable. I dared to beat a teacher and kill a core disciple. If you want to go against me, you had best consider the consequences." That supervisor quivered in terror. He felt Long Chen to be a devil from hell, and that his life might dissipate at any moment like the dust being blown by the wind. He immediately arranged for Wang Mang and the others to get easy and comfortable posts. "Sorry for troubling you, Senior Apprentice Brother Long Chen," said Wang Mang and the others gratefully. Due to a bribe, Wang Mang had been supposed to make things hard for Long Chen. But as a result, Long Chen didn't hold it against him, and now he had become Long Chen's subordinate. That had caused the people above him to be irritated. Although Wang Mang was smart and exchanged the sea demon Nidans for quite a few things and sent them upwards, he still wasn't able to quell their rage. After taking those things, they sent him to clean up the crap of magical beasts. "I'm the one who troubled you." Long Chen shook his head. "I won't let you lose out. In the future, you can help me communicate with the outer sect disciples. Spread the word that the Dragonblood Legion is selling points, 20,000 spirit stones for 1 point. There are only 20,000 points available, and each person may only buy 1, said Long Chen. He knew Qian Duoju had yet to carry out that project, because he was unable to find Wang Mang. Now thanks to his 2 demotions, he had not only gathered a huge amount of medicinal ingredients, but he had also found Wang Mang. "For so cheap, isn't that too little? Can we buy it ourselves?" asked Wang Mang, his heart thumping. "Don't be so foolish. These are to be sold to others in order to raise popularity. Don't get red-eyed for something as small as this. Look further. I guarantee you all will quickly become inner sect disciples," said Long Chen confidently. Wang Mang and the others were delighted. A terrifying person like Long Chen was capable of anything. Thinking of how they could become inner sect disciples, they were indescribably grateful. He had Wang Mang go spread the news. Then Long Chen obediently took the transportation formation back to the inner sect. If an outer sect disciple wanted to go to the inner sect, they would have to undergo a strict investigation. But when those disciples saw Long Chen, they didn't even check his badge. They directly let him through. What kind of joke was that? His face was his signboard. It could be said that it was possible for someone in the Xuanhuan Dao sect to not recognize the Xuan master, but there was basically no one who didn't recognize Long Chen. He ruthlessly launched a killing blow to a core disciple, wildly beat a teacher, and was still able to live happily in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. That in itself was a miracle. When Long Chen returned to the inner sect, he immediately caused an uproar. That was because he was too conspicuous. Inner sect disciples all had to wear inner sect disciple robes, which were white, but Long Chen was wearing his own black robes. Long Chen ignored the strange looks. He went directly to Crouching Dragon Mountain. Yu ran, and the others were in the midst of holding a meeting. Now that Long Chen had left, Crouching Dragon Mountain no longer had a leader. "Boss." Long Chen's arrival delighted them. Long Chen said, "Qian Duoju, go to the outer sect and start the project. First, release 20,000 points. Then 5 days later, put out 50,000 points, and 1 month later, sell another 100,000 points. But the prices are not to be the same. Sell the first wave for 20,000 middle spirit stones each, 30,000 for the second wave, and 40,000 for the third wave. Then, stop selling them. My guess is that the other factions will not be able to sit still and will send people disguised as outer sect disciples to buy as many points as possible. At that time, directly raise the price to 100,000 middle-grade spirit stones for one. I trust we'll definitely make a killing. But boss, then we won't have any points to exchange for resources. We'll be at a disadvantage in the first competition and lose even more points in the end, said Xuanhuan. Then let me ask you, if we spent all these points on raising everyone's power, then according to the distribution of power, what ranking would we get? Asked Chen. Xuanhuan was dumbfounded. He and the others looked at each other. In terms of power, they were the weakest. Even if they went all out, they would probably still be dead last. Just the core Dragonblood Legion on its own was unable to make up for the weakness of the new warriors. When it comes to our average power, we're the weakest, and there's no way to argue against that. Even if we went all out, the greatest possible result is that we might be able to suppress the 10,000 insect guild and go from last to second last, but the reward still wouldn't be high. Furthermore, the competition is no ordinary game. It's the same as the inner sect trial and will be based on killing. There will be huge casualties, and throwing away so many lives for ranking isn't worth it. That's why I've decided to just obediently be in last place this time. What I want is for every person to survive this competition. That would be a victory for us. So don't bother with anything else. Focus completely on drilling the new warriors. Teach them what a true battle is. They need to get accustomed to working in squads and rapidly changing formations. Furthermore, have each new member get a tattoo of a dragon on their arms. You are Dragonblood warriors, and in the future they will be known as Dragon Mark warriors. They'll slowly integrate with us, so guide them into becoming a collective whole, said Chen. Don't worry, boss. I have experience in that regard. I'll definitely handle the Dragonblood Legion properly, promised Xuanhuan. Good. Is there any news of Meng Qi and the others? Asked Chen. Even now he hadn't got any news of them. If Meng Qi, Wilda, and Yue Zifeng were present, the Dragonblood Legion definitely wouldn't need to fear any group battle. We've asked around, but they said that as special disciples that have specialized teachers leading them through specific trials. Apparently, the treatment of a special disciple is equivalent to a core disciple, said Xuanhuan. If that was true, the Dragonblood Legion would be incomparably powerful in the future. Who would be able to compare to them? Chen nodded. If that was the case, he was at ease. When they returned, the Dragonblood Legion's power would leap to a new height. After giving them their missions, Chen descended Crouching Dragon Mountain and went to Treasure Gem Island. That was where the Xuanchen Dao sect had its treasures. It was also the place where the disciples spent their points the most. As long as you had enough points, you could buy anything there. Chen was bringing a large number of points. He wanted to see if there was anything he needed that he could buy. Treasure Gem Island was a couple 100 miles and was filled with buildings. The pedestrians were like ants, and it was very lively. However, whether it was inner sect disciples or outer sect disciples, they all had to wear their disciple robes. Chen's arrival drew countless gazes. Chen had only just stepped off the transportation formation when he saw a certain person. He felt the space around him suddenly begin to heat up. Seeing who it was, Chen's gaze turned ice cold. Chapter 1050, A Specialist in Beating People. Translator Born to Be. That person was the one who had fought a life-and-death battle against Chen and had narrowly managed to escape the Yama King's clutches, Xuanhuan. Seeing Chen, flames almost erupted from Xuanhuan's eyes. That battle back then had not just almost taken his life, but it had also lost all his face, and even his strongest earth flame had been snatched away. His hatred for Chen had reached a level that could no longer be described with words. He directly walked over to him. Chen, Xuanhuan clenched his teeth, not hiding his killing intent at all. Gate Master, it's not permitted to fight in here. Xuanhuan's Flame Gate's members all panicked. It was forbidden to fight in Treasure Gem Island. Xuanhuan hastily stopped. He had almost let his hatred get the better of him. If he caused trouble here, then regardless of his status, he would be imprisoned. Pell? Xuanhuan might have stopped, but Chen didn't stop his hand. Because Xuanhuan had come to a stop so suddenly, his face ended up leaning forward slightly for a moment. Long Chen reflexively gave him a slap in the face. Looking at that, it seemed as if Xuanhuan had rushed over and intentionally stuck out his face for Long Chen to slap it. Xuanhuan was sent flying. This was right in front of the transportation formation, an extremely lively place. But that resounding slapping sound caused everyone to go deathly silent. Everyone looked over in shock. "Idiot, don't block the path," snorted Long Chen. As if nothing had happened, he continued on his way. Xuanhuan stabilized himself in the air. He was almost insane now, and he was just about to release his aura to fight against Long Chen when a cold shout rang out. "Who is causing a ruckus here?" An elder appeared in the air, glaring at Long Chen and Xuanhuan. He was a king. "Ah, you misunderstand. I wasn't causing a ruckus. There were too many people and we just carelessly bumped into each other," said Long Chen. Bumped into each other? That elder icily stared at him. Yes, he was in too big of a rush. He was walking too fast and his face was too big, so he carelessly bumped into my hand. "If you don't believe me, you can ask him," said Long Chen, completely relaxed. The handprint on Xuanhuan's face was clearly visible. Long Chen's slap had been truly vicious. Anyone else might have been killed if they were struck by that blow. Xuanhuan was almost unable to bear it. Even after circulating his heavenly Tao energy, the mark didn't fade for a long time. The most important thing was that the essence blood and core energy he had ignited last time still hadn't recovered. Compared to Long Chen's injuries, his own sequelae were too great. Today, he had come over to Treasure Gem Island to get some medicinal pills to heal himself. "What do you say?" asked the elder frostily. Xuanhuan's expression immediately looked like he had just swallowed a housefly. If he didn't admit to it, then he would also be at fault, and the two of them would be taken away. "He is right. It was a misunderstanding." Xuanhuan's words were spat out through the gaps between his teeth. He was about to go crazy from rage. "See, I was right," Long Chen shrugged. "Your enmities don't interest me. Treasure Gem Island is a special place with countless treasures. It is forbidden to fight, so I'd advise not causing trouble," warned the elder before leaving. Once he left, Long Chen also continued to walk nonchalantly, making Xuanhuan fume. Rancor flashed in his eyes. "Long Chen, just you wait." Long Chen didn't even glance at Xuanhuan. He truly was an idiot. His blood chi was still so weak, meaning he still wasn't healed. If they were to fight, Long Chen could crush him. Long Chen still hadn't given up his thoughts of killing Xuanhuan. He would never be able to forget those people who had seen hope and had just been about to succeed when they lost their lives because of his idiotic actions. Although they weren't related to him, Long Chen still felt furious. No one could do foolish things without paying a price. However, now wasn't the time to handle him. Long Chen was simply waiting for his chance. As he continued forward, Long Chen was shocked by Treasure Gem Island's foundation. He saw countless treasures that made him have an urge to plunder everything. He saw weapons, sets of armor, talismans, medicinal ingredients, and king weapons. There were even 9th rank housebid eggs. 9th rank, in other words, an existence on the level of a king. However, when he saw the price, he had an urge to ransack all of Treasure Gem Island. 3 million points. How was that any different from robbery? Altogether, the Dragonblood Legion's points were only just over 1 million. Furthermore, incubating and raising a 9th rank magical beast would also require resources. That was money. Fine, I won't play with this stuff for now. Time to take a look at the more reasonable things. Walking through the path, Long Chen was completely dazzled by the treasures he saw. There were even people being sold. Well, being sold wasn't the best description. More accurately, they were being rented. Long Chen personally saw a group of young men and women sitting in a tarum, signboards beside them listing prices. Long Chen was curious, and had been about to ask them what they were doing when he saw a young disciple go over to strike up a conversation with one of the beautiful women. As a result, he was cursed away by her. That disciple actually thought the price beside her was the fee for a night of special exchanges. Even Long Chen felt bad for that person. Fortunately, this was Treasure Gem Island. If he had made the same mistake anywhere else, he might already be on his way to reincarnating. These people were the senior generation's disciples. They were all foundation forging experts, and they had come to sell their abilities. They could act as a bodyguard, they could help accomplish missions, they could accompany you through an adventure, they could train you and help increase your cultivation base, and there were even some willing to be hired thugs that would teach a lesson to the people you wanted clobbered. Different professions offered different prices, but it seemed that the profession involving a night of pleasures hadn't opened up yet. Junior brother, have you run into any trouble? If you were bullied by someone, go ahead and tell your senior apprentice brother. I'm a fighter who helps people vent. My reputation has been built up over 10 years, and as long you dare to think of someone, I'll beat them up for you. How is it, junior brother? Think it over. I still haven't made my first sale today, so I'll give you a 20% discount, called out a large man toward Long Chen. You know, I really do have someone in mind. Fuck, he really is a bully. Can you really help me beat him? Long Chen's eyes brightened. Of course. However, junior brother, let me just say this clearly, I only teach people lessons. I don't take people's lives. No one would dare to break the sex rules like that. Furthermore, there are levels to my beatings. There are light ones involving just a few slaps and kicks to get someone to be more obedient, and there are heavier ones where I beat them black and blue. Those are the kinds of beatings that require going to the healing hall. I can also heavily injure someone so they can't get up for the next half a month. How is it? Are you interested? I can give you a special package, 3 beatings that can happen at different times in different places for a low price. How does 500 points sound? Asked that large man. The money's not a problem, but do you really dare to beat him? Long Chen hesitated. After all, that person's status wasn't ordinary. Don't worry, my reputation is stellar. Speak, what's their name? He said confidently. Luo Fan. Luo Fan, why does that name sound so familiar? Muttered the large man. What the fuck, you're just duping me. Isn't that the law enforcement hall master? How am I duping you? I truly do have enmity with him. Didn't you brag about how you would beat up anyone? Cursed Long Chen. Brat, you, wait, are you Long Chen? That large man came to a sudden comprehension. Of course, or why else would I be looking for trouble for that old ghost? Do you accept this mission or not? Let alone 500 points, I'll give you 50,000 points. And I also don't need you to slap him or anything. Just run over to the law enforcement hall and roar that Luo Fan is an old bastard and I'll immediately pay you, said Long Chen. 50,000. The large man was startled. This money-spending style was shocking, but he really didn't dare to accept. Who knew whether or not he would have his life after that? And even if he lived, he'd be expelled from the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Then those points would be useless. Fine, you're the bigger man. I admit my inferiority. Please go find someone more qualified than me. The large man shook his head. Let's discuss this, said Long Chen. No, I don't have your big guts. He bitterly smiled. He was from the senior generation, but even he was aware of how Long Chen had beat up a teacher, causing the elder hall master and law enforcement hall master to fight. In the senior generation's eyes, Long Chen was like a devil in human form. Even they wouldn't play with him. They avoided him like the plague. Long Chen wanted to see if he could worm his way into being friends with any of them and ask about the situation around, but as a result, when they learned he was Long Chen, they all fled. Long Chen was speechless and could only continue roaming. Asking around, he finally found the place he was looking for, the 10,000 pill hall. He needed to buy a few things to help the Dragonblood Legion grow. Chapter 1051, Making a Killing. Translator, Born to Be. May I ask what you're looking for? Long Chen had just entered when a maiden walked over and courteously spoke to him. She was an outer sect disciple who was working here for points, so her attitude was naturally very good. I want to buy a few precious medicinal ingredients, said Long Chen, getting straight to the point. The maiden directly handed Long Chen a thick book. All the precious medicinal ingredients' names, ages, prices, and identification numbers are here. You can go through it and then tell me the identification numbers. I'll get them from the storage room. All right, many thanks. Long Chen opened the thick book. He skipped to the 7th tier medicinal ingredients and began browsing. 9 Yang Heavenly Star Grass, Killing Blood Spirit Fungus, Flying Star Anise, Dragon Gall Bitter Fruit. Long Chen named off over 80 ingredients, requiring one of each, causing the maiden to jump. Senior apprentice brother, these are main ingredients for alchemy, and they're incredibly expensive. It will require a lot of points, she warned. Each one of these ingredients required thousands of points, and some over 10,000. It's fine. Can you calculate how many points it will take? Asked Long Chen. These points weren't important. As long as he could get these ingredients, everything else would be fine. In total, 278,500 points, she said. She had worked here for several years, and she had never seen someone pay so much. That's fine, can you gather them for me? I still have plenty of points. Long Chen smiled, but inside his heart was dripping blood. That amount was no joke. All right, please wait a moment. She hurriedly left, leaving behind another attendant to look after Long Chen. After all, A rich customer like him had to be properly looked after. An incense stick's worth of time later, she returned with a tray. There was an elegant jade case resting on it. The jade case possessed its own space, and the medicinal ingredients were sealed within. She handed the medicinal ingredients over one by one to Long Chen for his inspection. Once Long Chen confirmed that all these medicinal ingredients were the right one and in good condition, Long Chen took out a crystal card. That was the Dragonblood Legion's crystal card, and the faction's points were all within it. Please get it over quickly, that way the pain in my heart will go by faster. Long Chen bitterly smiled. Handing over the crystal card, he couldn't contain his distress. The maiden smiled and received it. After setting the number of points to be deducted, she was just about to activate it. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked in. He icily stared at Long Chen, and then looking at the medicinal ingredients on the table, he frowned. These medicinal ingredients were already reserved by others. When are you going to learn not to be so negligent? The maiden was startled, hastily saying, I already checked everything carefully. No one. Shut up, you've even learned to talk back. Go back to the storehouse and check the lists, he shouted coldly. She reddened and ran away. Only then did the middle-aged man put on a businessman-like expression. He turned to Long Chen and said, I'm very sorry, but these medicinal ingredients were reserved by others and can't be sold. But if you're really set on this, it's not impossible. How about this? As long as you can make up for that lost business, I'll still sell you these medicinal ingredients. As for the price, let's just set it as double. He smiled amicably at Long Chen, but his eyes were full of disdain and mocking. Do you know, an idiot like you would have long since died if this wasn't the Xuanhuan Dao sect. I suppose this 10,000 pill hall is the property of the Alchemy Pavilion, and you're from the Alchemy Pavilion. Are you intentionally making things hard on me? Demanded Long Chen. The middle-aged man looked around and saw there was no one else around before his mouth twisted into a cold smile. So what? I hear you have a few alchemy arts that make you so arrogant you look down on everyone else. You even dared to beat one of my Alchemy Pavilion's teachers, and I hear you're quite wild, to the point that you even dare to beat up law enforcers in the outer sect. Now I want to see how you act wild in front of me. Will you be cheated or scram? Don't tell me those criminal bastards in the outer sect who exploit the poor are your stooges. Long Chen suddenly narrowed his eyes. Smart, but do you think it makes you very special? In reality, your brashness will be the end of you. You'll be unable to move an inch in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. For example, right now you are helpless to do anything. So either buy it or scram. Up to you, said the middle-aged man indifferently. What's your name? Asked Long Chen. What, you want to get revenge? Ha ha ha, then I'll wait for you. Remember, my name is Luo Bo. If you have that ability, then come at me whenever you want, sneered Luo Bo. Long Chen smiled. Luo Bo, good, that's fine, I'll admit defeat today. I'll buy it and I hope you don't regret today. Long Chen took those medicinal ingredients and directly paid twice the price for it. He had an urge to beat this bastard. In these early stages, points were at their most precious level. Having to pay so much was sending hail on top of snow for the Dragonblood Legion. In all his life, Long Chen hadn't felt this irritated. If it weren't for the fact that the Dragonblood Legion hadn't established itself in the Central Plains yet and needed the fertile lands of the Xuanhuan Dao sect to grow, Long Chen would definitely have killed this dolt. But he knew that it was precisely because of the protection of the rules that certain people were fearless and bullied others as they pleased. He furiously left the 10,000 pill hall. He prayed he wouldn't run into more idiots, or he really might kill someone. As soon as Long Chen left Treasure Gem Island and was thinking of returning to Crouching Dragon Mountain, he found his way blocked by people telling him that since he was no longer an inner sect disciple, he could not stay within the inner sect during the night. Thus, he would have to return to the outer sect. And so he returned to the outer sect. As he was looking for a clean hotel to stay in, he was blocked once more by law enforcers who were checking to see if anyone was running a brothel service there. As a result, they were all tossed out by Long Chen, once more stuck in a wall. Then on the hotel door he installed a sign saying, "Law enforcers and dogs are not allowed to enter." That night passed very peacefully. No one dared to disturb Long Chen again, and the law enforcers avoided his hotel. Long Chen was stifling a bellyful of anger. He almost beat those idiots to death, but he managed to hold himself back. After calming down, he began to plant his newly acquired medicinal ingredients. They had been preserved very well and were still living. They quickly began to flourish. After a bitter night's work, he had planted over 1,000 of each of them. His private medicinal field had grown a great deal. By the time the medicinal field was finished, the sky had brightened. Before Long Chen could even leave, Wang Mang and the others had come. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, we've already investigated. Those outer sect law enforcers are closely related to that Luo Bo you mentioned. One of them seems to have taken in some secret benefits, and the organization behind them is a bit complicated. It is related to the Law Enforcement Hall and the Alchemy Pavilion. Those two departments are both very protective, and no one dares to investigate them. As for those law enforcers, they have a set amount of offerings that they have to send up each month. Although the outer sect is impoverished, there's an uncountable number of commoners, and so there's still considerable wealth that can be squeezed out of them. If you want to handle those disciples, you have to be cautious, said Wang Mang. Cautious my ass, let's just make a killing already. Has the first wave of points gone out yet? Asked Long Chen. They were sold out and gone in a flash. Quite a few people grumbled over not being able to get any, said Wang Mang. Good, tell them the second wave is coming soon, but the price will be different, said Long Chen. Senior apprentice brother Long Chen, why not just directly raise the price to 50,000? Otherwise, you're losing too much money. Even if the price was 50,000 spirit stones for 1 point, countless people would still want to buy them, suggested Wang Mang. Long Chen shook his head. This is called throwing a brick to attract Jade. I'm not looking for the outer sect disciples' money. After establishing a trustworthy platform, the next thing to do is establish comfortable betting. They talked for a while. Long Chen had Wang Mang begin establishing more contacts, and to create his own power within the outer sect, Long Chen directly gave Wang Mang 10,000 points. Those 10,000 points weren't to be sold. They were to be used to encourage people to go beat up those law enforcers. Those law enforcers often went out bullying others when they weren't even on shift. They had no privileges at that time, but they still went out to patrol. It was time to end that practice. If true law enforcers on duty appeared, then they were to be ignored. But if any law enforcers went too far, then they were to be beaten. When the time came, Long Chen would be there to support them. As a result, the entire outer sect became chaotic. The outer sect was huge, and there were dozens of cities just as big as this one. Hearing that they had Long Chen's support and there was even a reward, people almost went crazy with delight. There was a new sight commonly seen all across the city. The outer sect disciples were now constantly roving around, and seeing any law enforcers off duty, they would attack. The law enforcers were infuriated. Just as they were planning on settling the bill, Long Chen appeared and they didn't even dare to fart. The higher-ups had sent news not to provoke Long Chen. Long Chen had the support of the Elder Hall, and going against him would not be smart. The Law Enforcement Hall had learned to be more obedient. They were waiting for a chance, but before that chance, they wouldn't easily take action. However, once that chance arrived, they would bring Long Chen his death. So the Law Enforcement Hall was temporarily not doing anything to Long Chen. But that dumbfounded Luo Bo. He got a large monthly stream of money from the outer sect, but now that the Law Enforcement Hall had turned coward, he was losing out on all of it. Moreover, he was part of the Alchemy Pavilion and had no authority to interfere in matters of the outer sect. He could only watch as his profits dwindled. The outer sect was now Long Chen's land, and more outer sect disciples were throwing themselves to his side. Luo Bo sounds like daikon radish carrot. It would be the first thing that pops into your head if someone said it.